Good morning. Hi. My name is Sam Fleming. Wow, I'm impressed that everybody got so organized. And Joan, who you'll be meeting in a minute, is very organized about these things. But I'm used to public radio conferences where people kind of straggle in. And so already I'm impressed by the organization. And thank you so much for coming. My name is Sam Fleming. I'm the interim general manager of WBUR. My normal job is the managing director of news and content. Perhaps many of you have heard that Margaret Lowe is going to be our incoming general manager starting in mid-January. I'm very excited about that. I think all of us at WBUR, and I think it'll be great to have her back in the system. Many of you knew her at NPR over a 30-year period, and she went off and lived in the private sector for a while, did a great job at Atlantic Media, but we're excited to get her back into public radio. So I think that's really good news for all of us. It's my pleasure to welcome you here today to the 2019 BizLab Summit, Sustainability and Innovation for Public Radio, here at WBUR City Space, this beautiful space that most of you have probably not seen before, something we're very excited about. We have up to 150 events each year now. We've had 150 events this year and project an even upward track from that in 2020. So it's just amazing. And as you can picture it, out in the evening when this is going on, there's speakers outside, people on the sidewalk are kind of going, what's going on in there? It's really quite amazing, and it's been a wonderful addition for WBUR. The people in this room have come from across the country, which we're so grateful for, from public radio stations, CPB, NPR, Greater Public, the organizations at the forefront of trying to figure out our ecosystem and how we're going to keep this moving and growing into the future. It's a culmination of a year with the BizLab work, which brought 6 stations from public radio together. You'll be hearing about that across today, stations from different sizes, from different parts of the country, doing lots of different kinds of experiments. We're so grateful to CPB and the Knight Foundation, which supported these efforts. And every single one of these experiments has taught us something inside of WBUR. Today's going to be a day of sharing in our collective discovery, what seems to be working, what doesn't seem to be working, the challenges that we're all facing as we try to figure out ways to raise money and advance our mission to new audiences. It's going to be a day to learn from each other. Conversations, as we all know in these kind of events, are probably the most important takeaway that we can have. The impeachment hearing, the upcoming election, literally as I speak, they're talking about what the specific articles of impeachment are going to be. All the news that we're covering right now and will be covering into next year, it all seems to be coming at a time where our mission is more critical than ever. And I think we say that, I know we're saying that on our fundraising this morning, but actually I think at this particular time in our history, we really mean it. WBUR strongly believes that all of us in media and public media and nonprofit journalism, need to remain relevant and vibrant. Matter of fact, we even need to be more so as we try to capture new audiences and expand our mission so that we're not just talking to the 58-year-old white person that so many of us know that is it's great that they've been so loyal to us, but we need to expand that. We all know that. So today it's going to be important for us to lean into our conversations, ask questions. We're not going to get all the answers today. I think what we want to do is to provide potential avenues to explore further beyond these 6 stations, beyond WBUR, for all of us. And this kind of collective sense of what are possibilities, where could we experiment, and then share those. That's the way we're going to make this thing grow. Joan D'Amico is the executive director of BizLab, and she's led this vital work. Joan's really an interesting addition to WBUR and has been over the last year. She came from Forrester Research, where she oversaw the digital experience in their company's products, and they have contracts all around the world looking through web and mobile channels. Before that, she was at IBM, where she did research first of its kind. Anyway, she's a big thinker, and we're so grateful for her to have been at WBUR and now in public media. She spent a lot of time at MIT. I think that's enough about you, Joan. Anyway, we're so excited to have you here. Joan D'Amico.
Thank you very much, Sam. So welcome, everybody. As Sam said, I'm Joan, and I'm the Executive Director of BizLab. I'm thrilled to be standing in front of you today. I want to kick off today saying a few of the same things that Sam said, but at another level. So the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Knight Foundation funded the work of BizLab as well, and specifically the work that we did with 6 stations across the country this year. And they're also funding this summit and the ability for all of us to come together. So this work is not just because they funded it, but it wouldn't have happened without their funding. So I really want to thank them for this. No, yeah. So welcome, everybody. We have a fabulous group of people in the room. When we imagined the summit, we pictured 6 stations and some posters and us chit-chatting about our projects. And so what instead it is it's almost 100 of us today. We have 39 different organizations. The bigger your name, the more people are in the room from your organization. I want to give a special thank you to Greater Public, because you helped get the word out and spread the news of this summit and this gathering, and that brought in so many diverse groups. Excuse me, one of the things that Sam touched on is why are we all here today? And it's because we all feel this urgency around maintaining the financial stability of our stations. And it's a collective concern, and that's why I think so many of us are here. Our mission of being a trusted and indispensable source of news and information is vital, not just to our existence, but for this country, right? So why was BizLab founded? Well, when it was created, what WBUR was looking at is that there are opportunities for new revenue in other markets. How can we bring that same spirit and capability to within public radio? So BizLab's goal is to identify and test new ideas for revenue. But it's not just at WBUR. The mission is to benefit all of the system, and that's why this year we've spent bringing these other stations to work with us as partners in this. So I want to tell you a little bit about these stations. So you're going to hear a lot this morning. We're going to dive deep into their projects. We have the DCist, which is from the WAMU in DC, Louisville Public Media, WDET in Detroit, Capital Public Radio in Sacramento, WLRN in Miami, and Vermont Public Radio. So we're crossing the country. All of these stations have really interesting challenges and opportunities in front of them. And each of them came to BizLab with a challenge. And the challenge was, how do you get from an idea for new revenue to, within 6 months, to an idea that you're confident can raise new revenue for your station? All of them, the teams that you're going to meet today, essentially became, in addition to their day jobs, they became entrepreneurs. They attacked their problems with boldness. They tried new things, not just trying a new product idea, but trying new skills and exercising new muscles to go out and talk to people in new ways about things that hadn't been done before. So I'm really impressed by this team, and I hope you will be too. You will when you hear their talks and when we dive into panels with them. So how did we go from an idea to revenue? I wish it were as easy as a 1-2. You have an idea and suddenly you get money. Obviously that isn't how it quite works. But I want to so what we did with them is we followed an internal innovation process. But this isn't the only way in which to raise revenue. And I want to do a bit of a reality check of a public radio or any organization can find new streams of revenue in a lot of different ways. A common way is to acquire a business that is making revenue and incorporating that into your business. And an example in public radio is when NPR, WNYC, and WBEZ, and This American Life purchased the technology platform of Pocket Cast, which is a podcast distribution platform. And that's a really smart move to purchase a distribution channel, but it is not something that every single station is financially capable of doing, right? So in the reality that we are all living in of how do we get from an idea to revenue, the best way for us to do it with the skills and expertise that we have is to use an internal innovation process. We're using the process of startups, entrepreneurs, R&D labs around this country. And the process is essentially using design thinking, using the techniques and attitudes of agile software development, and using techniques from lean startups. Now, I just thrown out a couple buzzwords there. This process of innovation and design thinking sometimes feels elusive. Other times, frankly, it feels like a pile of Post-it notes and you don't know exactly what you're getting out of it. What we're gonna break down today is what you do get out of that process. And I wanna talk you through it a little bit. First of all, the first step to any creation of new revenue is to understand the value that is embedded in your idea. And the foundation, and we don't talk a lot in public radio about product development, but essentially when you're talking about new revenue, you're talking about the creation of a product. And the foundation of a product is that it needs to solve a problem for the customer, right? And so that's what each of our 6 stations have been focusing on. When you have your idea, your proposition to your audience, you need to figure out what needs and wants that they have and the problem that your idea will solve for them. And the greater the overlap you can get between your idea and their needs, the greater the potential for revenue. So I have a trivial example is Disney Plus streaming service. How many of you have signed up for it? Yep. Okay, so the last thing I need is another video streaming service in my life. But when I got my free month, I suddenly realized that these hundreds of movies tap into my childhood memories. And I realized I want to share these with my kids. And so what Disney Plus managed to do is to make me realize that I have a need, and that need is to experience those movies with my kids so I have an emotional connection with them connected to my memories of my childhood. So I'm paying $7 a month now because of that. So my point is, when you tap into a need and a want at a more emotional level, that's when the revenue will naturally come. Today's models of on-air radio, our underwriters are paying us for access to our audience. There are, of course, tied into that the mission and the values, but we are giving them something that they need, and that is the access to new customers. This also extends to philanthropy. A donor gets something when they donate. There are a couple of reasons, but donors can have many different reasons, but an example is when somebody donates, they are, and they believe in the mission of independent journalism, they feel good because their finances are aligning with their values. So it's that alignment of values that is what they get when they donate. Another reason that they could give is for the tote bag, right? And the tote bag or the New Yorker or the mug or the premium. And so in those cases, they are paying to get the good. And then a third reason that taps into self-identity is, we talk a lot about the public radio nerd. We all embrace our public radio nerd identity. If you want to underscore and really reinforce your identity as a public radio nerd, then you need to be a true insider. And what better way to be an insider than donate? So when they donate, they're reinforcing their identity of themselves, and that's the product that they're purchasing. So in all of this, what I want to emphasize is that when you have an idea for new revenue, your first step has to think through what are the values, or what is the value proposition? What is it that you are providing to the audience? Because that's what you need to keep underscoring and reinforcing in your design and your messaging to the audience, because that's what they'll be paying for. So back to our 6 stations. Each of these stations came to us with an idea. And as I just went through, the first thing you do with your idea is you figure out what does our audience, what do they want? And then you refine your idea based on that. Each of the projects started their work with us by going out and talking to their audience. Surveys, interviews, we're going to get into a lot of the details of what exactly they learned, but I want to share some representative quotes with you of what we're hearing from people about what they want from public radio. I need my news delivered when and how I consume it. This speaks volumes to digital distribution and serving people where they are. I want to be up to date on what is going on near me. This speaks to local news, and it speaks to close proximity to the person, and also about the timeliness and wanting recency in your news. I want the latest news on the topic I am passionate about. So again, this has to do with timeliness, but this is about deep coverage of a topic, so investigative journalism or deeper coverage that goes beyond the headlines, which is a wonderful thing that any NPR station, I think public media is perfectly poised for this. But it's also about personalizing the delivery, getting it to the person that does care about that topic. These next 2 are related. I like to go to exclusive events, and I want to be in the know. So exclusive events has to do with people wanting to convene and wanting to feel that they're in a special place when they convene. Like today, I feel like we're in an exclusive, it was an open registration, but I still feel like this is an exclusive group. We feel like we're in the know, right? And that good feeling that you get from it. And that's something that people are craving, and it's something that public radio stations, as we're doing more community events and launching spaces for people to convene, we can really tap into that desire. But I also want to key on that word exclusive. When you start talking about exclusive, that usually people are willing to pay for that exclusiveness. We didn't just talk to audiences, we also talked to businesses, because a couple of the ideas you're going to hear today are directed at businesses. So one of them was, I want to connect with people who care about my type of business. This is not a statement about broadcast advertising. This is about connecting. So more in the social media or getting the name and starting a conversation. This is about the conversation starting between a business and an individual. The next is, I need a simple way of creating ads that work. Okay, digital advertising is a complicated space. If we can simplify the process for organizations, they will get value from working with us. And the last one is, I need a one-stop shop for buying ads. Again, that it's a complex world. If we can dramatically simplify what they need to worry about, again, we're providing value that they will want to pay for. So these were some of the statements, some of the themes that were coming out of our research with the stations. And what our stations all did is from that coalesced and refined their idea for new revenue. And then we move into a testing phase. And this is where stations spend several months with their idea, taking it out to market and talking to people about it, or even better, asking people to sign up for the product so we can get evidence. The whole point of the testing phase is around quickly learning and developing and collecting as much evidence and data that your idea is worth it. Okay, now I'm going to jump and actually give you the briefest intro to what the 6 projects are and give you simple examples of what they tested. So the DCist team at WAMU was looking at a subscription program for WAMU's digital news property, the DCist, a monthly subscription model, which is slightly different than the model talked about on public radio. Louisville Public Media had a similar project where they're looking at a digital site they acquired called Do 502, which is an event listing site. And how do you tap into the value provided by that site and craft a membership program around that? WDET has been looking at promoting small local businesses in Detroit to WDET's audience through social media. Capital Public Radio is looking at a cross-network underwriting sales strategy where they're offering to companies who are interested in reaching the state of California, and they're proposing a way for those organizations to get into NPR stations across the state. WLRN in Miami is testing a new membership channel of a newsletter exclusively focused on the environment and climate change coverage, really leaning into that topic and engaging people on that topic and then channeling that into a donation. Vermont Public Radio has a similar in that they're focusing where they are targeting their coverage. So Southern Vermont covers the whole, or VPR covers the whole state. Southern Vermont has a journalist in Southern Vermont. They focus their project on targeting and promoting all of the coverage of Southern Vermont to the residents there in order to make them feel more engaged and connected to their community and to VPR, to then segue into donations. So these are the ideas. What did they do to test? I mean, and some examples are asking people to sign up for a newsletter before you wrote the first draft of the newsletter. This is something that Miami did. When Louisville Public Media had just 12 people signed up for their Do 502 membership program, they printed the membership cards off of the office printer and mailed them to the people. You know, it's like quick, scrappy, because the idea is you want to know, does anyone care? And when you see that they care and want this, then you do the next step. Capitol Public Radio has been promoting their cross-network product, and I'm stumbling over my words because they don't have a name for the product yet, right? And so it's sort of you don't need the name first. You need to first develop the evidence that people want it. Vermont Public Radio, you scheduled a News and Brews event and got 75 people to sign up for it, and then you had to cancel it, unfortunately. But you have tested effectively that you do have a community of people who want to gather in Southern Vermont around the topic of Southern Vermont news. So the teams tested for several months, developing evidence of interest. And you're going to hear more details in a minute. I want to share kind of the aggregate results of what comes out of this, okay, in terms of revenue. As I've said, the point of the testing is not to start actually the revenue generation, but develop the evidence that there is potential for revenue. So, and it falls into two categories: membership, whether it's membership to the radio station or membership to a new kind of member subscription model you've created. In the testing that the stations did, they managed to pull in $15,000 of funding, of contributions from individuals, and because of that, they have determined that in the year 2020, collectively, they believe they'll bring in over $100,000 in new revenue for public radio. And then in the sponsorship side, so some of the projects had to do with sponsorship. Some of them, because they have so much engagement on the membership side, are generating some sponsorship revenue. Collectively, in the testing, the teams brought in $68,000 of revenue. And then for next year, what people are putting down in their projections of their budgets is up to $495,000 in revenue. Yeah. So, I want to look at these and say, okay, first of all, the teams were willing to let me put these numbers on the chart, so they are confident of these numbers. So this is all the first year. This is going to be the first year that these products are launched. This is what we predict as the revenue levels. So this is over $600,000 of new revenues coming into to just 6 stations in public radio. So I want to give you guys another applause. So are we done? No, we're not done. They've reached a point where they can launch a product now. And something that we've thought a lot about with the teams is when you're done experimenting, you're not finished. And that's this high point of risk at the end of a testing phase, is how do you get this great idea that you have confidence will make money out of the lab and into the operations of your organization? Basically, how are you going to launch this? So we're going to at lunchtime, we have a keynote speaker, Tamsin Webster. It's going to come up and talk to us specifically about the critical step of convincing the rest of your organization that this is a must-do, that you have to take this innovation out of the lab and scale it. And this isn't an unknown problem. One organization calls this the stagnation chasm, where if you don't invest the right skills and resources and leadership alignment and technology and tools behind something, you will never be able to get it from this idea and tested prototype phase over into the scaling and real revenue phase. So Tamsin's going to talk us through about how do you get leadership alignment in your organization. And then I'm going to bring up a panel of 3 leaders that are from 3 of the BizLab stations and talk to them about their perspective on innovation and the ROI that they see in it, so that we can talk frankly about the pros and cons of this approach. And then for the last part of the day, we're going to talk about revenue. We have 2 panels. One is on text messaging, tech platforms for text messaging that different public radio stations are using for engagement as well as revenue. And the last panel is on podcast donations. And these are, we're bringing up a great panel of individuals who are bringing in some significant revenue, and they're going to share all of their best practices. And the reason we've chosen to have these 2 as the last sessions is we want to give you some examples of where people have integrated it into their operations, and they've moved it out of the sticky note lab phase and into the real work of the station. And that is the innovation process, as well as our agenda for today, essentially. And I want to wrap up by saying, we're all in this together. And I think that's actually been one of the most wonderful experiences of this year, is that our 6 stations, as well as BUR, we are all sharing everything that we learn. And so that's what we hope to do today, is share our challenges, the opportunities. And what I want to emphasize, one thing, is that all of us can do this. These techniques are known, and next Sarah Bloomer is going to dive into the methods of how. And anyone at any station can come up with an idea, and then you have the ability to test that idea to understand if there is potential in it, and then you can make the decision to launch it. And that's what we're going to do today, is talk a lot about how this is something that we can all do together. So thank you. So now I'm going to bring up, I'm going to hand it over to Sarah Bloomer. So Sarah is the experienced strategist of BizLab. Sarah and I have worked together for many years, and she has a huge amount of experience in product design. So she comes from a background of consulting with many organizations that you've heard of, such as Citibank and Forrester Research, which is where we were. Also, Sherwin-Williams. I need to look at my cheat sheet because eBay, Constant Contact. And most recently, she's been working with the Democratic National Committee on their tools, which I think is awesome and interesting. She is an adjunct professor at Olin College and at Lesley University, where she teaches product design and user-oriented collaborative design. And her role with BizLab has been to be a coach and a partner. So she's been coaching our teams and giving them the tools and resources to understand the value that our audiences have, and then to segue that into a product design that can be taken and tested. So what Sarah's going to do now is talk through the methods so that you can see, like, pull back the curtain, see everything about how we did the work we did, and then we're going to move on to the stations. So thank you very much, and welcome, Sarah.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all here. I'm going to cover a lot of material very quickly, and my goal is for you to say, yeah, I can also do this. I can do this too. And in fact, when I get to the end of my presentation, we're hoping to share with you the tools that we use. We actually put them together into packets to share at the end of our project, to share with all the stations so they could keep going. In fact, they've all kept going already, and I've been applying these techniques to other things. And so we will send that out to you after the conference is over. Okay, so I am going to cover a lot. We can talk about it more later. But I want to share with you exactly how we went about doing this, and so that you can understand all the work that the stations did. So one of the things that we did, I have to look down there, not up there. The stations came to us with an idea, and we wanted to get them to a product in 6 months. And that is a challenging thing to do. We were also all working remotely, so none of our stations were co-located with us here in Boston. And so we had to really work out a clarity in terms of the way that we were going to work together. And so WBUR makes a commitment to collaborate and to coach, right? Because we're teaching the stations new things that they haven't done before. We're going to support them, and in some cases, we actually augmented their teams. So Ted Fuller, for example, did a lot of augmentation, providing web analytics and data analytics and that sort of thing that teams didn't have access to. On the cohort side, they were going to collaborate with us, and they dedicated 2 team members, and some of them expanded to 3, who were dedicating 20% of their time to our products for the 6 months they were with us to the project. And they had to commit to learn these new methods that they'd never used before, to approach their audiences in a new and different way, to apply those methods, and they had to trust us because we were taking them through a whole new journey that they hadn't been on before. So we had 3 core principles that led us in our approach. The first is to get to know your audience and to build empathy. And Joan's talked a little bit about what that means to us and why it's important. So a lot of stations know a lot about their audiences, but we wanted them to go deeper and to really understand their values and motivations and their emotions in engaging with our stations. The second is to create targeted experiments that are small enough so they can do multiple ones. In other words, when they got into the experiment phase and they took their idea, we don't want them to just create a pilot and take one idea through a 4-month pilot. We wanted lots of small and scrappy experiments that they had to do. And finally, we asked them to take a risk. We wanted them to be bold, we wanted them to accept failure, we wanted them to learn and iterate. Last, which wasn't really a principle, but also equally important, we wanted ideas that were aligned with the station objectives and any of the station corporate strategies, because that would make sure that the idea and the product fit in well with the station and better acceptance by the leadership team. So how did we do that? Well, we started with something called the Double Diamond. Now, the Double Diamond is a framework that was created, or rather identified, by the British Design Council in 2005. They interviewed a whole bunch of large design firms and said, oh, this is how they work. They expand out and they do some research, and then they narrow in on the good ideas, and then they expand out and they do some more design, and then they actually launch the product. So we adopted that same approach. We split those into 2 phases, the discovery research phase, which they did for 2 months, and the experimentation phase, which they spent 4 months on. So they come in with an idea, and then they get to a final idea that they're going to experiment on at the end of the discovery research phase, and finally they come to their solution at the end of their 6 months. And of course, as Joan said, that's not the end. That's really just the beginning. So what's happening is they are going out and expanding in their knowledge of their customers, of their audience, of their target users, and then they come to us, and we all met together in person for the first time at a 3-day workshop. And at that 3-day workshop, by the end of it, we have worked out what the idea will be. We've narrowed in on the knowledge that we collected, and then we plan out what their experimentation phase might look like, or at least how it's going to start, because you don't know how the whole thing is going to go. So what this is describing, of course, is a design thinking method. And design thinking has been used by lots of organizations that you've heard of, like Stanford University, IBM Design, the NPR Incubation Lab, New York Times Digital. It's something of a buzzword, but I'll tell you how we think about design thinking. We think of design thinking as simply continually exploring a problem space. That's all it is. And we do that during research, we do that during our workshop, we do that during the experimentation phase. And it's staying open. It's a technique or an approach to stay open to learning, continually accepting new findings, and being able to be scrappy and change towards the end of the experimentation phase. So I'm going to each time tell you a little bit more and get a little bit deeper. So let's look more closely at the research phase. In the research phase, we're asking our stations to gain a deep understanding of their audience. So we had a requirement that they had to talk directly to customers. So running a survey is not enough. We also used a lot of the information the stations had about their customers, existing information, but we wanted them to go one-on-one with them. Then they're going to synthesize those findings using really simple tools because we're moving really fast. And finally, align that idea with the insights. What that means is that every single station's idea shifted and changed to some degree, some more than others, during the course of the research. Because as we were learning things about the target audience within the context of the idea, they were learning things about them and needed to start to change how they thought about their idea. So every single station shifted by the time they came to the workshop. The techniques that we used really enabled them to have conversations or make observations. As I said, we used existing surveys because we had to move fast, so we had to use the data that was already there. And sometimes we ran new surveys. And then we also used analytics, so every single station gave us access to their websites or any other data that they have, and then we could get, put TED on it, and TED would help us really see the data in new and different ways, and that's the way that we were able to augment their projects. And all of this was to understand their behaviors, their values, their motivations, their attitudes. So again, we were trying to tap into some of that emotional side that Joan was talking about and to really understand those things so that we could apply it to the projects to make them a success. So I'm going to give you a very quick overview. This is one thing that Vermont Public Radio did. But as Joan said, they had a listening tour that they did in 2018. And what they learned on that listening tour was that segments of the state felt underserved. They said, you're just paying attention to Northern Vermont. What about us? And so we decided to focus in on one of those areas and see if we could come up with a way of serving them and making them feel the love. And then they would be able to take that and apply it across the state. And so what they did was focus on Southern Vermont. Because it's a big state and they're covering the whole state, they could only talk to 9 people. And they did that using telephone calls. So they interviewed 9 people on the phone with both members and non-members. And it really gave us a very clear direction. Then we joined together in a collaborative tool, and I use this tool with a number of the stations. This is a tool called Mural, where you can do post-it noting together from anywhere. So Cody and Brendan are up in Northern Vermont. I'm down here in Boston. And we put this together to take what we were learning from the conversations we had with the 9 people. And a bunch of themes started to pop out. This is a great, simple, collaborative platform if you need to do something like this. But there was a broader theme that was cut across all of the conversations, and that was this heavy use of Facebook. Facebook was basically serving as a town square because people are spread all over the place in Vermont. And so they were getting their news that way, they were staying connected with their community that way. And so we began to think about how we could leverage Facebook in this project that we were working on by the end of the research phase. And then once we did come up with what that idea will be, and I'm going to leave it up to Michelle to tell you about that in the lightning talks, we tracked it. So we did these metrics, and here what you can see is on the bottom, on the light green is 2018, and the dark green is 2019. And you can see when we started promoting things on Facebook, because there's a spike. And then we can see that we managed to continue to keep more people engaged on the VPR site. And this is just them going to the website as a result of the things that we were pushing out on Facebook. So we were using metrics to be able to track our success so that we could answer the question that Joan asked, do they care? Are they interested? Okay, so now we did different methods for different stations based on what they could do and what they had available to them. So I'm going to run through these really fast just to give you a sense of the range of methods that we used. So a number of people, 2 stations actually had events coming up in the next week that they could go to. So we were like, okay, what can we do really fast? And we put together Intercept interviews. An Intercept interview is going out with a clipboard with your questions all set up on a piece of paper and being able to talk to the customers. It's not just a real-time survey. We wanted people, our stations, to actually talk and ask why and probe and get into some of those motivations, values, and behaviors at the same time. On the right, you'll see WLRN. Also, we came up with these mini surveys because we thought while we're here, we'll get as many people to answer as many questions as we can. So we did more than Intercept interviews, but these interviews and our stations were fantastic. In both cases, they had 1 week to prepare for this. And so we would write the script together. I would coach them on how to talk to people in an online meeting, and then off they went and did it. It was phenomenal. Face-to-face interviews are also really good, and I like to do them with tools to help me structure the conversation. So in the case of WDET, we printed cards out for them to talk to small businesses about how they did their marketing, because we had an idea about how to help them market themselves in front of the DET audience. And so you'll see on the left these cards that we printed about how they did their marketing so that we could understand where the pain points were. And we used a framework called Rose, Thorn, and Bud, which some of you might be familiar with. Cap Radio also went and were talking to some of the large potential underwriters. Phone interviews, sometimes you can't get right in front of customers, but you can talk to them on the phone, and that is real time, and that does allow you to continue to probe and ask why and why and why, and get more under the hood of why people weren't engaging with us and why they were engaging with us. We also used another framework. This is another framework that we built on Mural, where we built personas, and so we wanted to really see what was the difference between members and non-members. What was the difference between men and women? Where did the moms stand out? Because we talked to a lot of moms, so we actually pulled them out too. And so this helped us, and I'll tell you how in a moment this helped us when we got into our workshop. And then if you can get people into a focus group, this is what the DCist was able to do. They had a group of rabid, loyal readers. That's what we called them. And they were willing, they said, hey, we'll come and meet up with you anytime you want. So they ran these focus groups, and it was around Valentine's Day. So people, and one of them actually had to get postponed because of a snowstorm. So there were all sorts of things that got in the way, but they still ran it. We asked them to do a series of structured activities. One of them was to write them a love letter. And so you can see that there's one of the love letters here. That really allowed us to understand what their values were and what they valued about the DCist and why they loved the DCist. So we could pull that out and bring that into how the membership program was designed. The infographic on the right is an infographic from a survey they had run previous to working with BizLab. So again, we were leveraging all the data and all of the evidence that we had at hand. We also tried to use data as much as we could. In this case, here's two pie charts on the top. The one on the left is from the DCists survey, right? And it was telling you what people said they wanted to learn about. And we thought, well, let's see if that corresponds with the way people are interacting with the DCist today. And that's what you see on the right. So you don't see anything from the yellow, which is education. They're not looking at any education content. But it was just interesting because it gave us some insights into what people said that they want versus the behaviors that they currently had. We also, with WDET, we knew that we were going to be using social media, so we started to look very closely at the age groups that typically used Instagram and Facebook to understand what they cared about, again, so that we could bring that to how we designed the stories for the small businesses. All right, so let's just get a little more deeper into what we did next. We transitioned from the discovery phase to the experimentation phase with a 3-day workshop. And the 3-day workshop, we produce and produce and produce lots of stuff. We do lots of things with Post-it notes. We draw things. We fill out forms. And the first day is us just really getting up to our necks in the data so that we're all in it together. If you were in a Google design sprint, it would be called lightning talks. We get people to present the data. So Ted would present all of the evidence that he's collected. I would show some of those frameworks that we created in Mural or other things, and we would just get to our elbows in it. And we used a couple of techniques to make sure that we were all on the same page. Day 2 was ideation. Oftentimes we had my colleague from Olin College, Lawrence Neely, you can see him up there. He's also sitting in the back of the room. And he would come and help us with the ideation. So in that case, we would come up with lots and lots of ideas and try to then narrow down on the ones that had the most legs. And finally, on day 3 is when we get down to the planning and how if this was going to be communicated back at the stations. So just a couple of activities that we used in the 3-day workshops. One is to use How Might We Stickies. I like using How Might We Stickies because they really engage people in listening. So How Might We Stickies are essentially, as you're taking notes, people would typically take notes in their notebook, and nobody would ever see them. This way, I'm saying, don't take notes in your notebook, put it on a How Might We Sticky, and we reframe any issues that you hear, any ideas that you have into a question. So up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a green sticky that we did at DET, and I think it says, how might we maintain authenticity when we're looking at the opportunities for these businesses? And that was a really important thing because we had heard about how important it was for these small businesses to feel authentic to their customers. So we wanted to make sure we didn't lose that. We then group those all together into another one of these affinity diagrams to see what sort of themes come out, and we vote on those themes and bring those themes into the ideation day. So this was a really important activity, just simply to get us all on the same page. Another technique we used, because we're trying to really understand the audience, were empathy maps, and we create what I call straw man personas. They're straw man personas because we really haven't done enough research to deeply understand our customers, but this was enough for us, and it also enabled us, it also enabled us to feel confident that we knew who we were talking to and who our target audience was. So what you see here is a straw man persona that we created for Louisville Public Radio, Public Media. We use this empathy map, which is a very simple way of pulling together what you heard when you went out and interviewed people. And we're combining it into a composite empathy map. And we came up with this guy named Justin. And the wonderful thing was when they had their first event, which again was 9 days after they left the 3-day workshop, they said, hey, there were so many Justins at Firkin Friday this week. So we felt like that validated that we knew who the target audience was. In the ideation phase, we used a lot of tools from a company called Strategizer, and you too can get on the Strategizer site and use these same tools. We used something called the value proposition template, which allowed us to think about what value were we going to deliver to the customers and to think from their perspectives. And we generated pages and pages and pages of this, all of us. Then we would take some of those and we would create test cards, which is how are we going to test it? So that's getting our mindset into what an experiment might look like and how we could measure it. And then we would take one of those ideas or a few of those ideas, we split into teams, we took a straw man persona, and we created some ideas around those hypotheses and how we would do them. And by the end of that day, though, we pretty much knew what direction we were going to go in and with the product and what the product was going to look like. So here we're coming up with our experiments, and then we started populating something, just a simple Google Sheet that we shared. It was important to have this Google Sheet to keep our communication and our collaboration going because each of the stations had to put in what they were testing and how they were testing it. And then we wanted each experiment to lead to the next experiment. So as you finish one experiment, you see what you've learned, how are you going to design your next one? So in other words, we wanted our stations to every 2 weeks, and of course that's pretty rapid. Some stations were able to do it, others it was harder, but still multiple experiments. This was not a 4 months of a long pilot of a single idea. We want you to design the experiment, we want you to set some measures, we want you to run the experiment, and then assess the outcomes, and then based on those outcomes, come up with your next experiment. Some stations were actually running 2 sets of experiments in parallel. So LPM, for example, was running events to see if people are interested and do 502 events, but they were also at the same time testing out the membership idea and running an email campaign to see if people could, there's some seats over here if you guys want to come sit down. So they were also running experiments around membership and running a membership drive and seeing if people would actually do that. And you're going to hear more about that during the lightning talks. So what does an experiment look like? Well, we ask people to come up with a hypothesis. And again, I'm going to use an example from LPM. We believe that Do 502's engaged users want to know where the hot events are and would like to join an exclusive community for those in the know. They weren't sure because whether Do 502 people would come to something that was Do 502 driven. To verify that, we will invite people to attend an event at a brewery and launch Do 502's Breweries in Louisville list. $5 to get a free beer. So this was literally going to happen 9 days after they left us. Then they were going to track it with looking at the, measure it through online RSVPs, event attendance, and the number of people who took the Do 502 stickers. And then just generally having conversations with the paying guests. So this is what the plan was. They said, we're going to be successful if at least 50 people attend and pay $5 and we take an income of $250. So this is a very standard way on that test card that I showed you earlier from Strategizer. That's how it's all set up. So what happened? Well, they got 35 people. But what they were planning to do was have a full week of promotion to get 50 people through the door paying $5. In fact, they had 24 hours of promotion for various reasons, and they got 35 people who came. So we considered that a success, the fact that that many people came. And so they said, okay, we're going to do some more events, and started to plan out what those might look like and making sure that they had enough ramp time. Right, Tracy? So what this all means is, if we had just taken an idea and run it as a pilot, you can only get so far in terms of understanding what that value is. You might make little tweaks, but you've made a big investment in that idea, and you're much less willing to change it. By being fast and scrappy and doing the minimum that you need to do to get those answers that you're looking for, you can actually achieve a lot more value a lot more quickly. And so this is what we took the stations through in the experimentation phase. So to summarize, you can do this. We used techniques that were already out there, that were well established. We didn't make anything up. We leveraged existing frameworks such as the Double Diamond, Lean Startup, and Agile, and design thinking. We wanted them to really get to know their audience by talking directly to them. And when we did the experimentation, that was with that same audience. So we were always engaged with the audience all the way through. Creating the small targeted experiments so that you can learn as fast as you can, and to be bold, to not be afraid to fail. And some of our stations had some experiments that didn't work out, but that was a gift, right? We'd say, okay, now we know that, so we're going to do it this way instead. And then to learn and iterate. And finally, to stay aligned with the station goals. You don't want your projects to go off in a direction that doesn't support the station. So my tips are, use these tools and techniques that exist, and we'll provide you with our cheat sheets of how we did that. Be scrappy to learn quickly, which means that you want to do something that doesn't look perfect, that doesn't seem perfect. I love Joan's example of Capital Public Radio not having a name for their product yet, but still going out and talking to clients about it. And then be practical, don't be precious. So, it's time for the lightning talk. So now you actually get to meet our stations. I'd like to invite them up here. So if you guys want to stand up and come on up. They're each going to introduce themselves when they come up here, so just go sit down. Get the clicker. Okay.
Woohoo! All right. Hi, I'm Maddie. I am at WAMU in DCist and have been working with BizLabs on their membership program. So WAMU acquired DCist after all of the DNA info sites were shut down back in 2017, and WNYC worked to help us get them and then distribute them to their respective public radio stations. So DCist was a known and really loved digital news site. We heard from the community how sad they were when DCist disappeared. We saw a real outpouring of support. So we launched a Kickstarter campaign and brought DCist back thanks to crowdfunding. And because of that, we saw that there was a real opportunity to have a membership program that was unique and distinct to the product. So we worked with BizLabs to do some research to figure out what it was that the community wanted. We really wanted to build something that involved our audience in a way that we were like, we don't really know what this should be. We want to see what you want. We conducted some surveys in terms of to figure out what people wanted to see in terms of our content, and then we also conducted some surveys to figure out what sort of things would interest people for membership. We also, like Sarah said, brought people in for some focus groups and themed them around Valentine's Day. These were really, really loyal fans who loved DCist, and we wanted to understand their behaviors, what it was they loved about the site. Having people write love letters was a very personal and intimate thing. We were a little hesitant to do it, but we really saw people open up and share their relationship with DCist, how they first met the site, how their behavior and usage changed over time with it, and what their hopes and dreams were for the future with DCist. From there, we decided that we were going to be launching the program in beta. We had some issues around figuring out what technology we could launch the program on. We were really excited about doing something that was digitally focused, and because public radio has the benefit of having the giant megaphone that is being on the radio telling people to donate, we knew that our readers were interacting with our site, and we wanted to figure out how to leverage our site to be that same megaphone that encourages people to donate. So while we were figuring out technology, we decided to roll out in beta. We invited our 1,500 Kickstarter backers to join on as the very first members, and we sort of said, we're figuring this out. Will you join us and let us know what's working, what's not working, give us your feedback. We're going to be testing some things. So over those 3 months, we converted 10% of our list, and had 150 beta members who provided a lot of feedback. We A/B tested things like thank you gifts, if we could run the membership program sustaining only, which we saw a really positive response, and over 90% of people joined as sustainers. So we have rolled out our program as a sustaining only membership. And we also wanted to see the role that event invites played on conversion. We saw that it played a significant one. So we have now launched our membership program. It launched on November 1st. We have a goal of having 500 members by the end of the year. And as of yesterday, we are 87% of the way there. We still have some end of year emails to go out. So it's been really exciting. We are still accepting one-time gifts, but they don't equate membership, and we're seeing that that's really paying off. The average sustaining membership gift is $129, whereas the average one-time gift is around $58. So we're really seeing, and we have 436 members currently, and 90 people have chosen to give one time and are okay not being members. So we're seeing really positive results and are excited to continue growing the program.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tracy Karam. I'm with Louisville Public Media. And if you're not familiar with Louisville Public Media, we have 3 radio stations under one roof and a Kentucky Center for Investigative Reporting and Do 502, which is what we centered our experiments around. Do 502 had been in the market since 2017 when we decided to buy it. And to give you a little background on Do 502, it is a calendar listing site. So you can go there every day to see what's going on in the city. People can put their events up there for free. And we also create content, things like where to go have brunch, dog-friendly bars, where to go hike, things like that. Our issue was incorporating Do 502, which was a for-profit before we bought it, into the Louisville Public Media family. What did that look like to bring it into Louisville Public Media, and how could we make it sustainable? We wanted to experiment around creating an event series with Do 502, and what we needed to discover, which Sarah talked about a little bit, is would they come to Do 502 events? Could we get them to pay to come to events? Because we had a history of having all of our events pretty much for free, open to the public. Could we get sponsors? And could we leverage a membership program as a means to convert people who come to the site into members? When we first started doing that was the problem statement. Okay, I'm ahead of myself or behind myself. Anyway, for the research, we did not realize it was really a lot of work to do the research. We started by doing a survey of Louisville Public Media members to see if they even knew what Do 502 was. We sent the survey in our 3-station e-news, the e-newses. My cohort at the time and I then conducted Intercept interviews at events that we were having. And as Sarah said, it did happen really quickly. We had a Louisville Music Awards where we interviewed people. WFPK, our music station, has a weekly live lunch, so we interviewed people coming to the live lunch. We also interviewed people at donor lunches that we were having at the time. So we did talk to a whole lot of people. Then we also did some in-depth phone interviews with people to get a little bit more background that we needed. And once in Boston, and Ted is amazing with aggregating data. He's so good. The main thing that we discovered is that there is a large part of the Do 502 audience that did not overlap with the Louisville Public Media audience, and we needed to start looking at this group of people a little bit separately to see what they wanted and needed. And we also discovered that they were not coming to Do 502 for anything sports related, which was really good knowledge because at the time we had a whole vertical dedicated to all things sports. So we have since gotten rid of that based on this information. And we also came up with, and Sarah talked about this too, some personas to help us as we market it and plan moving forward. We had Sloan, who was the avoid the lame at all cost. We had don't do anything. She is the hip person and wants to be where the new things are happening. The married working mother of two, Veronica, and Justin, who is where's the party on Friday night? I just want to be where the party is. We ran experiments on 2 different tracks, events and email perks. We started the events with Firkin Friday, and as Sarah said, we turned that around in 1 week, 9 days. I do not recommend that. The miracle is this, we did manage to get it planned. We ran into some internal pushback. There were people that just weren't grasping the concept of this is just a small experiment. It's just we just want to do it and see if people will come. We finally got past all of that, and because of that, like Sarah said, the day before the event is when we marketed it. So we marketed it as a pop-up event. We had 35 people come. We were so excited. They did pay to be there, and the beautiful thing of that, it was a free place to come to. So we were so excited about that. And then we next partnered with a local donut shop on National Donut Day. The donut shop made a specific Do 502 donut, and we pushed the event out through Do 502 social media. We had a lot of people tell us they were there because they did see it on social media, and we got a new member that day. We've had since we've done our time with BizLab has been over, we've done a couple of more events and have gotten sponsorship dollars. We're so excited. And what we have learned is that the Do 502 audience will come to events, and they will pay to come to the events. And we're going to continue to figure out ways to convert the people that come to the events into members. For the email perks during that time, we experimented. There was a 1-month period where we just sent Do 502 people newsletters to try to get them to convert them to members. And we experimented with language, discount codes, pre-sale codes, and we learned that pre-sale codes actually seem to work better than discounts. And we now have 70 members currently. The majority of those are sustainers, so we're very excited. So going forward, the team members got some training she's gone now, with the red thread method. So we worked on a presentation that we presented to senior leadership. They approved us having a Do 502 event series in 2020. So we were so excited about that. Taja McQueen, who was my cohort through most of this, though, has since left the organization. So I was a little concerned about what was going to happen moving forward, but we had a meeting last week, our marketing manager and the director of Do 502, and we've started planning some events for 2020. The first, which we're thinking about for Valentine's Day, is to go to a local pet shelter and like after hours so people can meet the dogs and the cats and hopefully get some adoptions. And then we're having a meeting next week to talk about how we're going to continue doing events moving forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Toby Tabazinski. I head up the business development and marketing for WDET, which is this phenomenal boutique public radio station in the heart of Detroit on Wayne State University's campus. And so proud to be here and do that. Our experiment, our problem, if you will, is an opportunity. As the head of underwriting, we have many small local businesses, mom and poppers, entrepreneurs who are thriving and growing in Detroit and want to be part of the community. But they don't have a lot of money. They really can't afford traditional marketing and media. And so yet we said to ourselves, there's still an opportunity there. How can we go after that revenue and yet not spend the time and effort from an underwriter to go after that person who only has maybe a few $100s at a time to spend? So that was the hypothesis, which is there a way to go after that money and do it in an effective, scalable way? So what did we find out? First, we did our in-person interviews. We literally walked outside, and within 3-4 blocks, we had dozens of businesses. We talked to about 5 or 6, and we were armed with our script and cards from Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. And ready to do these interviews. And basically, we were asking for the owner or the manager, and typically it was one and the same, and said, hey, would you mind talking with us for a few minutes about your marketing? All of them said yes. And we had really great conversations with them. And some things started to bubble up, some consistencies, and also proved our point, which is they have limited marketing and budget. They don't use traditional media. All of them said we would not do advertising on TV, print, or normal radio. They all love us because we are part of the community, and they respect WDET and what we stand for. And they align with our mission and culture. And here is the one aha moment. For all these folks who have no money, well, they do. They spend it on social media. They all have their sister-in-law in the back room, their brother Bob. Somebody handles social media for them, and they do posts, typically on Instagram and Facebook. And they will spend a few $100s at a time to boost those posts to their audience to drive traffic. So that was the moment that says, okay, you really do have money, but they're not savvy, they're not sophisticated, they live within their own world and only can do what they can do. And so we realized, and they realized as we're talking, that we're a good batch, and they'd like to align with us if there was a way to do that. So here's our discovery research. When we found out that social media was the way to go, we solicited a few local businesses to say, hey, would you like to be our guinea pigs in this test that we're going to do? And so we created some social media profiles, if you will, and some creative models to try to prove out to see what could we do that would work to extend what a business is already doing, which is telling their story on social media, and yet extend that to our audience and our halo effect of what WDET, the brand, can bring to it. Because that's where the real value is. They want it to be aligned with our brand and what we could do for them. So as you can see, we've created a couple of models within that to distinguish that social media from our editorial. And you'll learn more in a session after this on that conversation and collaboration between our editorial team, who, when we first shared this with them and said, hey, we have a great idea, we're going to make more money, and we're going to do it on social media, there was a no, timeout, folks. But it was a really good timeout. And again, we'll share more about that later. But as you could see, these are designed. So we went through some processes in testing photography, which is key, copy and telling their story, the length of the copy, who the audience was. We did different filtering for different audiences, within our tests. And what did we find out? Well, we found out that Facebook and Instagram is a unique partner. They changed the game. You can't always predict, hey, if I'm going to spend $50 and I'm going to target this audience, what am I going to get? There is no absolute answer. So it's a moving formula. But again, good to know. And I would also say part of our preface with this is we're not going to overpromise expectations when we do this for clients. Secondly, we really had a good interaction with our news editorial team to sell the concept internally. They forced us to go back and rethink things for the better, because if we just did it the way we wanted to, it would have worked, but it wouldn't have been right. And then we also looked at different test models, and again, we're consolidating 50 slides into 4, so there's a lot more detail here. But we found out that Facebook's lookalike filter ended up being the most effective for the dollars that we spent. So our recommendation is to continue to develop this collateral. As Joan mentioned, this isn't a quick, here's the idea, here's revenue. It's a process. And thank you to the BizLab folks for allowing us to be part of this, because we wouldn't have been here at this point without your support and effort. So that was really great. So this will be a product for us in some shape or form to provide social media brand halo effect for our clients. And I would say also, if you're all familiar with eMarketer just came out with a report that really validated this. The report was from January 2019 on social media business influencers. And by far, businesses use, get this, Instagram posts and Instagram stories to tell their story more than double of any other Facebook. So it told us that we were on the right path. Thank you.
Great, I have to come in after the tall guy. Okay, I think I can do this. I'm Kelly Morrison from Capital Public Radio, and our problem statement is that we had access to a network of radio stations throughout the state of California who accepted, thank you, who took our content, our Capital Bureau content. In exchange, they provided us with 10, 15-second underwriting messages on each of the radio stations. So it's been around since about 2012, and it generated hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue. But over the last couple of years, it no longer brings in any revenue of any kind, but we're still providing the stations with the content. So our challenge was, how can we restart and reinvent the network and get it back kind of to what its glory was several years ago? So through our discovery and research, we did a couple of different things. First off, because we had never had access to the network before, we had to really kind of start from the beginning. So we pulled all of the contracts, first and foremost, to make sure that the people that were listening that were actually members and part of the network were in fact part of the network. We had to take a look at what the offerings were to ensure the fact that the offerings were the same across the entire cluster of radio stations. So meaning Monday through Sunday, the avails were available for underwriting, or whether it was Monday through Friday. So what we found was the bulk of them were in fact Monday through Friday, with I think an exception of 1 or 2. So from there, we also had to update the contacts. Some of the contacts are really, really old, and some of the people didn't even work there anymore. So we put all of that information together. Then we had to interview prospects. So what we wanted to find out, we went out into the community and we talked to different decision makers who place statewide buys. And we talked to them a little bit about whether or not, first and foremost, are you even familiar with NPR and the value of associating with it? Secondly, we had to take a look at whether or not they'd be interested in a statewide network. And the most important aspect of that was currently the only way you could purchase the network was the state entirely. And we could see that that wasn't working because revenue had dwindled to nothing. So we talked to them about the way in which they would want to buy the state of California. Would it be beneficial to them to be able to buy it just in the central region, or would you only be interested in the Northern California region, or would you only be interested in the Southern California region, and would that be of value to you to be able to purchase it that way? So we gathered that information so that we could continue to build it out. one of the most important things was that we didn't know what the process was on the back end. So we had to figure out if we were to allow them to buy these 50 radio stations across the state of California and let them buy it the way that they wanted to over a 2-week period of time or a 3-week period of time or 4, whatever geographically where it would be, we would have to manage that inventory. And not having access to that back-end information at those radio stations, we had to figure out a way to come up with a way to manage inventory, to make sure that the messaging got out and was correct across all the platforms. So from there, we built out the experiment phase. So we put together a real quick presentation that really just kind of mapped out the geography. And we went out and tested it. We went out and actually talked to some of these buyers, talked to them about the geography and how we were going to put it together. And what we found is that they were very excited about the fact that we were going to allow them to buy either the northern region of the state, which would be like from Sacramento up to the Oregon border, or whether or not they could buy the central region of the state, which is really kind of up the Central Valley, up through Fresno on your way into Los Angeles, or the southern part of the state, which would be Los Angeles kind of pushing back up, I believe, up until Mexico. So we put all of that together. They were very interested in that. We met with the prospective buyers. From there, we also isolated a couple of different software programs that could help us manage the information on the back end, as well as we bought into a company called Sales Genie, which would allow us to very specifically find those marketing directors or those decision makers within those corporations that would probably be most interested in purchasing the state of California. And we named this new presentation 15 Seconds of Impact. So that is a shout out to Mr. Freeman back there. And we're going to actually have the proposal. We had to build out a forward-facing website. So we really have started from scratch. And we've really built this out to where we're hoping that it's going to be seen as a very viable division of Capital Public Radio. And we're still in the process of naming it. We don't know what we're going to name it yet. So in conclusion, what we've been able to do since, I think, June or July of this year is we've got in another, I think we brought in $68,000 in fundraising. We we're budgeting for about $200,000 in its first year. This was a platform that our company literally generated hundreds of thousands of dollars from, but the unfortunate thing was that it was from one client. So as that client kind of dwindled, nobody was going out and presenting the network. So we've really kind of turned it into a real entity. And this year so far, we've got about $104,000 in money pending. So most of the people that used it in our experiment phase are very interested in using it again.
Hello, I'm Giselle Reed with Friends of WLRN. We are the fundraising arm for WLRN Miami, and we are a dual licensee station that serves all of South Florida. So our problem statement was we really wanted to create a new content delivery system that would attract and engage new audiences. As everyone, we're always trying to figure out, who that new audience is and how are we going to bring them in. And we really wanted to focus around a certain issue. And for us, we knew what the issue was going into the BizLab project. We knew that we wanted to focus on climate change and the environment, mainly because our particular region is affected by it in every facet of our lives on a daily basis. I'm sure everyone is across the world, but in South Florida, it's rising sea levels and climate change is a threat we face every single day. And so we wanted to figure out what product would that be and how would we generate some revenue around it. So we started with our research and discovery phase. The BizLab team helped us create some wonderful Intercept interviews. They also helped us create some wonderful QR codes to go along with a lot of the surveys that we did. And we conducted these environmental events around the South Florida region. Each of the events were strategically selected so that it represented a different type of audience. So we would go to some grassroots type of events. We went to some town halls. We went to business-oriented events, all having to do with environment, but targeting different groups. And the Intercept interviews really helped us to uncover a lot of details about our audience, what they wanted to hear more of, how they wanted to consume that information, how they wanted it delivered, and that kind of helped shape the next step in our experiment, which was what product we were going to develop. And that product was an environmental newsletter. So we tested on a beta group, which was actually about 100, I want to say it was between 120 to 150 folks. I can't remember the exact number. And these folks were folks that we met at the interviews and at various events throughout the region that we had signed up for our environmental newsletter. So they all said they wanted to receive the newsletter, even though we weren't sure what was going to be in it yet. We just knew the topic. And basically, they agreed to serve as our test group. We sent out various different emails testing subject lines, the tone of the newsletter, a more formal tone versus a very personal, informal tone, designs, buttons, label, everything you can think of, we tested across the board. We had many newsletters go out, and we did it through our old system, which was, we were using Constant Contact at the time to test this group. And then we moved into the second part of our experimentation phase, which was a partnership with News Revenue Hub. And the partnership with News Revenue Hub saw us have to integrate a multi-technology platform. So we had to go from using Constant Contact to using MailChimp as our email service system. And we used Stripe to process any payments. And then all of the data would go into Salesforce. All of these technology platforms are different than what we currently used in our membership department. So it was a big learning curve for us. We had to learn to use the technology and integrate it. It was very, very successful, I will say, as far as audience engagement went. Not only did we acquire subscribers through events where we would actually go and have people sign up for our newsletters, but we also took our membership database, which includes members and non-members, and we had News Revenue Hub work with us on delivering newsletter and testing engagement levels. And we tested engagement through open rates and click-through rates. And from an original 60-something thousand list, we were able to narrow down the engaged audience members to about 17,000. And those 17,000 are now our newsletter group that we started the second test of phasing, which was working with News Revenue Hub and our news content team on the newly curated newsletter, which looks a little something like this. We saw let's see if it's on this slide. Okay. So we actually have about an open rate of 30%, a click-through rate of about 2.5 to 3%, depending on the issues. Our audience is highly engaged. We actually receive feedback almost every single newsletter that we put out. 99.9% of it has been positive. I think we received one email back saying they don't believe in climate change, but other than that, everything has been quite positive. And we just 2 weeks ago started the revenue generation portion. So what News Revenue Hub is helping us do is create a series of messaging that goes into each newsletter that we send out. And that messaging is concise, crafted with their help on helping us to get the subscribers, our engaged audience, to actually make a donation. We are contemplating moving into a more membership-type model, but as with any experiment, there are challenges, and we do have to work with our current membership team on how we're going to do that. We also see a lot of potential in the revenue generation component as in sponsorship of the newsletter, whether that be an independent sponsorship of just the newsletter or a more comprehensive underwriting package around the theme of environment as a whole, which is what our underwriting team is tending to lean towards. So we see a lot of the revenue generation coming from donations, membership, and potential underwriting sponsorship of the newsletter. So pretty much that's it.
I'm last. Okay. Hi, I'm Michelle Owens. I'm the Director of Marketing Engagement for Vermont Public Radio, and this is our BizLab project. So even though we're a really small state, we've had a lot of challenges around living up to this vision of exploring the whole Vermont story together. I can read that, not up there. For example, Windham County, which is in the red on the bottom there in southern Vermont, it's one of our few regions that actually has a dedicated regional reporter, and Howard Weiss-Tisman is here today. Howard, wave to Howard. He's amazing and a really wonderful partner. He files, on average, 6 to 8 stories a month about southern Vermont. We host a satellite studio right in downtown Brattleboro in the Latches Hotel and Theater, and we put up a full-power transmitter to really improve reception in Brattleboro in 2012. And yet, with all of that, there's this general perception that VPR is way too focused on the northern part of the state, Burlington and Montpelier specifically, and so there's this disconnect between what we thought we were providing to this area and what the actual perception is. One of the quotes from a focus group we had last year was, "There is a great big chunk of Vermont and real Vermonters south of Route 4. For real, it is not an abyss. We exist." So the problem that we brought to BizLab was, how can we connect with the existing resources that we do have? We have plentiful resources going into southern Vermont. How can we connect more deeply with our audiences in southern Vermont, specifically Windham County? And will that, if we felt more local, would that help increase engagement and then therefore revenue hopefully to follow? So we had a fair amount of research to begin with. In 2018, we had a professional outside research firm do a public service assessment, and they measured engagement and impact and the value of VPR to audiences around the state. So we had that going in, so a pretty good, and one of our focus groups actually took place in Windham County. So we had a pretty good read on audience perception there. We also, last summer and fall, did the Tell Me More tour, which was a 14-county listening tour to every county in the state. We had engagement events just to invite people to come and meet with VPR, let us know what was on their mind. It was a great excuse to get Scott Finn, who's here today, our new CEO, onboarded across the entire state. And we learned a lot. Again, we heard a lot of that. We want more local coverage. We want to feel like you're more in our community. So BizLab helped us refine a lot of that research. We had interviews with residents. We were able to map the themes. I think Sarah showed earlier, we were able to map some of the themes that came out of those interviews. And we reviewed analytics data with the help of Ted on vpr.org and learned more about the habits of Windham County users. And that's where we also learned that they tend to use Facebook a lot more than the rest of our listening audience to get their news. So, knowing all that, we knew that listeners wanted more coverage of their local community, but it's not practical as a public radio station, a statewide station, to put a reporter in every town or every county. That just isn't financially feasible for us. So our experiments focused on keeping the editorial and keeping the service as it is and finding ways to make sure that content is getting into the hands of people who live there and getting engaged with the people who live there to basically have VPR feel more local. So our criteria was that, again, we had to use resources that we already had available, so we could not hire a new reporter, unfortunately. Love Howard. We could use 5 more of him. And we couldn't change the editorial content because obviously the firewall is something we want to keep intact. So we focused around several different content experiments. We decided to try to get that Southern Vermont stories that were happening. We were trying to get them into the hands of people who live there to show, hey, there actually is Southern Vermont coverage being published from VPR. You're just missing it. So we boosted Facebook posts about Southern Vermont stories to our entire region, and then we measured the engagement of people who from Windham County versus the rest of the state. And we also launched an automated Southern Vermont e-newsletter where every time a Southern Vermont story is published, it pings a list of our Southern Vermont email list, gets an automated newsletter with a, hey, there's a new story published, go check it out kind of a thing. On the engagement side, we were, again, looking to meet people where they are and really just sort of get to know them on a personal level. We had Howard stick his neck out a few times and really try to ask people to bring in story ideas. So we created a news tip sheet and had people, is it on here? Yes, right there. We had people, we asked, solicited story ideas from the community, and of course we got, a number of, hey, cover my random event and things like that. But we also got a lot of meaty story ideas out of that. And again, I think people just enjoyed just being asked. We have a perpetual survey in every e-newsletter that goes out to just keep an eye on the quality rating and give us their feedback and comments. And as Joan mentioned, we had a News and Brews event scheduled where people would get to interact with the reporters and talk about Southern Vermont's news. We had 76 people signed up. We had to postpone it. It is actually rescheduled for next month, which is great. So we'll report back on that at some point. And then finally, we also did some preliminary research about underwriting and whether businesses would be interested in targeting local underwriting that's geo-targeted toward Windham County, because we are, again, a statewide service. We got some positive feedback from that, but we haven't gone further. At this point now, we need to build more infrastructure to explore that further. So conclusions. In terms of engagement and success, this works. We saw a year-over-year increase in Windham County web traffic. It's about 166% for September and October versus about 115% for the rest of the state. So we felt really good about that. The e-newsletter open rate is averaging at about 40% open rate. So those of you who work in email, that's a pretty big open rate. And the click-through rate is 5 to 10%. So we're going to keep doing that. And again, that was kind of a low lift. It was something just you set it up, and now it's running. And we also did some lead generation advertising. We grew the list by 35% in 3 weeks. And the survey rates the e-newsletter of 4.6 out of 5. So definitely a tactic that we were really excited about, and we're going to keep exploring. Some of the anecdotal comments we received as part of this work was, news is relevant and being more regional is more than I get from my local paper. Yay. And rarely am I able to get news that is truly local. That is refreshing. So, and of news tips, we got 4 stories. Howard has now filed 4 stories as a result of the tips we received from asking, and about 6 more in the pipeline. So that's also, again, 10 stories that would not have happened if we had not asked our audience who lives there about them. And in terms of, where am I? Sorry. We are now just starting the revenue capture. We only started this project in August. So it being December, it's a great month to give generously to your public radio station. We are working, we're keeping track of our drive results and keeping track of Windham County growth versus the rest of the state and some control counties. And we're also doing a targeted digital advertising campaign right now. So we don't have a lot of results to share. I will say that just this morning, I learned that our Giving Tuesday pledge drive was the first day of our drive as well. Our Giving Tuesday results showed that Windham County actually grew more in terms of average gift and total revenue compared to the other 2 control counties that we've been looking at. So that, again, it's one day of revenue to look at, but we're positive that that will continue. Everyone knows that membership is a pretty long game, so we may not know for another year or more what that does. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to quite sorry. I know you're all really thirsty. Our very basic conclusions are that radio is ephemeral, and you don't know whether you have if you publish something on the radio, it goes away. People may not have heard it, and they assume that it's not there. So marketing works is the other side of that coin. It's worth it to spend some time marketing your content to the people who live there. And it's built a lot of pathways between marketing and development, which we will use. Marketing and development and our news team, which we will be using as we start to build out our regional reporting structure. We'll definitely plan to replicate some of these tactics and hope that the revenue will follow. So thanks.
Thank you, guys. You can all. Thank you. There was a lot to say, and they had to cram a lot into 6 minutes. And they did a great job. So we're going to have, we may cut this back to a 12-minute intermission because we're running a little behind. So be back here at, 10 minutes to 11. That's a short intermission. But come back, go out, get some food, come back, and we're going to rearrange the stage to run a couple of panels. Okay, if everybody could please take their seats, we're trying to stay on schedule. Okay, we're moving into the panels part of the program, and in the morning, as Joan said, we're going to be featuring our stations again. Throughout the year, as the cohort teams progressed through their projects, we noticed that there were two major themes that emerged from their work. The first was spinning off a new brand as part of an existing organization, and you've already heard a little bit about that from the lightning talks. The second theme was business working with editorial to produce their idea, effectively crossing the firewall between content and fundraising. And so those are going to be the themes of our two panels. Our first panel of the day, we've invited representatives from the three stations that launched new brands as part of their work with us. And you can see, except for Tracy, we have other members of the team. So we get to, Tracy gets to do everything for LPM. But we've invited different moderators, and the moderator for this panel is Candace Springer, who's part of the core team that launched the WBUR City Space, where we are right now. And so she knows, we launched this in early 2019, and she understands the tension of launching a new brand space alongside a public radio station. And this is why we invited her to moderate this session. So please join me in welcoming our Launching a New Brand panel to the stage.
Thank you, everybody. Just one quick housekeeping note. It's so weird to be up here, first of all. I feel like I'm usually behind the scenes or chained to my desk, so this is a surreal experience for me. But we're going to be taking questions for most of the panels today via an interactive platform called Slido. And so you can submit questions at any point during our conversation by going to slido.com on any mobile device, your phone, your laptop, iPad. And you're going to enter in this code right here, which is BizLab1. So I want you guys to really ask most of the questions. So give us everything you've got, and we'll get to it towards the end of the panel. So let's kind of zoom all the way out a little bit. As Sarah mentioned, with City Space launching, we definitely have seen, that we're learning every day. We're iterating every day based on any number of circumstances. So my first question to all of you really is, what were some of the unforeseen challenges of launching your new brands? And in the case of Capital Public, kind of rebranding. Who wants to start?
I'll go first on rebrand. Yeah, we had this program in place for a number of years. And as Kelly said earlier, it was making us some money, and then it just dried up a little bit. It was being managed by a department other than ours, and we were hands-off until recently. And with the BizLab project, we were able to, in the underwriting department, begin to take a look at how to do a statewide network. Our very first challenge, I think, was figuring out where all the details were. We had a lot of history in our heads, but we didn't have a lot of paperwork that we could put our hands on. So we really had to start with the number one challenge of figuring out who's still participating in our network. And it took hiring another person to come in and help us do that. So we got a contractor in there to make a lot of phone calls, emails, contacting the people that we did have contacts for. In some cases they were gone, and in one case the fellow had died. So it had been a while since we reached out. Yeah. So it was our very first challenge, and a big one that was mostly external. Internally, there was a lot of conversation about how we want to move this forward from the eyes of an underwriting department, and how that integrates with the rest of our team at Cap Radio. Management saw it as an opportunity for revenue. It was pretty easy in that regard. Some of the other teams, however, were pretty booked up And it becomes a problem of human resources and how much time do these individuals and departments have. So it was a good challenge for us to grapple with in the very outset.
I definitely have a follow-up question for that I want to dig into a little bit. But Rachel, what did you experience sort of launching the DCist as part of WAMU?
Sure. So I'm the editor-in-chief of DCist. I was before. Can I get like a really quick show of hands? How many of you sort of know the contours of what happened here? Because I can do like half of you. Very, very quickly, DCist was a digital website that was part of a network. Gothamist was the parent company. Long story short, the site was shut down. But in the span of those 10, 14 years that we'd been in existence, there had been a brand journey in and of itself, really from a blog into a professional news organization. Whole thing gets shut down. WNYC brokers the deal to bring back not just Gothamist in New York, but DCist and LAist in our corresponding cities. So we faced, I wish I had a better answer for unforeseen challenges, but there was a really, really big foreseeable challenge, which to this day we're still sort of grappling with, but basically was how do you integrate this new brand into a new brand that has its own identity that is well known in this media market into a very different style organization that is even better known, arguably. And so the fundamental question that we had to answer was one of houses. Is WMU sort of the big house and all of its sub-brands, little houses underneath it that really feed up into it? It's not just us, but 1A is a pretty prominent example of that. Our local talk show, our national reporting project across Guns and America. They don't like it when you say Guns in America. The marketing problem in and of itself. Are we all sort of feeding up to this one big tent and we are promoting WMU as part of it? Or are all of those sub-brands brands that should be nurtured unto themselves and sort of, only tenuously connected to the big brand? And really it's a question that I think that we'll continue to grapple with, but one of the things that we did to figure this out was we sort of sat down with a lot of Post-it notes and we said, okay, what are the benefits to WAMU of being affiliated with DCist? And we made a whole long list of those. And then we did the reverse. What are the benefits to DCist to be affiliated with WAMU? And a quick show of hands, which side do you think was bigger, the WAMU affiliating with DCist or the reverse? Let's go with WAMU. Okay, and so the other side, DCist. All right, it looked like you guys were about tied, but the first group was correct. We had a longer list for WMU being affiliated with DCist, which frankly surprised me. I think when I got there, I was like, you guys are WMU, like this is like the biggest deal. But what we found was that sort of the youth and energy and digital savvy. I was looking at the slide that Joan had up earlier about like what audiences want these days, and DCist really checks off a lot of those boxes in terms of speed, accessibility, hyper-localness. And so we found that there was a lot of benefit that way, whereas the reverse was a little bit less true. There's certainly benefit to being affiliated with WMU, but there are also some downsides, particularly as we talk about launching a membership. So really answering that question was our biggest, arguably foreseeable challenge. There were plenty of others, but I think that's the one that we spent the most time thinking about.
So Tracy, you kind of had a similar, your Do 502 is also an acquisition for Louisville, and you guys decided to integrate your membership for Do 502 into your existing LPM membership, correct? And where did the decision come from? Because Rachel just talked a lot about trying to make that decision about whether or not to keep the brands distinctive. You kind of rolled yours in, but the audience is different, correct?
The audience is different. We decided to roll it in because we already have 3 radio stations, plus KYCIR, which is an investigative journalism arm. So membership oversaw all of that. So the people that listen to WFPL, they don't, they'll just donate to WFPL. So membership had a way to keep it all separated so they know who goes into what box. And I do not think there was a conversation internally about how this was gonna do. I think it just was Louisville Public Media. You're falling under the Louisville Public Media brand, and we decided to buy Do 502 because it immediately increased our digital footprint, which is something that we needed. So because I think this is what we're all grappling with as moving forward, is that everything's changing and shifting to digital. We needed something just to help us get a leg up in the marketplace.
Interesting.
But yeah.
And Rachel, why did you ultimately decide to keep the memberships for both of them separate?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, ultimately, we think that our program in and of itself is different and distinct. We think that our audience needs something different than WAMU's audience needs. We talk a lot about there are three main ways of asking your audience for money. Subscription being, you give me money, I give you a newspaper or a product. Donation, which is really what most public media membership is, I give you money, I feel good about the world. I've supported NPR, I've made the thing I love happen. Yeah, you might be in it for the tote bag, but really you're in it for that warm, fuzzy feeling. Membership is something a little bit different. It's really belonging to something. It's really sort of a two-way relationship. Our vision for membership is quite an active engagement. We are doing events. We're really talking to our members in the form of a newsletter, and we think that that's really necessary for our audience. Maddie likes to talk a lot about how there's a real megaphone to radio that you don't have digitally. You have 10 radio stations maybe. We have the whole internet to compete with, and we don't have decades of people really understanding this donor model. So we think that for our audience to be successful, we really needed to craft something that was a little bit different.
Interesting. Different approaches. So Lisa, for Capital Public Radio, what was really the impetus to decide to rebrand? Was it revenue, that you weren't making revenue, that it had gone stagnant, or I don't know. I was like, was there someone who was like, we need to change this,
Well, it was being handled for years out of a different department. I think I mentioned that. And so in underwriting, we were eager for many years to be able to go out and talk to people about our statewide network. When the opportunity arose, of course we would talk about it while we were out doing our jobs. If it came up and we were feeling there was more than interest there, we would have to refer it to a different department. So revenue drove the idea. Once it came into our department, it moved from being more of a grants model to more of a hands-on underwriting model, which required our rethinking of how we offer it. We felt that was part of the problem with the continued success, and once we broke it into 3 regions, boom, we had people's attention again. So we were able to find out during our experimentation process, from buyers who are already buying statewide in California and who happen to just be friends and were willing to talk to us, thank you, that was going to be an important thing for them. Talking to them about our sort of one-stop shop idea, where if you can imagine making individual phone calls to 50 stations to get rates, to find out about copy, and then introducing to some of these buyers the NPR product and how we do what we do. It would have been a long slog for anyone who was outside of our network or our offerings. So it began to be more and more appealing the more we talked about it. So it seems like it started as a revenue idea and it morphed into a really good underwriting idea.
And talk to me about the 15 seconds of impact tagline, as I was calling it. I love that.
I love it too. Yeah. Thanks. We were in our workshops, and Lawrence was helping on that day. We were feeling, and we only have 15 seconds, and we can't compete with commercial, and some of those things that come up in underwriting from time to time. And I guess as he does, at least as he did on that day, Lawrence sat there and listened, and he went, "Why would you change that? That's what makes you valuable. It's what makes you different. It's 15 seconds of impact." And we went, that was our big aha moment, and everything started to fall into place at that time. He told us, you need more swagger. And from the whole workshop process, especially from that point forward, we were able to be bold and and swagger is the word.
And do you feel like that's attracting more interest from potential clients because you kind of are going with sort of the message, like what they should be projecting out to their audience?
It absolutely is. In our example of the Pledge of Allegiance that we use in all of our materials, it blows people's minds. They know the Pledge of Allegiance, they understand word choice by using that as an example, and you can recite the Pledge of Allegiance in 13 to 15 seconds, and suddenly they get it too.
That's cool. For Rachel and for Tracy, are there particular demographics that you're trying to attract with your new brands? I took a look at the DCist and WAMU at the same time, and there was a story yesterday about the new Wonder Woman trailer, and even the headlines for those two stories on those two sites were different. The DCist kind of has like a youthful vibe, a cheekier vibe. Is that intentional, and who are you trying to attract? And is that a way to supplement the WAMU audience?
So this is a challenging question to answer because I tailor the answer to this question to who I'm talking to, frankly. Because we have a reputation somebody once called us, and I hate this, so please don't repeat it, the millennial newspaper of record. And this is, I sort of alluded to this a little bit earlier in terms of the brand's journey of DCist unto itself. It started out as a blog. It was, the heyday of the early 2000s. It was a really different time on the internet. It wasn't professionalized. It could be quite snarky, especially if you know Gothamist, which really took that to an extreme. And we've really evolved over time into a quite professional news outlet, particularly over the last 5 years. And we continue to focus on being in the zeitgeist, being really approachable, writing with wit when it's appropriate. But sort of the logical extension of that, we're only reporting for young people, for newcomers, isn't true for a lot of reasons, and it hasn't been for a long time, but particularly now that we're part of public media, we see all of Washington, D.C. as our audience. There's only a very small handful of local news outlets in D.C. If you want to know what's happening in D.C., you have to take us seriously. You have to read us alongside the Post and the City Paper, and that's kind of it. There's, that's not it, but the reality is that our audience, people would expect to see our demographics skew quite a bit younger than, say, WMU's, but it's actually not that different digitally. Radio to digital it is. We're much younger, presumably more diverse, but this is one of the areas where digital actually has less data than radio does. So the answer is, yeah, if I'm talking to advertisers and they really want to talk about young people, I can talk about that statistic. It is pretty high, but it's not as high as people think it is. Our audience, our members, they span age ranges. I don't have the exact breakdown here, although Ted might be able to call it up in 3 seconds. But it's a lot more age diverse than you would expect. So that's why I gave you a really long answer to that very short question. So, but the answer to who we're trying to attract is all of DC. We're not making a statement about having a niche audience. We really want to serve the entire city and see all Washingtonians of all ages, races, demographics as our target audience, which flies against some of the conventional wisdom about how you should be targeting audiences, but that's where we are.
Is it the same for Do 502 in Louisville?
It does skew a little bit younger, but when we talked about the personas, we did discover it's still a wide swath. Like Rachel said, it's not just one age range. People that go to Do 502 go there for a lot of different reasons. It could be the mom who needs something to do for the kids on the rainy day. It's the person it's Sloan who wants to be in on I want to know what's going on and what's new now. And it could just be someone just looking for something fun to do. So we find that there's a lot of people from out of town that actually use Do 502 that live in surrounding areas that just want to come to look, because we're in Kentucky, so there's not always a lot to do in outlying areas, so people look to Do 502 I want to come here and do something fun.
Yeah, people don't stop having fun at 34.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, what to do with kids on a rainy day is a big aggregate list where people go to like, what can we do? So it is an interesting thing to realize it's not just this, just because it's digital doesn't mean that it's young and single. We have that audience, but it does envelop a wider swath.
Was there any sort of brand confusion with your members? Did they understand that they're supporting Louisville Public Media as a member of Do 502, or do they just think they're supporting Do 502? How did you make that? Do you make that distinction?
We really don't make the distinction. The people that know that they're supporting Louisville Public Media, but the Do 502 person that's supporting Do 502
May not know.
They may not know, and I don't think that they actually care. I don't mean that glibly. I just think this is a thing that they love and that they trust, and they want to support this thing. We do market it a little bit differently. Like Do 502 has their own separate month where we push membership out. It's June because Ted found out that's when everybody's at Do 502 for something more than often. Summertime.
Got to get out.
Yes.
How about Rachel? Is that the same case for the DCist? Do they know it's just? Do they just love the DCist and they don't care? Do you make the distinction, or that this is like supporting public radio?
Yeah, this is definitely part of the conversation that we still have, particularly because we only launched to the public recently. And there's a certain number of people that still don't know that we were acquired by WMU, that they get a surprise when they find out and they're like, oh, cool. So we have them. We have people that have been following since we were relaunched. And we certainly do get a couple of questions about like, hey, why? And the argument, the sales pitch that we give is that we're a distinctive editorial team. We are, a product unto itself, and by supporting us, you are supporting DCist, and we're seeing success with that, and we're seeing people really understand that once we explain it. We have it in our FAQs, and I think down the line, there's a real opportunity that we see for having like a super member, somebody who's a member of both, and maybe there's some sort of, benefit to doing that. But for now, we're it's a different product, and I think that people really either understand that implicitly or explicitly.
We're going to take your questions in just a second, so if you haven't submitted them at Slido, do so right now. I guess the last question that I want to ask before we get to everybody else's questions is, what advice would you give to everybody out here and on that live stream who are watching us about how to begin the process of spinning off a new brand within a legacy media organization? What's like the one thing that people should either do or not do or know?
I got one. Write up a one-sheeter. I did this sort of like casually when we first got to WMU. I was like, oh, let me just like quickly explain what this is. I thought everybody would know what it was. And the number of times I've distributed that one-sheeter internally and sort of now an external version, I can't begin to tell you. People don't want to read your 10-page document. They want to know quickly, snappily, like the headline news about whatever it is that you're doing. And I found it to be a really effective tool. Sort of a corollary to that, we're just about to do this now, is we're going to publish a public-facing mission statement for the site, which I think can also be really helpful in terms of clarity of purpose.
Lisa?
I would say, get your ducks in a row. Make sure that you know that you have the backing of your upper management team first and foremost, and that trickles down to all the other teams within your own building, so that no one's caught off guard, no one is surprised. We were surprised when we got our hands on this thing, so we had to grapple with a lot, and we had deadlines, so it had to be done quickly. And things like outward-facing websites, those are not things I can create. I need a team to help me do that, to help me even speak the language. And so catching my digital team off guard is not a thing I wanted to do at all. I want them on my side. So yeah, I'd say get your ducks in a row, make sure everyone is well educated before you start assigning tasks to them.
How about you, Tracy?
That's,
Same.
yes.
She seconds that.
Yes. Ditto.
All right, so we're going to take your questions. They should pop up on the screen at some point so everybody can see them. And then also, you have the ability to upvote questions too. So if there's something that you really want me to get to, just give it a thumbs up and then it will go straight to the top. So the first question is, for a long time, call letters seem to be the anathema to branding. Lately, they seem to be coming back into style. Is that the case? And if yes, why?
Wow.
Well, we're grappling with what we call this network of ours. It has initials, CPRN. It stands currently for Capital Public Radio Network. After working with some of the folks here at BizLab, we discovered that that is less meaningful outside of California. And California seems the obvious, still CPRN. Unfortunately, it looks like there's already an association called that. So we have a lot of URLs, domain names that are reserved for us as we plot our way through that. But we want it to make sense immediately. You know, we're talking about 15 seconds of impact. It has to be an impactful name too. So while it wouldn't be call letters, we're still looking at keeping CPRN in some way, shape, or form.
And you have affiliates in Oregon, correct? Is it in Nevada, or you have
There
reach out
are repeater stations in Oregon and in Nevada, and we're not able to, call it everything all at once.
Right.
California seems the best, and those are border stations, so we talk about that when we explain.
Next question. Age-wise, sounds like stations are making headway. How successful are each of you capturing a more diverse audience? Any clues to what is working? That's a good question.
Well, we were just doing research on our classical music station, and we had a new Nielsen report, and what we found out, and we were really surprised about this, the largest segment of the classical music audience was 18 to 24 years old.
Whoa.
We have no idea why. And it was more, and when you see things like that, I mean, I was wondering, is this a blip? Is this just maybe young people are just tired of what's happening in the news and are going to something that's a little calmer, more peaceful? And I'm not in marketing, I'm in underwriting, so it's hard to know the answer to that question, really.
Rachel, what about you?
This is such an important question. Loosely, I can say that I know that WMU has made a lot of headway actually in this area, and this is one of I mentioned this earlier, it's one of the most frustrating things is that I have good data about almost every question except for this one, because Google Analytics doesn't give it to you, so you really have to do surveying or some other form of polling to really understand this, and we haven't done it yet. We've been so focused on sort of getting everything back up and running that I actually don't even know what the benchmark is, but I have seen sort of some of the success at WMU, and I think that fundamentally that this comes down to what kind of coverage you're providing. And this, one of the things that I've been thinking about in part to answer this question is how can we sort of shift our coverage in order to attract a more diverse audience. And one of the ways that we're just about to do this year is we applied to host 2 journalists through Report for America, and they're going to be focused on wards east of the Anacostia River. With the goal of really bringing in new audiences who we suspect are not reading right now, but we actually don't know the answer to that. And I wouldn't be surprised if our suspicions are wrong. I think that we do capture quite a wide array of the city. I just don't have hard data to give. But I think that WMU has shown success in terms of really covering different issues, different geographies that have brought in a more diverse audience.
Next question. Oh, it just jumped. How do you overcome power and politics of different departments in silos within an organization? I think we all have to deal with this at some point.
Yeah, I think we do too. And you have to start by communicating, and I wish overcome is a strong word, but we have, I think, probably all learned how to work within the parameters of such things as power and politics of different departments. If you have, in our experience now with this project, if we have, and we do, the support of our management team, I used the term before, that trickle down is ever so helpful. still, we did go to a person we thought had the authority to make a decision unilaterally and found out that we were wrong in not uncertain terms. So when that happened, all we could do was backpedal a little bit and say, yes, we understand, and here's how we set it up. This is why, we did it this way. We clearly were in error in so doing, and let's make it right. And that seemed to work just fine. Understanding, communication.
Looks like we have time for one more question. And that one's going to be, do you commingle your various brands' users in the same member database? And any lessons learned about segregating them or cross-promoting across brands?
I had to look out to Ellen, who knows the answer to that, and she said, we do that.
So I have a story about this one.
Okay.
We didn't want to. We wanted to use a off-the-shelf membership tool. There are a couple of them out there. Memberful is a really well-known one, but we were looking at Pico in large part because it offered a suite of marketing tools connected to the site, so we could be targeting users based on their behaviors, which felt really important to us. But ultimately, for a lot of reasons related to the last question, we couldn't do that. And so we are commingling our members, and it's had some negative effects. We had recently a woman who donated to us received her swag, whatever it was, addressed to her husband. Yes, whoever gasped, that's the correct response, which was a result of the way that the system had been set up. So there is quite a bit of danger in that. We've, in general, really kept things separate, but are looking actually to the way that others have done this. It's my understanding that Gothamist and WNYC are cross-promoting to actually really great success, and so that's something that we're going to be investigating in a little bit more detail because we were really worried about doing some harm there.
Okay, well, that's all the time we have, unfortunately, but there are a lot of great questions, so maybe you can check in with these ladies at lunch, get some more of those answers, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I want to know the answer to that one.
Thank you, and thanks for all the participation on Slido. That was awesome. We were trying to shove the questions, get them in front of everybody as fast as we could. For our second panel today, we've invited 3 stations who have worked across the editorial and business divide to create their ideas. And in fact, we've got 3 people who will be sitting up on stage. Come on up and sit down. And 3 people sitting in the audience, so that who are I keep calling them the side panel, so that you will hear from both sides, from the editorial side and the content side. The editorial side and the business side. We've invited Adrian Ma, who is a journalist at WBUR. He is he covers work, business, and economy at WBUR, and he has a very healthy respect for the firewall between business and editorial, and that is why we invited him to moderate this panel. So please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Just a reminder, if you have questions, you can do it on Slido. I'm told you have to log out first of BizLab 1 and then enter the new code BizLab 2 to put the questions in. Quick show of hands, who here works on the editorial side of their organization? Okay, and who considers himself in business? Okay, so kind of outnumbered. I mean that in totally neutral way. And how many people here believe in the firewall as in a strict separation of church and state? How many people think that's a core of value of what they do? I think the interesting thing that this conference makes me think about is that I also feel a little bit I don't know, sketched out whenever, I won't even read an underwriting message when somebody asks me to, because I just feel I don't know, can I cross that line? But this whole discussion, I think, is really great. And it reminds me of something that a public radio lifer once said, Ira Glass, when he was talking about going from like this upstart show to selling it to a bunch of stations, which is that the more idealistic you want to be, the more cunning you have to be on the business side. And so we're going to talk to some people who are doing some cunning stuff, trying to cross the firewall without breaking it, and find out a little bit more about the do's and don'ts from their experiences. So can we just go down the line real quick and reintroduce yourself and your job title?
Sure, I'm Brendan Kinney, the Senior Vice President for Development and Marketing at Vermont Public Radio, and I oversee all of our philanthropic revenue activities as well as our underwriting, marketing, and engagement.
My name's Maida Stange. I'm a digital producer with WDET in Detroit. So I manage our social channels on the editorial side as well as work with our reporters to optimize their content for our website.
My name is Giselle Reed. I'm with Friends of WLRN. Friends of WLRN is the fundraising arm, and it is a separate 501c3 than WLRN, the actual dual licensee station in Miami.
So as somebody who works on the news side, like I was saying, like I think a lot of people who work in editorial, rightly or wrongly, are kind of suspicious whenever anybody or any entity tries to influence their work or even make like a suggestion, like maybe try this. I guess like what would you say to folks who are kind of sketched out by the idea that marketing wants to like kind of have a hand in or collaborate with editorial?
Well, so at Vermont Public Radio, first and foremost, my team and I believe very strongly in protecting the firewall because we understand that editorial integrity and the trust of our audience is our bread and butter. So I think the suspicion that we are in any way sort of trying to figure out a way around that isn't the case. And I think that at VPR, as at many stations for many years, the reporters and development people would try not to make eye contact in the hallway. And I think that what we've figured out, thanks to some new energy in our newsroom with new leadership, and with our existing content folks, is that there is a way to coordinate our efforts without breaching the firewall in a way that would sort of diminish the reason that people believe in Vermont Public Radio and trust our content. And so that's really what our project was all about through the BizLab, was to figure out ways that we could work with Howard Weiss Tisman, our Southern Vermont reporter, to not influence his work, but to help give it greater visibility and to give him greater visibility and opportunities for engagement in his community.
Maida?
I think that WDET is a little bit of an interesting station because we are inherently collaborative in a lot of what we do. So although that editorial firewall definitely exists, there's an emphasis across all teams to work together in order to figure out what's best for the station more holistically. So we don't have marketing and underwriting and membership telling our editorial team what to do, but we do have our editorial team keeping those teams in the loop about what they're doing, so then those teams can then go out and kind of work that into their messaging. So I think that makes us unique, and it makes it a great place to work because we can all work together in that capacity without tainting the firewall.
Angela, you have any thoughts on that?
I think for WLRN, because we are actually two separate organizations, that firewall was pretty thick for quite some time. And I think this was the very first project where we actually were able to work very collaboratively. We actually, surprisingly, we didn't find as many challenges as we thought we would, but I think that's because we sat down at the table prior to starting our experiment and we're very clear about what we wanted to accomplish and how, and I think the rules were kind of set from the very beginning, and so I think that was very helpful.
Actually, that was going to be going to my second question. It sounds like you did some things right in order to facilitate this collaboration, but I'm actually going to throw it to your counterparts at the station, and actually, could I ask you to introduce yourselves? Whoever wants to go first. So.
Hi, I'm Katie Lepre. I'm the engagement producer at WLRN.
I'm Howard Weiss Tisman, Southern Vermont reporter for VPR.
Toby Tabazinski, business development and marketing at WDET in Detroit.
And my question to you is, in working across the firewall, through the firewall, over it, whatever your metaphor is, like, what do you think? What would you recommend to other folks here that you do? What worked?
The first thought I've had is I feel like we're using the word firewall in a wrong way. The firewall is, we have someone giving money to the station. I hear there's a story about it and someone saying, don't write that. That is the firewall. I don't think it's a firewall. What really worked with us is that the first thing that marketing said to me is that you don't have to change anything what you're doing. All they're doing is trying to get my stories out, sell my stories. So I feel like we're using this word firewall and it's already freaking everyone out. And, I don't think there is a firewall there between that.
So, Howard, you're saying that the thing that made you feel comfortable was that don't change anything you're doing, essentially.
Right. There is a firewall. The firewall is, don't write a story about someone who gives money to the station. And that is very important, and that never has been breached and shouldn't be breached. But I don't feel like what we're talking about here even approaches that firewall.
I think what was interesting in our case is that there had already been something in place that was similar to the project that WLRN launched with BizLab. So for us, it was an expansion of this. So the editorially, we already had rules and set in place. So when we wanted to expand, it was, as Giselle was saying, what we needed to do and what happened was everything was laid out on the table. There was that conversation, and as was mentioned before, really protecting the editorial integrity of our station was key. This is, we wanted to make sure that it was very clear that Friends of WLRN was not influencing what the newsroom was covering, and that I really, in my capacity as a on the editorial side, do not say anything. I make it very clear, I do not add to the to the conversation at all when it comes to what they're doing. I really stay on my side of the street, which is really important to me.
I just have one comment. I think the term pay to play scares the heck out of every news organization in the country. And it should, because it does designate that someone is getting preferential treatment because of support. But if you think of it too, the whole idea of native advertising, which is that softer, friendlier term that's been out for a number of years, is forcing the newsrooms and business to have that conversation to find that common ground, and it doesn't need to be pay to play.
So I guess to Maida, so WDT did the project with the local businesses. What do you think made it work? What would you recommend to others to do if they were thinking about doing that?
So we worked really closely with our editorial team to determine how we could differentiate the content that we were producing to promote businesses as opposed to our normal editorial content. And I will say that one of the reasons we thought this would be appealing to the audience, which is another whole other group that we have to keep in mind, is because WDET does a fair amount of keeping a finger on the pulse of what's happening with small businesses in our market. So we already knew that was content that our audience was used to seeing from us and excited about seeing from us. So we worked with our editorial team to determine a graphic treatment that made it very clear that this was sponsored content and it was not editorial. A rollout process for these posts that basically prevented the post from being in our native feed, which was dedicated to only editorial content. So if you were to go to the WDET Facebook page right now, you wouldn't see any of that content, that sponsored content, in the feed at all. So that's one of the reasons we decided to make that a paid social play only, and something that we discussed at length with our editorial team to kind of differentiate between what a native or organic post would look like, a boosted post would look like, and a paid social post would look like.
I guess the follow-up that I am thinking on the flip side is what are some things that you ran into in the course of your project that you decided, like, let's not do that again? Essentially, when it comes to collaborating with editorial or with marketing, what are some things folks should avoid in your experience?
I mean, I think one of the things that we focused on a lot in our initial conversations with Howard was to understand what his boundaries were, because a lot of what the research...
heart to heart?
Yeah, like, so tell me. But really, I think what we were trying to understand is, like, based on the research, we knew that Facebook was a platform where our audience was. And Howard, at the time, was not very active on Facebook from a personal perspective. So one of the first things we did is we spent a half hour on the phone kind of cleaning up his personal profile, because he was willing to sort of use that as a tool to do outreach. And so, but one of the things that we quickly realized and decided was we didn't necessarily want to put Howard in the position of having to receive unsolicited comments or questions or even attacks via social media. So we sort of had to navigate sort of like, how much do we go all in on using Facebook as a way to connect directly with the audience. And so, we did some different things. We had Howard, share stories. We had him post to some of the groups that are very active in the community. So he did, I think, elevate his own social media profile in the community, but we were very worried that, he would receive sort of a barrage of either criticism or complaints so we worked very hard to sort of like test, but not go too far on that side of things. So I think understanding, your reporter's or your content person's comfort level with different tactics that you wanted to explore is really important to know going in.
I think something I would avoid if we were to work on something similar to this again is making any assumptions that anybody knows what you're talking about, which is less about kind of the separation between editorial and the business side, and more just like establishing a baseline education for where people might have kind of gaps in understanding of what you're working on. So my boss is the news director and often jokes about putting Twitter on his typewriter. And so that was the baseline that I was working on. And I really had to check myself as we were going through kind of this development process to make sure that everybody was aligned when it came to understanding the product, understanding what it meant, how it would impact our own social media feeds and our own editorial deployment. So just kind of ensuring that everybody was on the same page from the very beginning, and we were all using the same words to describe the same things, and kind of knew where we all stood was very important by the end of it.
And you ran it like, in terms of understanding, did you run into a situation where you had essentially like finished your product and you presented it editorial?
Yeah, I think when we were going through the whole project and like our initial BizLab meeting and kind of coming here and developing what that would look like, we had this very firm idea about what we thought was great, and like, of course, editorial will be fine with this because it checks all of our boxes and it's very clear. And as soon as we presented it, it was like, whoa, this is a little bit much. So I think that is the point at which we had to kind of go back to the drawing board. And again, kind of going back to that education component, we looped them in on graphic development. So like, we had 4 different graphic treatments that we were considering using for this product, and we had editorial weigh in on what they thought was the most clear, why they liked it, why they didn't like certain options. And I think looping them in and kind of making sure that we were in lockstep with them for every decision made them feel heard and seen, and also made our product way stronger by the end of it.
And Giselle, was there anything that you would do differently?
I have to say, for this particular process, it went as smooth as we could possibly ask for. But again, I think it was because we set all our cards out on the table from day one. We were very, very clear about everything, and we communicated constantly. I mean, even though the editorial team actually lent us one of their own, Katie, for this particular project. And they actually said, on this day, she will work on your project on content only. we still communicated every single day or any single time a decision was going to be made in regards to the product. We spoke about every single detail. So I think communication is key, and the earlier that you begin that communication and the clearer you are, the better.
Actually, Katie, that reminds me of something that I was wondering is like, do you think it's necessary to have somebody dedicated to doing, so you, if I understand correctly, you were sort of the go-between marketing and the reporter who was writing the content for the newsletter, and then you sort of assembled it. Do you think that it's necessary to have somebody sort of like in your position to do that?
That's a good question. You know, in my experience, it's the reporter who covers the environment and climate change has no time to do this. So it was just kind of obvious that there needed to be someone dedicated to this. And at the beginning, it took me a lot longer because this was a very steep learning curve for me. I had never written a newsletter before. And so by actually, you know, to answer your question, I think it was helpful and is helpful to have someone who is dedicated to that because they actually really know the product. I know, you know, I've learned way more about MailChimp than I ever think I need to know. You know, I also, the newsletter is almost an extension of me, you know, and I think that that's part of, you know, it makes, I don't know how to describe this as so much as it's just like, it worked for our newsroom. You know, this is part of my job anyway, you know, engaging with the audience. So it was just like, how could I continue what my priorities in the newsroom? And this was just a perfect way, like it just fit really, really well within, you know, what I wanted to accomplish in 2019.
I'd love to add to that when we actually, so our project went through a lot of ups and downs, and when we came to the point where we had our newsletter, we knew that we wanted to deliver a newsletter product, we went to leadership staff on the content side and said, oh, we want to put together this newsletter that you guys are kind of already doing in a text format, and we want to monetize it. But, you know, I know you guys are short on resources, so I volunteered and I said, I'm happy to curate the content and put it together. And their eyes got really big and they're like, no, that's all right. We'll find you someone. And so I feel like that was actually, like I was actually just volunteering, but that's when they were like, no, that's totally crossing the line. So we'll just give you someone. And it was a great way to get Katie on board. So, you know.
Adrian, could I just say something quick? That as far as having a go-between, one of the wrinkles that we had, I have a very good relationship with my editors. My editors knew what was happening. But in the middle of this, there was some angst created in that. So I turned in a story, and I wanted to get it going. I wanted to get it into the Southern Vermont newsletter thing, get it going. And it was around Thanksgiving. And my editors held it because it was an evergreen kind of story, and they held it for after the weekend. And I didn't talk to my editor about that because I wasn't quite sure how to approach that, and if that did kind of go over the line. I was like, no, we should send this out now because the Southern Vermont newsletter needs to go out, and I'd rather it went out this week than next week. But in their mind, they're thinking, well, we need to fill this hole on Monday. So it created a little bit of tension and
right, because if you were thinking the primary thing is like engagement and me getting out there, you would have pushed it out sooner, and your editors
right. And if my editors were and again, the editors knew what was going on. It's a small newsroom; they see each other all the time. But they weren't as engaged in this project. So maybe if they were closely aligned, they say, oh, that's a good idea. Let's get this out. But again, the station still comes first and should come first. So there's a little bit of weirdness and that kind of tension. But
was it weirdness because you hadn't anticipated that situation? And there wasn't like a rule of thumb to fall back on?
I didn't quite know, what avenue, how I should approach it. I didn't feel like it was in my place to ever tell the editor what to do, right? We don't tell the editors what to do. They tell us what to do. Or I should tell Brendan, hey, Brendan, maybe talk to Sarah and Mark. And so I didn't quite know which lane to go in there. So I just let it go, and we held it, and it went out eventually, but...
I just want to add really quickly, I've actually encouraged my news editor, like our, not our news director, but our digital director, to push out stories sooner so that I could actually include them in the newsletter, because we send it out on a Friday. It doesn't just go out we send it out on a Saturday, but I write it on a Friday. So if that story is coming out on Monday, people won't get it for a week. And I want to make sure it's up, like it is there in their, and they see it. So it's actually really interesting, and I've had no issues other than like, oh, well, one big thing is that we usually will publish a story the night before it airs on the radio. So sometimes it will be the case where it's actually published on a Friday, and then it'll go out on a Saturday, and then it airs on a Monday, which actually has weirdly worked for us. And that's been really cool that I didn't receive pushback, especially when I was like, can we please do this in the nicest way possible? So that was, good in my experience.
Thank you. With that, I think we're going to get some audience questions. It seems like a lot of people are interested in knowing. So the first question is, at the most entrepreneurial news startups, editorial and business sides are working closely together on new initiatives. Is public radio handicapping itself? So I guess anyone who feels called to that one can answer that.
I can jump in. I think that, we at Vermont Public Radio, we have used the opportunity of podcasts to actually practice more coordination and collaboration internally. So, for example, we were spinning up a new podcast, and relatively early in the process, we actually pulled in underwriting, membership, marketing, and engagement into the discussion with the editorial team as they were building the podcast. So that kind of, that's typically not how it works. And so, the idea, and I think for us, it brought, we really saw that, we began to see the value of having that collaboration from the very beginning. And it's more about being in the know as something is developing and trying to figure out opportunities for revenue throughout that process. And so that has been a space where we've been able to kind of get creative and play around a little bit with the idea of being more entrepreneurial and collaborative.
That's very similar to the structure that we've started to work towards at WDT as well. And kind of we're also focusing on podcasts and then taking that idea a step further. And if we have an editorial series, we see if we can kind of apply those various lenses to that series as well, since we know that it's going to be running for multiple weeks and kind of has brand recognition. So just making sure that we're aligned. And I do think that there's definitely value in ensuring that everybody is on the same page and in the know about what's being produced editorially so that they can then incorporate that moving forward.
Has anybody, this is an interesting question, so has anybody from content made a suggestion on how to word a donation ask? In other words, do you ever get suggestions from content?
Yeah, so no, we actually, that's when we spoke earlier about having that wall, that's how we've kept it. We worked with a third-party News Revenue Hub on our newsletter, and we were actually very clear, and we have separate conversations with News Revenue Hub. So Katie, on the content side, discusses with News Revenue Hub purely content, what they're going to put in, how the newsletter's curated, wording, all, anything that has to do with the curation and content of that newsletter. And I solely work with News Revenue Hub on the messaging that we will be adding on for the donation or membership purpose. And that is the only thing I work with them on. So we actually, and it's funny, we've actually joked about this, that Katie has absolutely no input, or the news side, on any kind of messaging that we put forth on the donation side.
What if somebody...
I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I want to be like, please say this. It doesn't sound good. But I don't. I stay away, and that's just, I don't.
That actually, because sometimes I have opinions too about our own marketing, and I wonder I haven't run this by my bosses or anything either, but what would happen if one of the reporters was like, I have an opinion about this. I don't think you should do that. I think you should do this.
Well, in a sense, a lot of our reporting staff and news staff, they do ask. During membership drives, they're on the air, and they're crafting sometimes really great ways to ask for money. So, maybe not within the context of these experiments, but I think within the realm of public media, especially in the context of a pledge drive, things like that do happen.
But do you, specifically when it comes to like more strategic stuff, not just like pledge drive, but like do you like shun people who come to you with opinions and suggestions? Are you like, I don't know, or do you welcome them?
Yeah, we welcome all comers. I mean, and our news team is not shy in sharing their opinion with us, and I think that again, a lot of those conversations have happened in the context of a podcast. That's where it seems to be we've developed some safe space to talk about these kinds of things.
We need to wrap up.
Okay.
Even though this is a fantastic conversation, so I hope you guys can continue this conversation over lunch. We've captured all your questions. You guys have been sending fantastic questions, and we will be handing them back to the panelists and asking them to follow up with them after the conference. So we're going to try to get to those questions later. In the meantime, we're to try to stay on time. It is lunchtime. We'd like you to go out and grab some lunch, bring it back in here, and eat it before Tamsin starts at 12:15. Because we don't want lots of noise while she is presenting to you. So thank you, everybody. Let's give them a round of applause for a thought-provoking conversation.
Hi, everybody. We're going to get started again. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. We're going to switch gears a bit, and you heard about the 6 stations in the morning and all those amazing Slido questions. We're going to make sure the panelists get them, and we're going to share those out. We'll get them to answer them and share them out because it was fantastic. If you weren't on Slido, check it out for the next panels because I almost feel like there's a conversation going on in Slido about what our collective concerns are. So now we're going to shift a little bit to, in the beginning of the day, I was describing that once you get your idea for the product and you're ready to launch it, the next critical phase is to get your organization aligned with that idea so that the leadership and the organization can make the necessary changes to really launch that as a product. So when we were going through the BizLab project with our first set of stations, this sort of realization occurred to me that we needed a pitch coach. We needed our teams to be able to go to their leaders and give a persuasive pitch on how to get their idea out of the lab and into their station. And this was with WAMU and Louisville Public Media, our first stations to go through the process. And so that's when I met Tamsin. Tamsin has been a 20-year veteran of communication strategy and helping people tell their story with the evidence that they have and the data they have to convince people and leaders or whatever the audience is that you're trying to convince, but to get them to take action. So she's been behind the scenes helping, so far 4 of our stations have gone through some Tamsin coaching. And so we're going to talk about that after Tamsin. But so in addition to being a coach on conversation, Tamsin describes herself as an idea whisperer. She can get your ideas across and be persuasive. She's worked with many organizations you've heard of, like Verizon and Johnson & Johnson and State Street Bank. She's also been a TEDx executive producer. So she's coached people who have gotten up actually on this stage, but many other stages on doing TEDx presentations. So with that, I'd like to welcome Tamsin onto the stage.
So sometimes I think getting our ideas out into the world can feel a little bit like a game of Jeopardy. So I want to start with a little game of Jeopardy. You good? All right, lunchtime Jeopardy. All right, so here's the answer. 42.
Like the universe and everything.
Oh, I love you. Yes. Jackie Robinson. Any other thoughts on what the right question in the form of an answer in the form of a question might be? What's 6 times 7? And all of a sudden you think, I don't quite have enough data yet. And that's exactly right. In fact, it's kind of like if you've ever taken a little tiny picture. I know there's a lot of folks in marketing and communications here, so you're telling people not to do this. And there's like the perfect little picture, and then someone tries to blow it up. And it looks like that. It's because there's not enough data in that little tiny piece of information in order for that piece of information to survive at scale. And that one little piece is everything we're going to be talking about today on how to get the green light for your ideas, how to get people to say yes once you've got an amazing idea. And as Sherry was talking about, how do we get it out into the world so that it is not only making revenue, but it's having the impact that you want it to have. The answer I'm going to tell you right up front is going to be to script the story, but not the once upon a time there was a girl named Dorothy in Kansas kind of story. We're going to be talking together about how to script the story that someone will tell themselves about your idea. The story they will tell themselves and other people about why it's the right idea and the right thing to do going forward. But first, let's back up a little bit and talk about why this is important, because there's a lot going into communications. You all know this. It's fundamental to the work that you do. In for-profit organizations, $37 billion is lost annually due to poor communications, our inability to get that green light, the inability to tell that story or script that story that someone will tell themselves. But in contrast, when it's successful, those companies are able to see returns that are 47% higher than companies that don't have good communications. And what's interesting is that in nonprofits, and I spent 15 years of my career in nonprofits, and where's John? I was briefly on a billboard on the Pike as the face of WBUR. One of them. That was a whole other story. So what I found over and over again, that there's indications that some of this is going on in nonprofits as well. A lot of times we see it in the donor retention rate. Now, in public media, you all have a much higher retention rate than from what I've seen. Generally, your numbers are closer to about 60%. And if it's a recurring gift, if it's a sustaining gift, it's closer to 80%. So with some people, you're doing a great job. And with other folks, that means that there's a way that we can possibly make an even better story to tell them so that we can turn them into the people that you know how to retain so well. But so much of this starts with how do we avoid the red light? How do we avoid the moment where someone shuts down and doesn't even give you the chance to go forward? Because that's more like a no light, and that's no good. We actually want the green light. Because otherwise, why are we putting all of this effort into the initiatives and the programs and the content and all of these projects that you're working on? Now, with all of these projects, there's a lot of people asking a lot of questions. There's members, there's donors, there's your content team, there's your business out of your team, as we're discovering now. And all of these folks are asking different kinds of questions, asking you about why should I do this? What is this? Tell me more information. But underneath and behind all of those questions is really, in my opinion, just one, which is why should I care about this? Because you sitting there may feel like you absolutely have the right answer. You know the answer is 42, but they need to understand why they should care about it for what they care about. And the bad news with this is that by and large in conversation, you have probably about 90 seconds to get that across, or maybe less. In my experience, when it's writing, you have even less. It's more like 90 characters. So it's like half of an old school tweet. And we know that in that time, we have to do something very specific. We know from Jeopardy and everything and all of that we can't just give them an answer. We have to give them the answer. The one that makes them say yes, the one that makes them say, yes, this is the right answer for us. I agree. I will move forward. I will donate. I will make sure that we invest and commit the resources to this particular project. Now, the challenge is, of course, that we can't just tell people that this is the right answer. Can we? Anyone have children? Seen a child? All right, and how easy is it to get them to do a thing that they don't want? Like, my children don't like to eat vegetables. Maybe you have magical children that do. But if you try to get them to do a thing that they don't want, what happens? They say no. Exactly, right? We never grow out of this. It's a thing many of you are probably familiar with, either with children or with yourselves. It's a phenomenon called reactance. And it's what happens the minute someone tells you to do a thing. There's a little part of your brain, even if you wanted to do it, says no. And that's because the minute someone tells you to do something, it feels like they have taken your agency away. It feels like in that moment that you've taken away their ability to choose. So how is it that we get past that and we can make that connection between the answer that you know is right and all those questions they're asking? Well, back to Jeopardy, there's something that helps us know, right, whether or not we have the right answer in the form of a question. What is it? The category. Because if I say retired baseball jersey numbers and the answer is 42, then you know that all those other options, life, the universe, and everything, 7 times 6, is that right? Suddenly I'm like, wait a minute, what is 7 times 6? It could be, who is Bill Clinton? But it's when that category is present that you know then that the right answer, in this case, in the form of a question, is who is Jackie Robinson. There's a connection between this question and the answer that allows them to go, yes, let's move forward. Now, Joan was kind enough to mention I've been doing this in one form or another for a long time. I've been working with and for some really interesting organizations, inclusive of WBUR and WGBH and PRX, so a few folks here in this room, and also at TEDx. And so there's just this really interesting array of in how many different situations this phenomenon of how do we make that connection between question and answer, so many different ways that manifests. Now, this is a story for another day, but actually most of what I've learned most powerfully about this came from the 13 years in addition to my full-time job where I was a Weight Watchers leader. So this was me 20 years ago, and I became a Weight Watchers leader. And what was fascinating about doing that work was that all the things that I learned or I thought that I was taught, actually right here on this campus, go Terriers, applied radically differently when it was actually person to person. And the lessons that I learned week in, week out, trying to help people make a change that they really wanted to take, to get them, like their whole bodies and their minds to say yes to something that their brain really wanted, at least their rational brain really wanted, and their irrational brain said no. I took those lessons and applied them back to the work that I was doing with organizations. And lo and behold, that work ended up being much more powerful as a result. Now, what I learned was this, that every answer, that connection between question and answer, has to have these three things. In my experience, that someone has to experience satisfaction from your answer. You have to, in the wise words of Jalen Rose, give the people what they want. You have to give them suspense, something that they want to know more about. And we have to fulfill the story that their brain is looking for. So those three things are critical to do this. So let's talk about this first one. Now, it's pretty basic, but let's just go over it. If someone asks you a question like, why are you here? They want to hear an answer. And if you don't tell them that answer, they start to feel very frustrated. So rule number one is that we always have to tell people exactly what is the answer to their question. So for instance, I'm going to be using some of our teams and stations here as examples. If we were to set up, I want you to imagine that you've set up a meeting with senior leadership in your organization, and you know that you want them to create a new editorial position. If they say, hey, why are you here today? They're going to want to hear at some point this. Well, this is what we want. We want you to create a new editorial position. So that satisfies what they're looking for. Would you agree? Good. So this meets the basic criteria. Now let's contrast that if they said, hey, why are you here? And they said, you'll find out in 45 minutes. And some of you are laughing because you're like, well, it does get the suspense part. But generally, what's your experience been with senior teams? Are they willing to wait 45 minutes to find out what the point is? Usually not, right? So that's where we have to do something else, because there's this other thing that can happen if we just come right in and say, hey, we're here today because we want you to fund a new editorial position. How likely is it they're going to say yes right then? Anybody vote for yep, they're going to say yes right there? No, okay. Right, so this can't be enough either. And this is the reason why we need to start to think about suspense. We want to give them an answer that satisfies them and does something else. Now, I know I told you that you couldn't make people want something, but there actually is one kind of want that you can create. And that is, and many of you are in the business of this, in fact, all of you are in the business of this, is the want to know more. Right? Once there's a gap between something that somebody knows and their exposure to something that they want to know about, something really magical happens. There's a name for this too. It's called the curiosity gap. But once that gap exists, it's nearly impossible for our brains to leave that gap open. We want to close it. We want to build that bridge across it. And once we've built that bridge across it, it's like someone starts to turn on the green light for themselves. Because they hear what they want and they hear something else, and that something else makes them want to know more. And so here's this magical piece that in every answer, somebody needs to hear something that they want and something that they didn't expect. That's how you get both suspense and story. Now, let me give you an example here through the kind and lending here of WLRN, because they could have walked into this senior team and said, first off, we want to create a new editorial position. Satisfies it. But we could also do something a little bit different. we could, in trying to get both the satisfaction and the suspense piece going, we could say something like, well, we're here today to present the results of the newsletter project, and because it helps us serve both of our missions and creates a new revenue stream, why we think it warrants continued investment. Do you see how that has both elements in it? It tells them exactly, it's not hiding the ball here. We're saying we're going to ask you for continued investment, and we're telling you why we think it needs continued investment right up front. Because we think it helps us deliver on our missions and because it creates a new revenue stream. Now, if you had heard that, I'm going to bet there's a little question in your head, a really short one. How? And the minute that how piece happens, you've crossed that chasm, and they want to know more. And that's where we are. Now, if you'll remember, there was a third thing we needed to say. We needed the satisfaction, suspense, and the story, because they can't just walk into that room and say, so we're here today about the newsletter project, present its results. We want to show you how it delivers on our mission, creates a new revenue stream, and why it creates and warrants initial and continued investment. And then they walk back out. Would that work? No, right? So we have to do more because there's not enough information there. It satisfies what they're looking for. It gives them something they don't expect, but there still has to be an additional piece of information. And this is where story comes in. But again, not the kind of story that oftentimes people are talking about, particularly right now. Not once upon a time, there was a girl named Dorothy. Now, to really show you what's happening, I want to put up an example that you may be familiar with. This one's from E.M. Forster. He said this was one of his shortest stories ever written. The king died, and then the queen died. Just feel it happening in your brain, right? What's happening in your brain? What is it full of right now? Questions. Like what kinds of questions? What are some of the questions that are in your heads? Why? What? Journalists, yes. Right. Time frame? Was it right after? Like what happened? And this is where it's critical to understand why this concept of story is so important. Because that desire to close that gap is innate and preconscious. It's what's happening in your brains all of the time. And there's a huge amount of research that supports that while people remember different things about what they see, they remember the same types of things. What they remember are the major plot points of a story. They remember who was it, what did they want, why did they want it, what did they do it as a result. It's very much the questions that you ask as part of an editorial. Who, what, when, where, why, how. That's what we're always looking for answers for. And if we don't get those answers, then bad things happen to our messages. So fundamentally, this is what it means, and this is why it's so important that stories, great stories, the structure of stories that our brains are looking for are ask questions that require answers. It makes our brain say, oh, I've got this piece of information. What's this piece of information that's happening next? Now, in order for us to understand how to script the story, then it's useful, I think, to talk about what some of these main pieces of a story are. Now, there's lots of different ways to think about this, but at a high level, these are the kinds of questions that we're asking. What is it that somebody wants? What is the problem they're trying to solve? What's the goal that they're trying to achieve? That's where any story really gets going. What do they want? That's what starts it. Now, in all great stories, and what our brains are looking for is something big and nasty that's getting in the way. A problem. Because that goal isn't really, and that story isn't really interesting or worth anything unless we have to overcome something to get it. The next big choice, the next big question that a story asks is, what are you going to do in a moment of truth? Every great story has that moment where big things are put into conflict. Are you going to get what you want in spite of the problem? Is it going to be worth it to you? And based on what people do, what the character does, what the hero or heroine does, that decides whether or not it's a happy or a sad ending. Now, the good news in all business messaging, there are no sad endings. I mean, just imagine it for a minute. We're not going in there and saying, hey, I know you want this thing. I've got the answer. Yeah, it's not going to work. So the good news is that when we're building stories, the stories that people are looking for, the stories that they're going to tell themselves, they always have a happy ending. They always have an ending where somebody gets what they want. But this is what your brain is doing. This is what your audience's brain is doing. It's what your team members' brains are doing, what your board is doing. It's what your audience, your members, your listeners, your donors are doing. They're trying to fill in the gaps of this story. When all of those gaps are filled in, the story makes sense. And all of those choices lead to action. But if there's pieces missing from that story, if the story is out of order, then they don't have all the information they need. And they shut down, they don't build that bridge, and you either get no light going on or you get those red lights we were talking about. So in order to get this green light that we've been kind of using metaphorically, what it really comes down to is how do we script the story that people will tell themselves? How do we make sure that when you're presenting a new idea, that you are filling in all those gaps that their brains are already looking for? Because that's the cleanest, fastest way to transfer an idea from your head into someone else's with as minimal distortion as possible. And that's really what's required in order for someone to say yes to something. We need to, in essence, build their case for your change. Build their case for your idea. Now, the temptation is super, super strong for us to build our own case, right? It's very, very strong for us to say, hey, we've got a great idea. These are all the reasons why it's awesome. But those aren't always the reasons that somebody else is paying attention to. Because what's meaningful to us is not always meaningful to them. But it's their story, the one they're telling themselves, that's going to be the one that dictates whether or not they're going to say yes. So theirs is the story we have to tell. So to show you what this looks like, we're going to go back to WLRN. And to show you how we built this very conversation, we're going to take a look at, each of you should have in front of you a sheet that looks like this. It has WDET on one side and WLRN on the other. And this was an exercise that we did in our coaching sessions, at the beginning of our coaching sessions with the teams. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to walk through so that you can see how it works, how we filled in the blanks and how those blanks match up to the story that we're talking about. You with me so far? Awesome. Great. Okay. So that's what this is. Now, the very first thing you'll see at the top is since we're speaking with. So the first question that we really have to figure out when we're trying to script someone's story for our idea is, who are we talking to? Because this is their story. They are the hero of that story. They are the central character, so we need to know who they are. So in the case of WLRN, this was a meeting with the senior team, but we knew, and I pushed them on this, I'm like, but who do you really need to say yes to this? And the answer was, well, the vice president of news in particular needed to say yes to this. So that's a pretty straightforward question. And you can be thinking through, and because this is what we're going to be doing in the breakout session afterwards, is you're all going to be working on your own conversational case for a project or initiative just to get some practice with this. So feel free to start thinking through. There's a blank at each of your tables as well. Okay. Now that we know who we're talking to, right? Remember where all stories start, with something that people want. And that's where the next two pieces come in. Now, the first piece that I like to do to establish what I like to call the goal, which is the audience's goal of the people you're talking to, is to frame it in the form, very Jeopardy-like, of a question. What is a question that they're asking right now? What is it that they want to know? So this is very similar to what Sherry was talking about with design thinking. What is the problem that the audience has that we are going to solve? Actually, it was Joan that was talking about that, but you're both talking about it, so yes. What is the problem that they're solving? Now, the reason why I like to put it in this frame of what's a question they're asking now is that it helps us resist the urge to put our own little goal right in there. Because like, how can we afford a new how can we create a new editorial position is not the question that senior team is asking right now, right? So we have to back up and say, what is a question that the senior team is asking right now? Well, assuming that we've presented information about this project, the first question that we decided was likely to come into their minds, and particularly the VP of News in particular, was how is investing in this project more worthwhile than investing in something else? Because we all exist in an environment of limited resources. So investing in one thing almost always means not investing in something else. So that's how we frame that. So establishing first what is a specific question that people are looking for and put it into their words. Now the next blank, so they can, kind of gets to a higher level goal, kind of a higher level drive, a higher level motivation that's in play. And in the case with LRN, what we decided was that really what united this senior team was the fact that they were asking this question so that they could steward their mission and the goals of the organization responsibly. That's what they were going to be looking for. They were going to make sure that they were delivering on the mission of the organization. So we've now established, by getting through, we're fairly sure they want to know how is investing in this project worthwhile than investing in something else, so they can steward their goals and missions responsibly. Now remember, after any great goal is established, there is a big scary monster in the way. There's a problem. Now, when it comes to business messaging, though, it is not a big scary monster. It is, I think rather adorably, what I like to call the duck bunny. Now, this is a classic, a classic visual illusion from 1892, and any of you who are up on your old-style German there is basically saying which animals are two alike, or which two animals are most alike, the duck and the rabbit. Can you see them both? But you can't see them at the same time, can you? And that's exactly what happens when we're starting to build a story in someone's mind, is that we're not saying that there's something really wrong. What we're saying is that there's a way that they are looking at the situation that can be shifted so that with the same facts, the same piece of information can be looked at in a different way. That's what we're looking for here. And so when we're trying to figure out how do we set up this problem in a story that helps somebody bridge that gap to yes, we're trying to figure out what are those two perspectives. What's the duck and what's the bunny? So that's where these next two questions come in. So first thing is, what is their current focus? Now, in the case of WLRN, it makes sense given the fact that they want to steward their goals and missions responsibly, and that they're asking how is investing in this going to be more worthwhile than investing in something else. You can see that, particularly if we're talking to the Vice President of News, that their focus is going to be very much focused on how investing in this particular newsletter project affects increasing what we decided when we were talking together was content output. How much content that we can put out there. Because if we're investing over here, does that mean that we're limiting our ability to generate new content, generate additional high quality content? Because fundamentally that's the mission of the news organization. Now, that's obviously not a wrong focus. So this is one of the key things with the story is that we never want to make the person that we're talking to wrong, because that is not a good idea. Right? How great do you feel? Who would say yes to something right after someone had told them they were wrong? Like, you're wrong, do my thing. Yeah, sure. No, it doesn't happen very often. So what we want to say is we know that they're looking at the world this way right now, and it makes sense for them to do it. But if we contrast that, we need to say, where could they focus? Where could they also focus? What else is in the picture? You know, if they're seeing the duck, can we show them the bunny? And in this case, the bunny was, well, we can also look at how this could potentially increase content exposure. So we created this kind of duality between content output, how much content can we create, and content exposure, which is how many people see it. So you see what we've done here is we've created a new perspective on it that's still consistent with the old one. And it's still driven by the goal to steward those missions responsibly. But now, comes the next major piece of a story. We have a goal, we have a problem that gets in the way, and then the next major point in a story is something that creates what's called the moment of truth, something that creates that choice between what somebody wants and the new perspective. Now, in this case, we've framed it this way, that the more people who see it, the more impact it will have. Or we can frame it this way too. The greater the exposure, the greater the impact. Quick question. Is this a thing that, based on even what I've told you so far about the person listening to this, this is something that that person would agree with? And that's what creates an ideal moment of truth, is something that somebody would readily agree with. They don't have to present data yet in order to get that across. It's something that they understand and believe that the person they're talking to would agree with. The greater the exposure, the greater the impact. The more people who see it, the more impact it will have. Once that's been introduced, it becomes impossible to think only about increasing content output, right? Now it says we have to start paying at least a little bit of attention to content exposure as well. That choice, as I said before, of moment of truth creates what happens next. So that's why we fill in this next blank of what's your recommended approach. This is the choice. This is the big action that you're asking them to take at a high level. And in this case, how we summed it up was this, that we want them to see this project as a way to serve both of the missions. And what we mean by that is both the mission of who it increases who sees our content, and through the revenue it generates, increases our capacity for creating content. See, what we're doing now is we're taking all the pieces together and we're starting to unite them in this high-level change. And then there's one last little piece that I like to include, because any great story, remember, it has a happy ending, and that happy ending is the person achieves their goal. And then the best stories, they not only get what they actually knew they wanted, they get something else too. Would you agree? Dorothy makes it home and discovers that there's no place like home, right? She gets there and then realizes that she already has everything that she needed in the first place. And so this is what I like to call, in the words of Seth Godin, and also speaking back to my childhood when they actually used to put prizes in the cereal. It's good days. Hashtag good old days. All right. What's the free prize? In other words, what's the thing that they get above and beyond? And in this case, there was a couple. We said, well, first, it creates a repeatable blueprint for doing this for other areas of focus in the newsroom. And something else that we knew was important to this group that served both the innovation and fundraising goals as well. These are stated things that both organizations, both LRN and the Friends of LRN, wanted to have happen. And so with all of that together, then we have the whole conversation. Now, we would start with a one line, as we talked about before, and then they could read it all the way through. So you're probably asking, how is investing in this more worthwhile than investing something else? Because we know you want to serve both of these missions responsibly. Now, it could be very tempting to focus only on the content output, how this might restrict our ability to generate revenue generate content in one area. But we also want to pay attention to how can we serve our mission through content exposure? Because after all, the more people who see our content, the greater impact it will have. So given all the research and given all the results that we've shown you so far about this newsletter, that's why we see this project as a way to serve both of our missions. And not only enables us to increase the number of people who see our content, but because it's generating revenue, it actually allows us to have a new way to get to a point where we can start to increase how much and which content we produce in the first place as well. So you can see how you can start to use this just as a baseline of a conversation. And when we were working together with the teams, what we were doing is building out the rest of the meeting, or how do we frame everything once we had this set. But there's something really powerful that you can do once you have that. And this brings me back to our story here, which is once you have the whole story that someone would tell themselves, once you have all of these pieces, you can do something very powerful. Now, I know I mentioned in passing, that I have two little kids. I have two 9 and 11-year-old. And much like Joan, and I also got sucked into Disney Plus, yes. Because what happens is you're like going through and you see an old movie that you love and they haven't seen yet. And so you're scrolling through and you're like, oh, we got to see this one. And what's the question that they ask? Why? You're like, I love it. And then what's another question they ask? Why? And what do they got? And then why? And eventually they're going to want to know, what is it about? And so when you're going through those descriptions, what's useful is when you're, looking through, or Apple TV or Disney Plus or whatever, TV Guide, there's always that one line that describes the whole thing. So this is my favorite description of The Wizard of Oz. Transported to a surreal landscape, a young girl kills the first person she meets, teams up with 3 strangers to kill again. And as powerful as a line as that is, I just love it that this actually was printed once upon a time. As powerful one line as is, you realize we could not have written that one line until we knew the whole story. But once you know that whole story, that's where that initial short version, that 90-second version comes in. We're here today to present the results of the newsletter project. And why? Because it delivers on our missions and creates a new revenue stream. It warrants further investment. So you see that once you have the whole story, you can either find that one line that helps say, what is it about, that gives them that satisfaction, or otherwise. Now, the other thing I want to point out is on the back side of this, that what we did with LRN was an internal conversation. On the back side of this is the conversation that we did with WDET to talk about how to talk about their project with local business owners. Now, you've heard a little bit about this, so you can see how it works here. So when we work or speak with local business owners like you, they often want to know how to build more brand awareness, especially with limited resources, so that they can build a loyal customer base and ultimately make more money. When looking for that answer, they or the market often focuses on creating a message that describes what you do, like highlighting a product or service, rather than on, or more than on, sharing a story about why, your purpose, passion, and community commitment. And you heard from the conversations we had earlier how important authenticity of representation and authenticity of content was important to the audience of WDET. Bless you. That's why we created a project where we believe that loyalty is built on shared whys. That people's loyalty to your organization happens because they connect with those purpose, passion, and community commitment. And that's why we, WDET, created a product where we partner with you to help promote both your what and your why, which not only gives you a way to build more brand awareness, it leverages DET's halo effect amongst a loyal audience that's actively seeking opportunities to support you. So they give more information on that, and then that allows them to introduce that question, so would you be interested in hearing more? So the same structure, because it fills those blanks that are in people's heads, is what it will work as a baseline to figure out whether or not you've got all of the elements that people have to hear in order to get to that story, the suspense, and the satisfaction from what they need. So I have a quick question. So we're at 1:03, and I know we want to start the breakout at 1:15. I have an opportunity to bring, there's Rebecca, up to kind of walk through this as a slightly live conversation. Should we do that? Okay, make sure that we've got time to do that. All right, so we're going to take the hot seat. I'm not sure which of us has the awesome wig on right now. But what we're doing here is now we're going to work together through the conversational case, this blank one, to show you as you are at your breakout tables later what it is that you're going to be doing with each other and for each other. So I want to show this again because what you're going to be doing in the breakout session is filling these things out. So I know Joan will probably repeat this, but since I'm feeling confident about how to direct this to people, on the back of your badges is a color. There's 5 different colors and then blank. So you are either the absence or the presence of all color. And that's going to match up to tables that are out there. And we have consciously put you all in groups that are not your organizations so that you can test with each other how other people hear this story and whether or not you filled in these stories that people tell themselves, these conversational cases, in a way that will work for them. So Rebecca, come on up. I'm going to put you here so that you don't get blinded. Or there's a nice amount of heat coming off of this. So if anyone's cold in here, All right. So the first question is, what is the project that you are talking about right now?
I want to make a podcast about Market Basket.
Like Market Basket that...
Market Basket, the grocery store chain. I want to make a podcast about Market Basket.
Love that. Okay.
Don't steal my idea.
All right, so we're doing you want an idea for the Market Basket podcast.
Yep.
So those of you who are not here from the Boston area, like I say, I didn't grow up in Boston. I have lived here now for a long time. Long enough to have a Bostonian alter ego that I named Karen O'Sullivan. She loves Market Basket. So Market Basket is a
Market Basket is a beloved brand that was the center of a really big news story in New England in 2014 when the entire pretty much staff of this multi-state, multi-store chain walked off their jobs to defend their boss who had been fired from the company. It is a discount grocery store chain with an incredibly diverse set of customers and where some of the most interesting things happen in New England.
That's right. Market Basket. Okay. So who are you talking to? So if you're putting together one of these cases, one of the first important people, who's it for? So who are you talking to?
This would be senior business leadership at my station.
Okay. So senior biz leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And what is a question? So I'm just going to write this down as a goal right now. But what is a question that they have that you feel that it? And it's not going to be about the podcast necessarily, but what's a question that you feel that they have? Something they're looking for, something they want, a problem they're trying to solve, that you feel the Market Basket podcast is going to help them solve.
How does it fit in our mission, and how do we monetize it?
Okay. So I'm going to, so how does it?
Mission is where they start, yeah.
How does it serve the mission, right? Or how do we monetize? Now, there's a way to think about this too, which is one.
Oh, can I add one more?
Yeah.
What are we not going to do? How much the resourcing cost, and what won't we do?
Okay. Now, the ones that I want to focus on right away, because again, we want to, if you were introducing this to them for the very first time, oftentimes a very good place to start is what is something that's actually, imagine they haven't even heard about the podcast yet. And the reason why I like these two that you've come up with mission and monetize, is that's probably a pretty safe place to go, which is that your senior leadership is always going to be worrying about how can we further the mission, how can we do this, or it might be something that's more specific to podcasts, like, hey, how can we get into this podcast space that everyone's talking about? In a powerful way. Or it can be like some of our teams were talking about, how can we what are the things that we can do to start accessing new audiences in different ways? Or what's a different way for us to leverage the production of our news and editorial teams in such a way that more people see them, right? So let's keep with this, like, all right, how can we, is there something specific that New Hampshire Public Radio,
yes.
That NHPR is really focused on right now, like a particular strategic initiative that you think you're like, this actually fits into that?
We have some really successful podcasts.
Okay.
We have a track record of a podcast with national interest, large audiences, and we are now focused on how to make that more central to our funding, to our audience growth, really leveraging those properties.
Okay. So I like that one. How can we, my writing up here is going to be mostly impressionistic, just warning you. How can we leverage podcast opportunities to access new markets? Is that what you're saying? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, when we're thinking through this, right? So it's going to be very tempting for them when they're thinking through all of these things or these questions initially. Where would they tend to focus in those answers?
Known NHPR listeners and donors and sponsors and major donors. So the sort of, for lack of a better, somebody said it earlier, the 58-year-old, white person. How do we? That sort of known audience, people we know our member prospects.
Okay, and where do you feel there's an opportunity to focus?
I think that there is already a robust and rabid and diverse audience for the brand that's sort of the lens through which we'll tell these stories that may never know, listen to, or care about public radio, but that doesn't mean we can't do journalism for and about them and or ask them for money.
Okay. So, and we can shorten that, and this is a great way to do it if you're thinking through kind of this problem of perspective, as I like to call it. What are they focused on more than something else? Is to find kind of natural pairs. So it's natural for us to kind of think about podcasts and accessing new audiences through the lens of who we know already supports us.
Mm-hmm.
And yet there's a much larger population of folks that are out there that probably share the same values who don't yet support us.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a new lens to look through, right? So that's duck, bunny. See how we're doing that? Okay. What is it that you believe about this new audience, these other audiences, that you feel is really important about why it's important to focus on that kind of unknown audience right now?
I think it's a way to look at our traditional public radio beats through a relatable lens, that the frame of Market Basket will attract people to listen to, read, support the project, but it's also going to resonate, with existing audience. It'll be about income inequality. It will be about labor. It'll be about immigration. It'll be about many of the things we're focusing on already. But the relatable frame is what will draw the audience in.
So I like this idea of the relatable frame, and I think what we're looking for here is something that is kind of what lies beneath this, which is kind of almost like a fundamental value that people can agree with. It was very much like with the LRN when we came up and said, well, the more people who see it, the more impact it will have.
Right.
And what I'm hearing you say is something very similar along the lines of, whether known or unknown, people connect with what they care about,
Mm-hmm.
right? So and you might see what I'm trying to do here is that what we're looking for in this kind of idea is something that actually speaks to both parts, right? Because what I know you're trying to do is argue that this podcast, just as you did as you were talking there, was to say this podcast actually is going to appeal to both of these groups. Because at one level, we're going to be appealing to this other group about a story that they knew and about a brand that they love. And with our known audience, it's going to be talking to values, missions, concepts they really care about and they want to know more about, income inequality, all of those kinds of things. All right, so that's why your answer is to?
My answer is to, we're at that part of the frame.
We are.
So my answer is to begin. I mean, this is the part where we talk about like what I want to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my answer is to create an on-demand framework through the podcast and online stories and radio series that tells important stories and frames them through the lens of a brand that has already built an audience and community.
Okay.
So I want to tap into the Market Basket frenzy crowd and create a podcast for and about them that will resonate beyond.
Okay. So, and I hear in that, tell me if you hear something different, that familiar brands and values, you want to talk about familiar brands and values with an unfamiliar audience.
That's right.
Right? And then the very specific action then you want them people to take is to then
Yeah, let's stop doing one thing and let's do another. I mean, that's a, by the way, hypothetical. It's not, but,
so what's the free prize if they were to do all this?
What's the free prize? That's a very good question. The free prize would be, we now have a way to rethink the journalism we're producing. We've created an idea that we can replicate where we want to talk about the environment, about immigration, about the economy, about labor. What is a thing that has an existing set of an audience around it that we can focus that reporting through? So it creates a model for that kind of conversation.
Yeah,
when we want
absolutely.
to create a single content project.
So very similar in a lot of ways to LRN. We said, well, this is a repeatable model that we can use around other areas.
Right.
So you see that there's more work to do here, but just in that framework, just by thinking through this, who are we talking to? What's a question they're asking right now? Where would they typically focus? Where is there an opportunity to focus differently? Why is it important for them to focus there? What does that mean? And what will they get for it? Now you've got the heart of something that you can then put together as either a conversation or as descriptive copy or as a basis of a platform for content going forward. Because if we were to put it all together, say, hey, I know we've been doing a lot of things with podcasts lately, and we're trying to figure out how do we use and leverage those opportunities to access new markets. And a lot of times it's very tempting to us to focus on those podcasts on what we're very familiar with, on what our audience currently cares about. But since we're trying to access an audience that we don't quite know yet, that there's this much bigger audience that's out there, we need to fall back on something that we know is always true, that people connect with what they care about. That's why what we think would make a lot of sense with what we're doing with the podcast is to focus on familiar brands and familiar values in order to reach unfamiliar audiences, to use the brands that are familiar to the folks that we don't yet have in part of our family and connect them to the values with those that are. So not only will we be able to deliver on our mission and potentially be able to monetize it, could also be potentially a repeatable model for us to use in the future.
Nice job.
That works? So you did that. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Here, you can keep that. So I hope working through that helps you see how this process fundamentally can work when you're putting all this together, because ultimately this is what we're trying to do for you, for your stations, for the media that you're putting out there, is get the green light for that. And we know we can't just give people an answer. We know we have to make a connection for them between what they're looking for and what we have. Something that has these elements of satisfaction, suspense, and story, something that fundamentally will be the story that they tell themselves. So what we do to do that is we need to build their case for change. And today now you have a tool that you're about to go use and work on so that you can script that story that they'll tell themselves, and ultimately the one that you'll tell them, they'll tell themselves, and they'll tell other people. And my best wishes for succeeding in that final round. So thank you all so much. Joan's going to come up with additional instructions about our breakout session, but thank you very, very much for today.
Thank you so much, Tamsin. Okay, so as she alluded to, you're gonna grab your blank conversation case and look at the color on the back of your badge. And if it's blank, there is a blank table. And then there's a red, orange, and green, and yellow and blue. We're gonna clear your plates for you. So please leave your lunch plates and drinks that you're done with, please leave them on the table. If you could take the other things on the table that you don't want thrown away, take them off the table. You could put them on your seat, or you could put them in your bag. You don't need to vacate the room, but please leave the things you want to have thrown away, please leave on the table. And we're gonna give, I think it's a 45-minute, you're gonna have dessert and coffee and clustering in these groups. What we're hoping is that this is an opportunity for people to practice out their pitches with each other, because what we really want to inspire today is that people will have some new ideas that they're planning on taking home to their stations. So this is your moment to mix and mingle around those topics. So enjoy dessert. Okay.
I know.
Okay, we're going to get back started. Welcome back. We're shifting gears. Well, Tamsin helped us shift gears, where we shifted into this, how do we make the persuasive case? So our next panel, I don't know where the clicker is. Can you just click it forward one? Our next panel is about leadership and innovation, and how do leaders at public radio stations absorb new ideas and integrate them into the operations. So taking it from the lab, out of the lab, and become new products. We're going to, again, use Slido. So you need to, and I've been monitoring all the questions that came in the prior panels, and it's so exciting. So if you haven't logged in, I recommend checking it out. This is BizLab 3 is the event code for this one. And as much as I can, I'll be using the Slido questions. But I have a bunch of questions for our panelists. So who we have on stage with me is Ellen Oost, who's the Director of Development from Louisville Public Media. So Ellen was the recipient of the red thread message from Tracy Karam, who you heard from earlier today. And next on stage we have Andy McDaniel, who's the Senior Director of Content and News at WAMU. And so she got her persuasive messaging from Maddie and Rachel about how to do the membership program at DCist. And then we have Paul Adams, who's the Director of Corporate Underwriting at Capital Public Radio. And your team is still experimenting, so you haven't yet gotten your persuasive conversation. But, so welcome, everybody. Help me, join me in welcoming them to the stage. So I wanted to start out by directly asking Alan and Andy like their perception of the project and what they heard at the end of the project, and like what was the case that you got, and how did you respond?
Sure. Well, this was really fascinating to watch Tamsin, because now I know exactly what was happening behind the scenes before the presentation. It makes even more sense now. But I think the team did a really good job of tapping into some of our recent goals that we set in the strategic plan. So they knew that we had this new thing showing up in our revenue budget that just said new revenue. And we were trying to find ways to develop that revenue not on the radio. So in a way, they kind of had it set up for them. They just needed to be able to show that the work that they were doing provided an outlet for that. So they were able to show through the event stream that they developed that people would actually show up time and time again, which made it easier to sell sponsorships for those events. And also just that this big group of like nebulous people that we didn't know much about who came over from Do 502, it's about 50,000 people at this point. They took the time to go through the persona piece of it, which I think was important because we hadn't really figured that out yet. So it helped us to figure out those people need things that are slightly different from our public radio audience, and but they still cared enough from a membership perspective that when we asked them for money, that they would respond. So that's awesome.
And Andy, what was your story of receiving there?
So I always feel like a little bit of an outlier in this category, because I have to confess that most things that, for instance, Maddie and Rachel might bring to me as an idea around which they have a lot of enthusiasm, they're like through the fourth or fifth word in the sentence, and I'm like, I love it. That sounds like a brilliant idea. How can I help make that happen? And I think just as I'm maybe the sort of unusual executive in that if I'd heard, for instance, Rebecca's pitch about Market Basket, again, I would have been sold by, word 5. And so I would actually say that what I valued about the persuasion, and it's wonderful to see the architecture behind it, is that it helps me to have advocates alongside me, because it isn't, even though I can make decisions over content, I still have to achieve buy-in from marketing and technology and our general manager. And the more that the folks on my content team can make a credible case that shows that they respect and have thought about the marketing and revenue and other aspects of it, the better it makes me look, and the more effective it makes all of us.
That's a really great point. Yeah, because I think it's not just one single person getting to decide and believing it, but it's the whole ecosystem, right?
Well, and I could say yes, and then I could send them on their way, and they could run into a bunch of obstacles because there isn't buy-in, which has never happened.
Right. Never, ever.
Yeah. That's never happened.
So, Paul, you're you've been watching the project from the side, or managing the two people who are working on their BizLab experiments. What do you expect the outcome of the project to be?
I think there's lots of outcomes. And the first thing, one of the challenges for us was kind of fitting into this model as the design thinking, because as salespeople, we're design thinking every minute. If I ask you a question, I don't like the response, I'm going to ask it again immediately, a different way.
Right.
And so I think that was helpful, certainly for Lisa and Kelly. But we also discovered a lot of missing tools that they needed to raise the money that this program can raise.
That's great. So as leaders, and both the three of you are involved in the proposals to work on these projects, what, in your words, like, what do you see as the ROI on an innovation project? Because there, and I'm going to get to, I want to talk about failure in a couple minutes, but there is some inherent risk to testing something that could be a terrible idea. And so as a leader that's responsible for the success of either the whole organization or a portion of it, how do you make the choice to go into that?
Well, I think what we really liked about this process was thinking about it in a different way, and that it doesn't have to be this big, risky project. You can do something quickly with resources, but not a ton of them. And it can be in a space where if you screw up a little bit the first time, you can iterate and fix it and try something else, which is something we're always doing as an organization. But this kind of, again, put a structure to it, gave us the tools so that we could actually recognize whether something was a failure or a success.
And Andy, do you see, what were some of the tangible, like when you talk with your peers, what do you see as like, what's the return on the time that they spent on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's different to think about the ROI of BizLab's participation versus the ROI of our DCist experiment, which we were already very much committed to. I think this experience, it feels like, gave us some structure and discipline to a path of experimentation that otherwise would have been more unwieldy and freeform. And that forced us to look at results at particular intervals and sort of reflect on what they meant and how we might change course. I mean, for me in general, I think we have to think, especially in public media, about innovation not as, we don't sort of create a cute incubator to test things out because we should all just have some fun every once in a while. It's actually a necessary hedge against changes in audience behavior. So it's an investment in what we're going to require 10 years from now. And I think that's an important context.
I think that's a fantastic point. Paul, you and I have talked about how do you, I would love for you to say what you've shared with me about letting your team stop their day job or a portion of their day job and go off and do this. Because if innovation is critical for moving an organization forward, how do you justify that and let it go? And you're in a unique position in a commission-driven organization.
Right. And Lisa, Kelly might answer this differently than I will, but originally, when the idea came to us, I was looking at other departments, and nobody really wanted to weigh in on this thing. And so it fell back on my, okay, Paul, if we're going to do it, go ahead. And so trying to find the right people, and the fact that this was a revenue generator that was no longer generating that revenue. Kelly's relatively new to public radio and new to Cap Radio, and Lisa's a real veteran. So I think putting them together, giving them the freedom to build this into their daily business, because they are straight commission salespeople, and actually they were both able to actually raise money that they wouldn't have had the opportunity to raise before. So, but I know it's taken a toll on them too.
Did they take a financial hit because of working on an innovation project?
I think so.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. We should ask them up to discuss that.
I'll let you know afterwards.
Yeah. So. I'm already seeing some Slido questions. So if people want to, I'll switch to Slido in a couple minutes if people want to chime in and ask some more questions. Andy, one of the things that you and I talked about was the editorial. So our panel earlier on the editorial versus business silos or in the firewall, and your team of of Rachel and Maddie working together on this, and it wasn't really a side gig for them. It wasn't like they had to stop their main job because the DCist and membership around that is what their main focus was. Can you share some comments about, like, how do you think of specifically Rachel as the editor-in-chief of the DC as in her role in terms of a revenue project?
Yeah, it's a little hard to contain all of my thoughts on this particular topic. First of all, we're incredibly lucky. Actually, I'll say it this way. I think WMU is incredibly lucky to have in me and in Rachel two editorial leaders who not only aren't allergic to the revenue side of the equation, but actually embrace it as part of the entrepreneurial underpinning of what content is and what makes content work. There's no question that DCist couldn't function, that we couldn't have had the success that we've had already with the membership program, with a number of grants that we've procured, if we didn't have someone leading it who was operating, looking at the whole pie. And my hope, I think in my most optimistic moments, I think public media is going to continue to cultivate more and more leaders in content who are CEOs of a mini business. I think you have to think of it that way. I don't think we get to be exempt from the business side of the equation. But it is really hard to find people working in content who embrace that. I mean, I can't tell you how many positions I've hired for where I found somebody who's a really great writer, editor, producer, on-air person, but who doesn't want to mess with the other side of things. And when you find somebody who gets that, it's such a powerful thing. And that's part of the reason that my orientation is generally, how do I get things out of the way of this team? Because they so have the right formula.
That's fascinating, particularly in light of the panel we had earlier today. So if people have more questions on that, please chime in. Okay, I want to talk about failure. So one of the mantras of design thinking is fail fast. And the reason why we push the teams to move quickly is because you don't want to spend 4 months on something and then fail. You want to spend 2 weeks on that thing and then fail. How do you guys feel about failure? Andy, when we chatted about this, you're like, not so sure.
Well, my first reaction was, crap, I don't know if we took enough risks because I can't recall enough. Like, I don't have a perfect gem of a failure that I feel like we learned from. I mean, there are two that stand out. One, actually, and I suspect that Maddie and Rachel will be nodding their heads at this one, we spent a ton of time trying to find the perfect tool by which to launch our membership program. And ultimately, for a lot of reasons, we couldn't make that work. And then it was very discouraging. It felt like, I think we maybe failed too slowly on that one. But it took a long time to figure out what the institutional rhythms were telling us, which was that it just wasn't going to fly. Mm-hmm. And then the other failure, I think, is that we, and this refers to the thing that earlier I said has never happened ever, I think we have really struggled to get buy-in from across the whole organization. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I find that innovation tends to happen led by like the doers and the jumper inners and kind of the scrappy ones, which is great. And you want to give those folks more and more attention and resources. But sometimes their willingness can fill a vacuum that should be filled by 20% of your marketing team and 20% of the technology team. And maybe those teams don't totally get what you're trying to do. But we definitely, we did more than this one team should have had to carry. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know what the lesson is from that, except that I think we need to probably do a stronger job of making our case. To those teams from the get-go. And a lot of that's on me in terms of getting their buy-in.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Ellen, did you observe failure in the team, and how did you respond?
Well, failure is such a strong word, but yes, in terms of the experiment, we had several failures based on the goals that we had set for the event. And actually, when they made their presentation to the management team, I knew a little bit more about the process than some of the other people in the room. And one of my first questions was like, hey, we didn't talk at all about the stuff that didn't work, because that's just as important. Yeah. But we tried a few. One, we were, based on the personas that we had developed, we were really trying to find insider events, kind of the first look at this brand new thing. And what we found, which isn't, crazy groundbreaking, is that when you're working with partners who are developing something new, sometimes it doesn't launch when they say it's going to, or, we still have this patio event that we're planning whenever the patio decides to open, which was supposed to be in June. So hopefully next June we'll be able to do it. So you just have to build in the schedule maybe backup plans for things like that. And then we also tried some new technology that we had been kind of wanting to try for a while. We did some geofencing at some of our big station events, and we went, I keep looking back to like the very first thing you were talking about. We went from like, hey, you're at this event, you like this stuff, donate to Do 502, which skipped over many different steps in the process. So I think it might work better for something like sign up for Do 502 so you don't miss any other events that are happening like this. But yeah, we learned a few things along the way, so happy to talk about them.
Paul, and it's come up as a little bit in everyone's comments. Paul, how have you, or how have Kelly and Lisa been perceived by the rest of the station? So it's really important to communicate across the station around what's going on. And they're both in your department. How have you elevated them, or how have they been viewed by other people in the work they're doing?
Well, certainly not as a failure.
Oh yeah, we're switching off of failure.
But on the failure point, we did recognize that we thought we were all in on this thing, and then we were relying on other departments to, hey, are you there when you need us? And that was a bit of a challenge. And we actually, towards the very end, Lisa and Kelly had to make some changes and hire some other people that we thought was, so that was kind of a learning experience that could have led to failure. I think that Lisa and Kelly having the ability to raise money for a significant piece of content that supports every single public radio station, excluding some friends in San Francisco, KQED, that importance of the firewall, that this content will not happen if Lisa and Kelly don't raise these dollars. And so it really connects that importance of revenue and content that Cap Radio has not been that good at. They've born very independently of each other. And so I think that's a huge thing for both of them, and I'm proud of them for that.
That's great. Okay, I'm going to take some of the Slido questions. Some of them, they range from general to specific. So a very specific one about DCist is about American University holds your license. And
no.
I'm going to, does a university licensee situation complicate your ability to innovate?
I mean, in every imaginable way, yes.
Maybe you could describe some of the ways you have gotten past those blockers.
Let's focus on that, yes. I mean, yes, it does.
Accepting payment.
Accepting payments. The reason we
problem.
couldn't use the membership management tool that we wanted to use is because American University doesn't permit that particular payment processor. You know, it applies to contracts, it applies to hiring, virtually everything. I guess what I would say is sort of how we have navigated that successfully. It's honestly impossible for me to think about that question just for DCist and not just for all of WMU. And I would say I was worried when I came to work at a station that was owned by a university that the bureaucracy would squelch all of the things I was excited about doing and making happen. We are playing the long game with American University. We focus on relationships, and we find ways to sort of demonstrate our success in small ways, and we've earned greater leeway along the way. So I certainly, it's a very specific question, and I'd be happy to talk more about sort of how we navigate that bureaucracy. I think we've had some pretty amazing wins with it, actually.
It's speaking for my own. I've had
Yeah,
similar
how did you
experience here at
enjoy
WBUR
navigating?
because we're part of Boston University, and the experiment mindset does not align with the long-term objectives of the university, right? So I think having a really good relationship with our lawyer who works at Boston University and works with our station, that has been amazing. And just to have somebody who understands the mission, right, that you can work with across. We refer to it as across the street because most of Boston University is across the street, but yeah. Okay, so the next question. It takes months, if not years, to convert a listener to a donor. I think the rule of thumb is it takes 7 years to convert a public radio listener, on-air listener. So how do you feel fast with that kind of time frame? I mean, do you want to take this, Ellen,
Yeah.
with 502?
Yeah, I think, I mean, it just takes teasing out little proof points that show that, if you do a quick, small experiment, like adding a member perk to an email that's never seen them before, and half the people are like, why am I not getting what's in this section? And the other people are, and when you see people click on it or they don't, then you find out right away whether that's something that may have legs. So again, I think, obviously the journey from just consumer to donor is a long one, but there are little ways that you can test the propensity for people to get more engaged, and that is a proof point as to whether or not they'll become a donor.
I think that's a great point. So, Paul, can you take this one? Do you have any specific examples of how you can tie long-term revenue impact to a BizLab project?
Absolutely. We never have done anything like this before, and so it really forced us to stop for a moment and look at how we do things. And actually now we're kind of assessing everything that we do and see if it does meet the mission as well as the revenue. So we probably wouldn't have done this before. I pushed back on you guys a little. You sure there were the right ones for this? And so I think it's proven that this whole system works really well.
So one thing that I think applies to your project more than others related to this is that if you are earning revenue in this specific underwriting package, is that taking revenue from another underwriting package? And so, what's the overall picture? And cannibalizing one product for another. And that sometimes happens when you're coming up with new product ideas, is you just shifted your customers or donors or...
Yeah, we've kind of blurred the budget lines this year. And ultimately, when this responsibility came to me, and my thoughts were that I was going to kind of focus on this, but BizLab brought in Kelly and Lisa, and so we've just kind of blurred those lines together, and so now I'm just focusing on the big number and rolling them all together. It did create some other situations when there's interrelationships with agencies and local clients versus statewide clients, and that's something we're navigating too.
Right, I know at least the way our sales teams are structured, it's like you're either national or you're local, and how do you, So are you going to be restructuring some of your thinking? That would be a long-term impact.
How do you guys want me to answer that? Yes.
Okay. Okay, so next question. Has your BizLab participation shown up in other projects and conversations? And so basically the question is, has it had an impact on your culture? Ellen, I see you nodding, so would you like to take that one?
Yes, and I've told this story a couple different times. We also had a team working with PRX on the Project Catapult, and they were also doing design thinking. So it's crazy because I was kind of on the outskirts of both of those projects, but I knew enough to be dangerous, and I'd be in a meeting and I would start to hear common language that we hadn't really used before that was kind of developing from the project. So I'd say that was fairly obvious, and then we've used a lot of the research tools, especially from the Intercept interviews that we've done. We have year one of our strategic plan is to spend a lot of time on audience research, and we're pairing kind of the scientific work. We're working with a company who does that with something that's more anecdotal that we're doing through Intercept interviews. So we've got all the Post-its and doing all that stuff.
Good, yeah. More Post-its, the better.
Yes.
Actually, I don't believe that, but I just feel like it. Andy, your team, I'm thinking specifically of Rachel and Maddie, are pretty agile thinkers and are willing to flex. Are they sort of using those kinds of approaches with other projects?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think, frankly, just our acquiring DCist began to infuse the organization with a sense of speed and nimbleness and agility that we hadn't previously had. And I would say it's added a couple other things, and specifically the participation in BizLab. And then also we participated in the Poynter Institute's Table Stakes program around the same time.
Wonderful things about,
And I would say where those two, sort of where that Venn diagram overlaps is around sort of time-limited intentional experimentation and metrics. And that has become much more a part of just sort of the verbiage we use around the building than previously.
That's fantastic.
Almost to a terrifying degree, because more specifically, our general manager is really excited about metrics this year. And so we're tracking about, 50 to 75 of them across the whole organization for this performance year. And I know the pendulum is going to swing back. Like, these are the 5 things that matter. But this is the year of all the metrics. So
So
thanks for that, Jim.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you, Ted Fuller, who's done a lot of our analysis for all the teams. I love the next question. Have you had issues with your board pushing back or meddling? I don't know if there are any board members in the room.
No, boy, we don't. I mean, we don't have a board. We're owned by American University, and their board. I mean, their board just figured out after the fact what it meant that we had acquired DCist, and then they got pretty interested. Once they saw the press about it, like, wait a minute, what does this mean for us? But no, we haven't had issues with meddling.
Ellen, has the board?
No, I mean, so part of our strategic plan was to do more research and experimentation. So once they signed off on that, then they were on board with the project. So,
I mean, something we've emphasized from the beginning and Sarah mentioned it in the morning, is we didn't want a project that was going to be working against existing goals of the station. So that's one way I think you've been protected from that kind of resistance. But the other component that I've heard, well, from certainly WBUR's board, and I think other stations experience this, the board oftentimes wants the station to push further and faster. And so I almost think these kinds of projects can show that the station is trying and moving forward. So I also have not experienced any issues with board members. It's more sort of the other issues. Okay, so the next question. BizLab participation seems to connect you with kindred spirits outside the lab. Where do you find fellow travelers pursuing entrepreneurship in public media? Yeah, that's a great question. And if you're not aware, we've been hosting monthly webinars on topics that that BizLab has found interesting. We've sort of projected them out, and through that have built a little bit of a newsletter around it and a mailing list. But I've also met people outside of public radio specifically, and I know we have a bunch of people in the room who are outside of public radio, which is fantastic. Where have you guys found community that's not public radio, but in this spirit of testing and trying new things and revenue and content?
Boy, I actually think, at least in my case, that's a better question for Rachel and Maddie, who I think have really needed sort of those allies in the field to figure things out. I would say our participation in the Table Stakes project did put us in touch with several other stations. I mean, we have these kindred stations that also have IST news outlets, which has created sort of a network of its own that we turn to. But yeah, it hasn't been as much of an issue for me.
I think also Kelly and Lisa could answer that more. They were much more involved. It was like, for me, not to be involved was really hard. But I think having in some of the interviewing processes, bringing a different idea to the clients than relationships they have, or new clients that knew we were there but didn't know this was an opportunity. I think that was very beneficial and eye-opening for them.
I will just offer for this person who I sense has that entrepreneurial spirit that is maybe being a little restricted in some way. In a previous role, I created a group called Trailblazers Anonymous and just invited sort of anyone who wanted to talk about innovative projects inside or outside of public media to get together once a month and read or watch or listen to something and then talk about how we might apply those lessons. And for me at the time, feeling isolated in a bureaucratic organization, it gave me a sense of community within my organization and actually got enough traction that eventually suddenly the CEO and chief content officer started attending to see what was going on, and then became something where we would do a call once a month with other public media stations. So I think you can sort of start your own network in a way if that's what you're seeking.
That's really cool. Yeah, and there's an NPR and Friends Slack workspace, and I know there are different channels in that workspace that are for innovation and testing new things. That's another place that NPR stations I know have created community. I wanted to step aside from the questions for a second and ask you guys about what is the hardest part of sort of trying. You're keeping an eye on the big number, as you described, Paul. Like you have your eye on the big strategic goals. And what is the hardest part of letting a team go off and do something that is small? Because this is a small test. And so talk more sort of about, so maybe if you've had any struggles or resistance or just hesitations late at night where you're like, what if I just let them go off and do? Sorry, it's a pop question.
I don't think we really came across that much because I think we're always experimenting at LPM, which I'm sure everybody is, and it's usually in a small scale where maybe not everybody knows it's happening. But we're always willing to kind of jump in at the end and be like, hey, this is what we did and here's what we learned from it. And sometimes that works better than maybe talking about a 12-month plan and step one is this and everybody's underwhelmed by step one. So I don't know if that's the right answer or not, but that's kind of how we do it.
From meeting lots of stations, I don't think that is as common as you think it is. I think that is pretty unique, and I think that's really important. That's fantastic. Let's see. So, this is okay. Mini CEO, mini business. This is getting back to the firewall issues. Is it possible to train content people in business so that they can be the CEOs of their own internal business arm?
In my opinion, yes, absolutely. But I tend to think that if someone has the will to do something and the vision, like the training is the easiest part. I find it much harder to find people who have the will. So I think if you want to know the business side, if you have the drive and are seeking out opportunities, yes, absolutely. But if you're a content person and you kind of just don't want to have to think about it, no, I can't train you to do it.
You're all funny. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your honesty on all because I think I think of the other side. Can you teach a revenue person, like many of us are in the room? Can you teach them to be content people and journalists?
I think so. I went to journalism school, and there wasn't really anything there that I didn't already know. I mean, it was a great experience and wonderful networking, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. But I went because I thought that they were going to unveil some secret to me that I couldn't have achieved on my own as like a freelance journalist, which I had been previously, and there was no one secret. So I'm convinced that really anyone can do it.
That's awesome. Okay.
I do want to say something.
Top secrets revealed.
Yeah, good thing nobody's recording this. I do want to say something to the last thing that you brought up that I think is important, which is the smallness versus the bigness, right?
Yeah, right.
We're this big organization, and we've acquired something really meaningful, but that is much smaller. And we struggle sometimes with, for instance, marshaling the marketing resources to put against DCIS that it deserves and that we have the vision for, but how do you do that when the broader organization needs those things too? And how do you split it up? Do you do it proportionally based on audience? But I think one way that we have to think about it is it's not just about the size and scale of the audience. Scale doesn't always exist in proportion to depth of engagement and loyalty. And DCIS will never achieve the audience size that we currently have in weekly CUME on WAMU, but it already has a greater depth of fan engagement, and I think that has a much faster path down the funnel than just somebody who's a casual listener to WAMU. So I think that's one way that we have to justify experimenting in the space of loyalty and engagement.
Have you had any trouble making that argument internally? For example, the marketing department. I know many marketing departments are strapped. They don't want to launch a new brand. That's a whole lot of work.
Yes, definitely. Directing resources and just sort of support and attention towards DCIST has been an ongoing struggle, and it's one that I think Rachel and Maddie feel much more viscerally than I do. I think it has helped that DCIST has proved itself on so many levels. And we're getting to a point now where we're looking at the bigger picture of our news and content operation and thinking about how we might redirect more of existing resources towards DCIST because it's a thing that's working. It's a model that's working. And I think we're still in a common place in public media land where we're doing lots of things. Some are working better than others. Some we feel like we have to do. We have to have a robust experience on WAMU.org because people go there and don't they expect all the things to be there. And I think we're in a competitive landscape. There isn't as much time as we think, and we actually have to place some bets. And we have something that's working, and I feel a great sense of urgency to put some wind behind that quickly while it's still working.
That makes so much sense to me. So I'm convinced.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Next question is, how did participating in this work better position you going forward? Beyond the project, what culture changes has this created, and how do you ensure that they stick? Paul, could you start off taking this one and maybe mention some of I'll let you take it.
Oh, I want to know what you want
I was
to say.
thinking some of we've sort of put in some technology practices at your station, like with the team, which I think jumped them forward on some of the projects, some aspects of the project.
Well, absolutely. Investing in progress, because we typically say we don't have the bandwidth, we don't have the resources to do it, so let's keep doing it the way we used to, which typically isn't very successful. So giving us that authority and the opportunity to make that investment, I think is already paying forward. Reading the question, I think also directly connecting, there's a question about the firewall as well, and we had nothing to do with content. We didn't talk to any news directors, we didn't talk to any stations about the news content they were receiving in exchange for the revenue opportunities that we created, so that we didn't talk to them at all.
So is that a good thing, or because it maintains the firewall, or is that bad because you don't have their alignment?
I think it's a good thing. You know, I think, was it your term of poking the bear?
Oh yeah, we've been talking about don't poke the bear all.
But I think for Lisa and Kelly, it gave them the freedom to focus on the revenue opportunities in this, this 15 seconds of impact, which is really, really cool. That gave them the freedom to do that. And I think that the entire organization should look at them a little bit differently and the sacrifices that they've made. This was a big thing for them. They have a choice of making a cold call or servicing a client or working on this project. And so I think the organization ought to recognize, what they've done to continue revenue, because it's something is really important that many stations in California don't have a journalist, don't have any access to state of California government reporting.
Right.
So.
Well, I'd just like to add to that I know everybody's always working on breaking down silos, but this project kind of forced us with the new product that we had acquired, we had gotten enough sponsorship dollars to pay off the investment, but then it was there, and most of the organization wasn't super aware of what was happening with it or how it fit into the larger culture and organizational goals. So through this project, we actually this project did not have a member of the Do 502 team on it.
Yes.
Which was both a challenge and an opportunity. I think they appreciated that people from our revenue team were stepping up and saying, hey, we need to show what we can do with this new thing that we have.
And you have 2 Do 502 employees?
Yes, there are a few people that's been kind of part of their time working on the project. But and now even Tracy mentioned we had one of our team members leave, and she was worried about, okay, now what happens? This was like the events person, so she's like, okay, what's going to happen with these 12 months of events that we have planned? But the Do 502 team has really embraced that, and they understand that it's important, and it's a way to kind of integrate them into the larger organization. So it's been really good in that way, and I think those cultural changes will last.
Back to the mini CEO model, are the Do 502 team, are they like their own little business where they're concerned about all aspects of success of Do 502, or are they more of a traditional content team?
I think now more so than before, they're more like a traditional business. I think, often the content team is just worried about, okay, my job is to put out this awesome newsletter about X, and we're always preaching, it's just as important to fund the mission as the mission is, because you can't do the mission without the funding. So this was a good way to kind of also wake them up to that concept. So, we can't keep doing this thing that requires resources if we can't show some revenue attached to it. So,
I mentioned in the early morning about the concept of product, and I always think of a product as, in the content space, I think of a product as a 3-legged stool where you have content, engagement, and revenue. And if you don't have all of those things balanced, they need to be balanced with a leader that understands all 3. And oftentimes that falls to the CEO or the general manager at the very highest level. But it's interesting when it can come a little bit lower, where you can have the head of the product itself be able to balance all 3 of those priorities. Okay, so let's see. We have 2 more questions, and then we'll wrap up. So align your communication. Oh, this is more of a statement, and it's from somebody listening remotely in Nevada. So welcome to the live stream. Align all your communication with language in the strategic plan of the organization. Your CEO will be your champion. Oh, this probably speaks to you find the language in that plan, and you use that language in your communication case. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, how do we address the perception from our audience about piercing the firewall? Should we be 100% transparent? So I'm going to try to rephrase the question, hopefully correctly. If we are working together on projects, and if somebody who is, say, heading up content is also concerned about the revenue, how is that going to be perceived by the audience? And is that, should we be totally honest about it, or should we not address it and it's okay? What do you think?
I just have a quick thought on that. We've been talking a lot about the difference between a business and a nonprofit, and I think that there are different expectations from people. They would never expect the CEO of a for-profit company to just deliver something that they weren't sure would end up in revenue, would result in revenue. So I think some ways the expectations might be a little bit unfair, but in other ways we might kind of overblow how closely they're paying attention to that in some ways.
How closely the audience?
The audience, yes. Mm-hmm. In my opinion.
What was the rest of you?
I guess, I would say at the very least, I don't think our audience is thinking about a thing called the firewall. I think they're thinking, can I trust it? Do I trust it? And the it is, do I trust the editorial decision-making process that resulted in this coverage that I'm experiencing? And I think there are a lot of different ways to establish trust in public media, just as in life, which is explain how you got there, show how you got there. I think it absolutely has to be the case that you're not making decisions based on, whether they're going to preserve this relationship with the sponsor versus this one. Like, there has to be space to make those decisions discrete from the revenue pressure. But I think in terms of incorporating revenue strategies and thinking about how to market and distribute your content, first of all, our competitors are doing this and running circles around us in many ways, so we really don't have a choice. But I absolutely think it's possible, and it is in our best business interest to continue to prioritize the trust that we have with our audience. And I think they will give us a lot of room to demonstrate and field test that trust.
Oh, that makes sense. Paul, do you have comments?
Well, I think from the revenue side is kind of that mean, dark place where we're selling anything we can. We do have the opportunity to meet with the newsroom and the journalists and the storytellers. And I believe that the better they understand how we do what we do, as well as see that we respect the importance of what they do, goes a long way. And it gives them trust to know that we're not going to kind of screw up what they're doing. And so, but it is very collaborative. And the more I explain to them how we raise money for that podcast or how we raise money for this network, it validates what they do as well. And I think that's really important.
That's a really wonderful point.
I would say too, I think, we like to think that there's this, that, we talk about it as a wall or a line. Like, we'd like to think it's straight and impenetrable, but at least in my experience, I'm sort of in a constant conversation with our head of sponsorship around packages that the sponsorship team has devised around different content products. And they're constantly, it's like 1/3 of the things they present, it's like, oh, great, yes, we should absolutely do that. Then there's 1/3 where it's like, no, we're totally not doing that. That would compromise the sense of trust and the perception of the audience. And then there's this stuff in the middle where it's like, could we put a sponsor tag at the end of a promotional message that we're already doing for an upcoming program? You know what, like, let's try that and see what the audience response is. Let's test this a little bit and get a feel for it. And I think that's a rich and important place right there, is the place where you actually try that stuff and see how it feels and see the reaction.
Oh, that's fascinating. And I love that that's about testing and learning. So that's a great way to end this.
You will.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, thank you, all three of you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Okay. So I'm going to keep on moderating, but we're going to switch to another topic. So I need to pull up my cheat sheet, but we're shifting now we have one more panel, then a coffee break, and then a final panel of the day. So this upcoming one and the next one are about tools and technologies and best practices. This panel is going to be on the topic of text messaging because people hear the phrase text to donate and they think easy money. And if you've ever tried text to donate, you know it's not easy money. And so I wanted to bring up people who are using different texting platforms and get into the details of what those platforms offer you and help you figure out whether or not you should invest in the tool. So I'm as a technologist or someone with a technology background, I often think, technology can solve a lot of problems. But the reality is that technology can only serve our purposes and it can only support our really solid goals and strategies. So if we don't have a goal and a strategy yet, we can't just apply a tool and make it magically happen. So I'm going to invite up these panelists one at a time. Because I want to go deep on the tool, and then I'll have them all come up at the end for some questions. The 3 platforms we're going to be talking about are GroundSource, Hustle, and Give Lively. And we have a Slido poll. And if you could go to BizLab 4, we actually have a poll we want to ask you, because I'm curious how many people have heard of these tools and are maybe even using these tools before we jump into the discussion about them. And so first up, while you're all filling out your polls, I'm going to invite up Katie Lepre. So Katie she's part of the WLRN Miami team, and she's been separate from this project specifically. She has been using GroundSource to send out a newsletter on the environment. So if everyone has filled out the poll, can you put up the results of the first question?
Can everybody get on the poll? It says no active polls.
Can you make the poll active? Awesome. Okay. Quickly answer my 3 little questions about these tools. And while you're filling that out, maybe I'll do the old-fashioned way. How many people in the room have heard of GroundSource? Okay, so maybe a third to a half. And how many people are at stations that are currently or have in the past used GroundSource? Okay, very, very few. Fascinating. So, Katie, welcome.
Hi.
You're the engagement producer at WLRN.
I am.
And so this is obviously not a sales pitch because none of us work for these companies, but can you, in your own words, sort of describe what GroundSource is?
So really simply put, it is a text message app that it is a platform which offers text messaging as a way to communicate with a newsroom. For instance, WLRN, it offers you numbers, and then you could just kind of provide that number to a larger audience, and then they can get in contact with you.
And so it is a way. So who initiates the contact? I guess that's also an interesting thing about text messaging is it's not always you initiating the message.
So the way that we have it right now is we actually put out a number to our audience, and then they text in. So they can text in via keyword. They could just text into the regular 10-digit number. For a while, we were using a 5-digit number. We opted to switch to a 10-digit, so it was like a 305 or a 786 area code, which is more familiar to our audience.
Okay, interesting. No, okay, let me pull up all. So I'm going to go through basically similar questions with all of them with the 3 different panelists to give you an idea, a sense of the tools. Not that they're actually for the same purpose, and that will come out in the discussion. But can you explain exactly how does WLRN use it? And you have 2 different scenarios in which you're using it.
Yeah, so actually we use it for the newsroom. So we have different programming, we have different shows, the South Florida Roundup, a weekly show called Sundial, we have the Sunshine Economy, and people can text in their comments or their questions to our panel of journalists or experts during these live shows. Then we also use it for queries. So for example, if we want to get reaction to President Trump coming to South Florida, or his announcement about Cuba relations and closing down, whatever the case may be, we will
kind of offer, we will announce the number and a keyword where people can text in, and then there is a description. When people text in, there's an automatic response that they will receive, and you can actually, and then they'll respond to it. The second way is actually through our environment text letter, which is a curated text newsletter. It's pretty straightforward, that we send out every week. And so people actually sign up and opt in for the text to receive the newsletter, and then they get it, and they can opt out whenever they want.
Okay, so and I think that's actually quite unusual use of text messages as a newsletter push. So can you give us some stats? So tell, like, how many people at LRN are sending in questions? How many people are subscribed to this text letter? What are the basic numbers?
So we actually have, I think, our numbers as of like last week, we had 337 subscribers to this text letter.
And here are the nice stats. So most people have not heard of Groundsource.
That's cool. For those of you who know or remember Public Insight Network, one of the co-founders of Public Insight Network, Andrew Haig, actually is the founder of Groundsource. So kind of took the idea of creating sources and developing sources for the newsroom and brought it into like the text message platform. So we have roughly 330 text subscribers, but then our number of people who have texted in over the last 6 months, maybe like 2,000 or 3,000 people.
Okay, so 2,000 or 3,000 people have like reached out proactively to WLRN through texting to provide you reactions to things.
Reactions, if they want to text in or like share a tip with us. If they want to, we have a project called Palm Readers, which you can ask our newsroom something to investigate or dive in deeper on an issue. So we've gotten leads on that topic as well.
Okay, so can you give just a hint? You're not in charge of signing the invoices for Groundsource, I realize, but can you give some basics of how does Groundsource charge? Because what we're all very aware of is we all have limited resources, and so it's a two-parter. Actually, what are the basic costs, and then what is the time required at WLRN to manage these 3,000 people who are messaging and you're communicating with?
Well, let me just clarify. It's like 3,000 people as a total number. It's not 3,000 all at the same time. So within 6 months, it's like 3,000 people have texted in, but I may be communicating with 200 of them, or 50, or 5. So the amount, so it's a $2,500 onboarding fee for Groundsource. This is according to my Groundsource consultant, who just fed me this information 12 minutes ago. There is also so it's based on the number of SMS messages you exchange. So it ranges between $250 and $500 a month. So we pay on the upper side of that about $500 a month to exchange 14,000 text messages.
Okay, so it does actually cap. I mean, if you're thinking of, someday 100,000 people will be on this platform, the costs will escalate. Or if you're sending out, rather, it's the messages, not the people. So if you got into in-depth conversations with people, your costs could change.
Yeah, so actually, really interestingly enough, I try and bring people off text messaging as soon as I have a couple, it's just a lot to text, and I'd rather talk. So if people can get on the phone with me and talk through something, one, it serves two purposes. We can get their response on the radio if they give us permission, and we also have a lot more. I find that people are a little bit more vulnerable because they're not texting their response, and they're just a little bit more straightforward because it's like they feel more comfortable with another voice on the line. I mean, I think that
makes sense.
It's kind of twofold because texting is great. I mean, you just open your phone, you get a text message, and then you reply. I mean, we have fantastic open rates, which I really love about this platform.
Tell us what the open rates are.
So it's 90%.
No, it's not. That isn't the response rate or the click-through rate.
That's just the open rate.
90% of people are reading the text message that you're sending.
Yeah, and so with that being said, if I ask someone straight up, how you doing today? I get like a decent amount of responses. So let's just say I text 337 people, I may get 100 responses from that one, just like, how are you doing today? Or in the case of one of the shows that we have coming up, we're doing an end of year kind of, what was your biggest accomplishment of 2019? Or like, what excited you the most about this past year? And I will safely, like if we text 200 people, 50 people will get back to us.
Wow.
Which is like not too bad. I mean, also I should totally disclose that it is only me working on this platform.
And how many hours a week are you spending on this?
Again, it depends on what I'm working on, but for the text newsletter, an hour max.
Yeah, so diving into the text newsletter, this is a little bit of, it's an unusual platform. Oh, it's an unusual thing that you're doing. You're basically sending, I would call it a long form text message, right? I mean, it's as long as a single text message can be.
1,600 characters.
Okay, and you're sending that once a week, Wednesday around noon, because I get them. That's when I get them.
Okay.
And it's a very similar, although a different format, to the email newsletter that you send the following Saturday.
Yes.
And so, and you're reaching about 300 or so people with this. Yeah.
So I should also point out that at this point, we've been running it. It was an experiment, totally like, let's fail fast. If this doesn't work, if we have no one signed up, like we could say we tried it and move on. So we actually had like 200 subscribers kind of right off, like within the first month, which was really exciting because if you think about like texting, there are a couple of levels of engagement. So first is like, if someone reads your story, right? If someone comments on your story, if someone texts in, right? There's like different levels. If someone actually wants to talk to you. So we like shared this number out to the public and asked them to text in a specific keyword. So they had to listen for both the number and the keyword and then text in.
Yeah.
And like, that's just a lot to ask for one person. So I was surprised when people were like, yeah, I really want to be part of this because they want to consume, news and information that's important to them.
And so you've been you promoted the text letter on over the air, right, for people to sign up for it. Now, earlier we heard about the the WLRN email newsletter, and that has about 17,000 people subscribed to it. Now, that started after the texting. When we first started meeting with the team at WLRN, we were having discussions of like, is text the new thing? Should we even do email? Maybe it's all texting. How do you feel right now? I mean, obviously, 17,000 is a little bit bigger than 300, but how do you feel about these two platforms, and how do you, with limited time and resources, how do you make the decision between those two delivery mechanisms?
I love text messaging because the workload is seemingly like 3% of my job. However,
because there's no formatting, there's no testing it in browsers.
No, I get to just input it, type something up. Actually, I have a reporter who's covering me this week on the text letter, so you'll get a text from Nan tomorrow, not me.
Okay.
And she sent me the copy already, and I just edited it for her, and she'll, she has it ready to go, and she'll just click send tomorrow morning. Mm-hmm. So it really is nothing compared to, email formatting, importing pictures, getting just doing everything with MailChimp, the A/B testing, the subject line. Like, there's so many more components of the email that are not included in the text. But I think at the end of the day, I prefer email because because there's so much more I can include in that product. Mm-hmm. While we do include links in the text, it's limited to a number of characters. Mm-hmm. And so if I can't include it in this week's, I have to be very strategic about what I'm pushing out. Mm-hmm. And the nice thing about the email newsletter is I get to do a roundup of news, environmental news and climate change news around the state of Florida, which means it really is a comprehensive look at what's going on that week in Florida, like in the environment in Florida. So I get to, and we do, like, it's not necessarily to drive back traffic to our site. I mean, yes, that would be lovely if we can, raise the numbers of people on our site. Oh, sorry. But and that's part of the goal, but it's not the only goal.
Yeah.
Really, like this mission is to inform the public and educate people, and to be able to be there for them in time of need. And if you know anything about South Florida and climate change and rising seas, like the last projection that was just announced last week says by 2060 we'll have between 17 and 31 inches of sea level rise. But so there's a lot at stake, and it's important to let people know what's going on.
What's interesting about the text messaging platform is it cuts through and it feels urgent, and this issue is urgent. So that also is a nice symbiotic relationship between the platform and the message. Yeah. So I'm gonna, in the interest of time, I'm guessing there are questions in Slido, but I'm gonna put them on pause to come back to them when we have all three of you up here. Now I'm gonna invite up Kathleen Mora, who is from WBUR, to talk about a different platform, different context, different audience. Can we switch the Slido to the next question? So, Maureen, thank you for joining me in the hot seat. Maureen is the membership manager at WBUR. We're running a pledge drive simultaneously, so thank you for stepping away from that. So Hustle is the tool that Kathleen's been using, and as you can see from the results, very few of the people in the room have heard of Hustle. So can you give your informed opinion of what Hustle is, and then tell us how you've been using it?
So it's a peer-to-peer text messaging platform. The most notable use case is for some political campaigns. Bernie Sanders used it during his 2016 presidential run. So it's often used for engaging volunteers to get the word out to a large number of people. So whether it's sending out your message, informing people about something, or asking them to donate.
And tell us the story of why WBUR is testing it.
Sure. So we've been interested in text messaging as a communication tool. Our partners at Boston University have been using Hustle, so they graciously allowed us a couple seats to test it out.
And BU uses it to communicate with their alums
With their
around
alumni. That's
donating?
Right. Around donating, around events, anything to do with their alumni relations. We've been testing it for our retention efforts. So we've been doing it with our sustainer population, and then we also tested it for renewals recently.
Okay, and I think most everyone knows in the room, but I'm always surprised to hear how many credit cards in a sustainer model are not valid at the end of the month and don't get the charge. Getting an updated credit card is like a vital business issue for public radio stations.
It is. So for us, it's about 2,000 to 3,000 rejected credit cards each month. So we currently send out letters, and we do a couple emails a month, and then we do a phone call. And now we've added text messaging as well.
Okay, so tell us the stats. So how's it? So you have 3,000 people. You're emailing them, calling them, and sending direct mail to them. And now you've layered in texting.
Yep. So the first time we did this was in August. We had about 1,600 people we texted and the way that this platform works is it's very conversational. So I can read you our sample message, which is, "Hi, Joan, this is Kathleen from WBUR. Your support as a sustainer has been so important. Our records show the credit card on file is no longer valid. Can I send you the link to renew your support?" So rather than just blasting out what we want them to do, we're actually asking them a question, and they respond yes or no. In this case, we had 482 people say yes. That was about 30% of the file that we reached. And then about 70 or 4% said no. The rest didn't respond. Of that 482, about 31% actually updated. That was about 150 people.
Okay, so do you think those 180 people were also getting the emails and the phone calls, and or did you reach a population that you weren't able to reach?
In theory, they were being reached one way or the other. It felt like, reading the responses, those were the people who had either ignored those things or had opted out of email, so hadn't been receiving that or just not opening it, who knows. A lot of them, as most sustainers are, very engaged, were apologetic, and oh my goodness, I didn't know it wasn't working. Send me the link, absolutely. They were very conversational with us.
Okay, but tell us about the no's, because I mean, text. I think one hesitation around starting to text your audience and your donors and your treasured donors is you don't want to be intrusive, right? And so, what were the no? It wasn't that many, but tell us what they.
No, it was. We were surprised. We expected more people to say, "Please don't text me at all." We only got a small handful of those people. A lot of the no's were people who had moved and just neglected to tell us that they moved and cancel their gift. So we were getting a lot of cleanup happening from it. And the other no's were people who said, "I already did it," because of the lag time between when we sent the message and when we generated the list, or just didn't want to engage with us that way. The other interesting thing with the yeses was we had a number of yeses who said, "Yes, but can you email me the link?" Even though we reached you via text, they still felt more comfortable, or however they managed their information was via email.
Okay, so that's we've talked about this, is that created kind of an interesting challenge because Hustle is not like an integrated CRM workflow tool. It is a text messaging tool. So when somebody said, "Please email me," what did you end up having to do?
Sure. So there's two halves of the Hustle platform. There's the administration panel where you upload all the contacts and build the messages, and then there's the actual deployment where you hit send on every single message. So those two things don't quite share all of their information either. I think it's a protection level for volunteers who might be using that system. I'm not entirely sure. But I could only see the person's name when they were responding. I couldn't see their phone number, and I couldn't see their account ID, which is what we had uploaded into the system. So we were downloading the messages to get that information from the admin side and reconciling that. In some cases, the person said, "Can you email it to XYZ email address?" And that was easy enough. But otherwise, I had to go outside of the platform and the message, go into our admin panel, pull that out, and then find them in our database. So it was a lot of labor.
Okay, so there's this second scenario that you've just been testing this past month, which is around people who donated a year ago, so their membership is now up. They gave a one-time donation, and now is the time for their renewal, and you've been contacting them. So this would be instead of the annual email to them to say, time to give again.
Right, so this is in addition to those letters and emails that they've been getting from us all along. So this was a smaller population. We had about 470 people that we reached out to. 61% said yes.
61% of the people you reached.
I mean, 61 people, sorry. 13% said yes.
Okay, okay.
So smaller people saying yes. About the same percentage of people actually followed through and did it, though. It was about 26% there.
Okay, so to review the stats, you're getting in the teens, basically, of response rates to these requests through Hustle.
Yes.
These platforms have very different contexts, but it's interesting to hear the ground source tool where it's around content and the high engagement. Again, it's around the value. So Hustle is thought of as a tool for get out the vote kind of and grassroots organizations. What do you, from your experience with Hustle, what do you think it is ideal for? Like, what would be your advice to people in this room if they're going to consider Hustle?
Well, so I think the difference too with the tool that we've heard before is people opted into that. We've just been using the phone
opted
number
into ground source versus Hustle.
So we've just been using the phone numbers that have been provided to us. So it's unexpected potentially. But I think in this case, it's when you have something really specific to communicate. We're not just blasting something out and say, "Hey, give us a gift now." We're telling them a piece of information that might be important to them. Texting is a very intimate thing. It's not like email where it's very passive. It's in your device in front of you, and it's something that I feel still people have that wall with, that they're not quite comfortable having random businesses text them. So if we're giving them information, it worked particularly well for sustainers to say, you have this comfort with us and this commitment to us, and we're just reminding you that you're a little bit behind on that, versus just saying to someone, "Hey, we have a fundraiser going on, give right now." I think that was the important distinction for us.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm going to now switch it and bring up Tina, which is, where is it?
Do you want me to leave?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Kathleen. No, I don't need to kick you off the stage. Yeah, can you find Tina? Where? She should be sitting right around over there. Okay. Why don't we bring Kathleen and Katie up while we search for Tina? Kathleen and Tina, why don't you guys come up and let's do Slido questions? Okay, so everybody, this is Tina Pamantuan, who is the general manager of KALW, which is in San Francisco. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So I'm going to spend a couple minutes with you, and then I'll bring the other two up, and we'll do Q&A. Okay. So, this is the survey. So half of the people in the room have heard of Give Lively, and 7% of those have used it. that's actually the highest of the 3 platforms of people who have heard of the tool. So that's actually really good to know. So can you start off by giving us, in your words, your description of what Give Lively offers you?
Sure, it's a fundraising platform. It was started by, I think, Jonathan and Jennifer Soros in 2015, and it allows you to do a couple different things on the platform for fundraising. It's all for nonprofits. They're a nonprofit themselves. One of the reasons we chose it is because of its Free Forever pledge, and also because it has a very strict privacy pledge that we felt aligned with our mission. So you can create your own campaign page, which we've done for Giving Tuesday in 2018 and 2019. You can also do peer-to-peer fundraising by having people fundraise for your station on a particular day or during your on-air campaign. You can also do ticketing through this platform. We haven't done that yet. And I think the other, text to give, of course, is very important. And actually, we've only just started to figure out that little piece of it. Although, hearing today from the other 2 panelists, I think there's some ideas I have about how to do that in the future.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah, so the title of this panel is around text messaging, and Give Lively, I think, has a really smart text messaging integration because it's basically it invites people to text a keyword, and then it kicks them into a really nice web-friendly, mobile-friendly experience, right, with all of the features you just named.
That's right, and I think right now we're really on the sort of lower end of like using the text part of it. For us, the platform just looked really nice, and you see the little meter going as you're raising money, and I think that was exciting to people, especially to share on social. So we were experimenting with a couple different things.
And so tell us your story of using it. You used it last Give Tuesday and then last week.
That's right. So we used it in 2018 and in 2019 for Giving Tuesday, so one day only. I think some of the giving started maybe the day before when we sent out a newsletter. But essentially, there were 2 very different things that we were dealing with in each year. In 2018, we were saying farewell to the former general manager. I'm fairly new, about a year and a couple months in. So when we first did this, I was in the job for 3 months. I had a great managing news editor who said, I had a background in marketing and said, why don't we try this? And I said, yeah, let's do it. So we put it on pretty quickly. It happened to be that our gala for our former GM was the day before. And so we kicked it off with him doing the ask at the gala. And so that was helpful. To be honest, we didn't have a lot of giving during that event, partially because I'm working at a station where I should say we didn't have very diversified giving at that point. And so we were just trying, it was a bit of culture change happening at the same time. And that can be really difficult. And so there was even this question about, is it appropriate for the former GM to do this call to action? And my answer was yes, but there were people in the room who said no. We debated it. He was very happy to do it, so there was no problem with him asking. And we got some donations. I think for some people, it just showed that we were trying something different, and that meant a lot to the community, because it was primarily community members that were at this party. Maybe there were 200 of them.
And so that was the night before, and then Giving Tuesday, people had many different ways in which they saw the Give Lively. Like they could enter it from different places.
Yeah, that's right. So we shared it on social with a number of different badges where we had this. I don't know if did you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's okay. So we had someone in our news team basically make these badges that gave testimonials in a short quote about what KALW gives to them. And so that was basically sent out to a number of people. They responded very positively. This is our community. This is our staff, our interns, et cetera. So maybe there were like 20 of those badges circulating on social media. There was the text to give number there. So it was text voices to 44321. And then you could still donate, though, through our regular avenue, which was something that I actually reached out to NPR Digital, and they said, don't take that page down. Definitely don't take that page down. So we didn't.
So I think it's a good, probably instinctively, we all know that when you're testing something, don't put aside your existing operation. Don't turn off the main funnel while you're testing the new funnel.
That's right, because some people were responding to other things, like renewal letters or something else that they had heard, or maybe they got, it wasn't necessarily that they were seeing the Give Lively show up in their Facebook.
So why did you use Give Lively for Giving Tuesday the second year? Because you're not using it as your main donation platform.
So why did we stay with it?
Yeah,
I mean, partly because we already had it set up, and we did. Our goal was 10,000 for Giving Tuesday in 2018, and we got about 12,000. We had 172 donations, and it was a fairly light lift. So we did 3 newsletters, which were pretty much just iterations of the same thing, you know? It starts now, we're in the middle, we're at the end, basically. Thank you. So that was a very just light lift there. And then what I think we did more of the first year was social media. And then, of course, we did calls to action on air, too, so there were spots running. And I think it's funny because it's not that we had specifically planned it this way, but we really focused more on social media the first year, and the second year we focused more on the spots and making pre-produced. The on-air spots were pre-produced. The year before they were announced or reads only, and the numbers were slightly different because the second year, 2019, just a week ago, we had 92 donations versus 172 last year. But we had a similar amount of money raised. We had 10,500, something like that.
So
this year,
more donors last year, maybe smaller. So they came through more of the social channels.
Yeah.
More donors, but smaller dollars.
Yep.
I guess next year do both.
Yeah, maybe do both. And I think that from what I saw, and this is not that I've made a study of this, I feel like there was more of a response to the Giving Tuesday on air and seeing that page circulating on social media this year. And last year, I feel like it may have been a mix of things with the gala happening, et cetera. And we had an unusual thing happen, unfortunately, this past Giving Tuesday as well, because we had one of our hosts passed suddenly the day before. We didn't find out until the next day, and we had to go on air to let people know around 4 o'clock. So it sort of diverted the team's attention too. So how do you test these things?
Controlled. Yeah.
Yeah. So we probably did less social media overall because also we didn't want to
be. Yeah. There are a lot more important things going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I would like to bring back up Kathleen and Katie, and I would like to go over to Slido questions. I'll let you guys have. Can we bring up the? And I'm hoping people have been asking questions. Oh, good. Cool. 1 minute. 1.5 minutes. Okay, great. Are you worried that people will start to use these text messages or view these text messages as unwanted spam and as more intrusive than email?
I'm definitely concerned about that. So we're being very careful in the way that we're using them. We're not using them. We've only done 3 tests so far since August.
Can you explain how Hustle prevents you from violating basic spam laws?
Sure. So you actually hit send on every message. There's not a bot that does it for you. So it is technically a person texting another person.
Okay. And the other 2 platforms, it's actually the person takes the action first, right? So it's less of an issue of spam or unwanted email. Okay. Are you doing on-air promos to sign up for the text newsletter? Any call to action issues?
Yep, so we actually had one of our morning edition hosts record an on-air spot that we have at 9:30. I think there's like a 30-second promo spot every day, except the weekends. That she recorded I wrote some language for her. She recorded it, and then we also did 15-second spots that are in my voice. Mm-hmm. That will be that actually we're going to. That we ran for a short amount of time, and then we've had other stuff, and they were bumped off. But we have used on-air promotion for it. And I forgot the other part of the question. Oh, any call to action issues? No.
Even though it's a couple-step process. Type in a phone number, send a text.
Yeah, I mean, people have, if they want to get in touch with us, sometimes they'll email the general manager, hey, I missed that, what's the number? And then it's just a matter of sharing it.
Okay, cool. Okay, have you tried tracking whether text subscribers are more engaged in other ways? So do they end up migrating to membership? Are they coming to events? Are they more social followers? Do any of you, maybe Tina, do you have any data on that? Because Give Lively has multiple tentacles.
So, sorry, can you say this question again?
So it's the second one. Sarah, can you pop the second one up to the top?
No, we haven't tracked our tech subscribers. So we don't. I'm not opposed to it, but we.
You mean
haven't
like through the funnel? Like, so basically,
That's right.
can you figure out whether or not these subscribers, the people who are texting, do they end up becoming donors? Do they end up following you on social? Are they on Facebook liking your page? Do any of you have any data on that?
Well, they're donors for sure, because this is how we're asking. Yeah.
Yeah, we're only asking donors, so they're already at that point in the funnel.
But have they engaged in other ways with us besides donating?
We're not tracking that.
Okay.
So I know just from like anecdotal examples that people have been like, I donate, thank you so much for doing this, but we don't track that either. I mean, if membership asked, we could definitely provide numbers and do a comparison of like who is a member and if they gave us their phone number, but it might not even be a cell phone number. So like, there's really no way to check that.
Okay, so the tracking is very difficult, is the takeaway from that one. Okay, we already asked the second question. So the third one, question for all. How do you get people's cell phone numbers and how do you avoid, we've already covered the spam laws, but how are you getting people's phone numbers?
For us, it's people providing them when they're making their donations.
Oh, tell me the stat you told me about the percentage. You have a whole bunch of phone numbers associated with these people and their credit cards. And what percentage of them turn out to be cell phones?
And we didn't know what was cell phone and what was a household number. We don't ask that to simplify the donation process. I think when we started with 1,600 people, the list we had originally provided was 2,700.
So that's about
A little bit more than half.
A little bit more than half of the phone numbers people are providing with their credit cards are cell phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have in your donor database already a huge collection of cell phone numbers. Okay, legacy membership systems. This is my favorite topic. Allegiance, Razor's Edge, et cetera, are a challenge. Any progress integrating and engaging vendors in solving the issues described? Tina, you
We're changing our CRM right now. We're changing a lot of things right now. So we just chose Donor Perfect. We thought about Allegiance. One thing I like about this platform is as soon as I started speaking to the just on chat and on the phone with the company, they just seemed very open to like talking through, and they're young too, so they started in 2015. So right now we're not integrated. They're integrated only with Salesforce. We're not going to do Salesforce. So if you're on Salesforce, this could be an opportunity.
What was the name of it again? The name of the CRM?
Donor Perfect.
Donor Perfect
is what we've chosen. Yeah.
Hustle or GroundSource, is there any integration with platforms? GroundSource has some Slack integration.
We do. So we actually set up the Slack integration where if, for example, during a live show, someone texts in, they will get a response saying something like, hey, thanks for texting in to the South Florida Roundup. Can you tell us your first and last name? And then like in the little quotations, like this gives us permission to like broadcast this because you're you're opting in. So it actually goes through, it shows up on Slack, like #GroundSource feed, and our host has access to that feed. So he could actually just read the messages straight, and it's like a 15 or 30 second delay. So it's pretty fast, given that it's an hour-long show, the segment's maybe 15 to 23 minutes or even less than that. So we try and get as many of these responses on air as quickly as possible. And it's actually, we just had a conversation about, of course, sea level rise. And we had a lot of engagement. People were texting in their stories, their questions for our panelists. I mean, we probably got like 15 questions just on air to begin with. Yeah. And like, that's really successful. If you think about, because we do a call in and you can also text in.
So that's a great example of when integration is critical. Does GroundSource integrate in with any customer, like any back-end systems so you can connect it to a donor database? And
I do not know the answer to that question.
And Hustle?
We haven't explored it because we're piggybacking on BU's license right now, so I don't think it'll integrate with our CRM.
I guess suffice it to say it is a challenge. Okay, can we go over the costs for all three? Katie, you covered the GroundSource. You said it's an initiation $2,500 fee, and then it's a monthly fee.
Yeah, and you can pay upfront for the entire year, and again, depending on what you like expect your SMS numbers to be, it's like I think a range of $250 to $500. It could be more than that. I think we're at the $500 level.
And you're paying per message sent.
Yes.
Yeah. And Give Lively?
It's free, and it has a pledge of free forever. So
that's
pretty great.
the lowest price option on the stage. And Hustle?
Hustle is based on the number of contacts that you have, and it's tiered based on how many people you've got. So I think BU's on a 25,000 contact license, and I think they pay somewhere in the range of $1.50 per contact.
$1.50 per contact. Okay, so $25,000, or no, that would be like 50,000 or 37,000.
It could be cheaper if they have that many. I don't actually know.
Okay. Do people donate without being hammered to do so? When texting to give, we found it only worked when an event host glared people down to do it now. And even if it's not on air, the calls, the emails, the direct mail, and the text message. How do you guys feel about like just layering in more and more channels? And is that the only way to reach people?
Well, I'm really sensitive to the text messaging because I know that if I get a text message from someone I don't know or it's clearly a business, I get kind of, I don't like it initially.
Yeah.
So that's why we've been intentionally very like bounded with the way we're using Give Lively and text to give, because what we would like to do is make it more about content, build that bridge of trust, and then they're expecting things from us, text messages from us, and then asking to donate that way is no big deal. Right now, we're just asking them, if you want to hear about how to donate, you make the first action.
Right.
I can see us doing more calls to action with on-air spots that have to do both with content and and with donating. But right now, on our on-air spots, we don't do text to give. We just don't direct them to our site, and they can go to Give Lively from there.
So that's fascinating, and I think that makes sense a lot when you think about the open rates around the WLRN direction, right, where it's around the content versus open rates of renewing credit cards. It's a little less exciting to receive a text about a credit card. Kathleen, you're in our membership department, WBUR's membership department. How do you feel about the hammering of the message to people?
I think what we found is that it's the only way to get people to respond. There are the
good to be honest.
certain types of people will respond to the first time you reach out to them, and then there are others who just need the reminder, and some appreciate it and say, "Oops, I knew I was supposed to do that. Send it to me again."
Okay. Do each of your text programs integrate with your CRM software? We kind of covered that. The answer is no. And do you track engagement in there along with other communications? I think it's like the dream that we all have is that we could do that, but we are not there yet. For your on-air promos, do you explicitly ask them to text a number? Is that considered a call to action violating underwriting and FCC guidelines? That's a great question. Does anyone know the answer?
I wouldn't think so, because how is it different from asking them to call in and donate?
Yeah, okay, there's room consensus that is not, the room has spoken, and it is not in violation with any guidelines.
It better not be.
But how many of you are doing text to donate, like doing an on-air promo of text to donate?
Like I said, we haven't yet.
Yeah, okay, interesting. And then underwriting requires, here's the answer. Underwriting requires consideration. If the station is paying for the service, underwriting does not apply. Okay. Will this session be available after the live stream? That is a question none of us know, but I'm guessing it will be. We're recording a video all day today, so we're going to be making a bunch of these sessions available afterwards. With that, we're going to take our final coffee break, get some more caffeine in us, and then we're going to come back in 15, I think actually we have 20 minutes for the next session. So a 20-minute break, and then we're going to come back for the last podcasting session. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ted Fuller, and I'm the Business Technology and Analytics Lead for the BizLab. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm excited to talk about this panel because in public media, we've mastered the art of asking for donations from a live radio audience, but we need to establish a strategy for making that same request from an asynchronous on-demand audience. And these audiences are becoming more and more important to us in our industry, most visibly through the success of podcasts as a medium. Now, about a year ago, I had the chance to experiment with some podcast fundraising efforts here at WBUR. And as I came up to speed, I quickly came to realize that the leaders who are really establishing the best practices in this field are people from KUOW, NHPR, and Glow.fm. And so I'm happy to have them on the panel today. And for them, this is no longer a question of can we raise money from these podcast audiences. It's a question of how do we expand on these streams of revenue that we've already established. Our moderator today is Charlotte Cooper, who is Director of Audience Growth and Marketing at PRX. And formerly, Charlotte was Senior Manager for Podcast Membership at WNYC, where her team raised millions each year from their podcast audience. And she was very helpful to me as I came up to speed on this program. So thank you, Charlotte, and take it away.
Am I mic'd? Hello. So I think there's always something I should say out front at the top. Like it's a very powerful thing to be the person between the room of people and the happy hour. So thank you for bearing with us over the next 45 minutes. When we had our initial getting to know you chat, although I know all three of you, but when we talked about what we wanted to talk about today, we easily took up an hour, and I could have gone for another hour if I'm honest. So I'm hoping there are a lot of questions, and I know we won't be able to get to them all today, but we all will be around and talking about the experiments that you're doing and you want to do, or that you three have had experience with, is the best way to kind of learn and share information to kind of lift the entire space up together, which is something that I care very deeply about. I think something that I think the conversations today have been rooted in is how experiments and testing have brought together cross-organizational teams to do some really interesting work. And they've been a key education point about what revenue generation means for a nonprofit and public media. And I think it's something that came up in our conversations as well. Rebecca, you don't have a membership or fundraising role. It'd be super interesting to talk about how do you end up on the stage today?
Right. So I don't work in membership, and I actually don't work on our podcast team. But I also, in addition to being digital director at NHPR, I also have a podcast business that I run from my home, and that has really been my sandbox to learn everything I know about podcast monetization, advertising, donations, tip jars, live events, newsletter subscriptions, the different tools that are out there available. And I've been lucky enough with my collaborator, Maureen McMurray, who runs our on-demand content unit, to really be in the room and help drive some of our experiments and fundraising forward.
And how does it, coming to something sort of as an independent creator, having your own fundraising things, how much of a different experience is it to be doing it within the public media, public radio space?
Yeah, it's both wonderful and incredibly frustrating because, I'm very inspired by Andy McDaniel, by the way, and her incredible honesty on the stage. So I hope you don't mind if I kind of go there. Indie podcasters are where public radio should be looking for how to do this. That's just the way that it is. There are some very small shows out there in the world using existing tools to capitalize on their small but loyal audiences and making thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars a month. And it can be really hard when you're working in public radio, where the membership model is rightly sort of based on these long-term relationships, on monthly sustaining commitments, to translate that somebody's hijacked our model and is doing it better for us on this platform for this kind of content, that we are positioned to make better content than they are positioned to make. So, first I saw Slate, which isn't an indie, obviously, sort of steal the public radio membership model for their Slate Plus program and employ it to incredible success using relatively low-tech tools. And now I see indie shows, again, creating buckets of monetization for their podcasts, ads plus Patreon plus events, and really capitalizing, doing very simple things, personal asks, and really working and overserving those relationships. And we, as a system, are slower to adopt those models for a large variety of reasons. I mean, part of it has to do with the fact that, while I, as an independent creator, can work 10 extra hours a week on a project that's revenue designed, we can't ask a producer or somebody else who's already working 50 hours a week to put in those 10 hours. So it's a little bit different, obviously, resource-wise. But yeah, there has been a little bit of conflict, sort of, and I don't think it's just me and my station. I think anybody who's sort of creating podcasts within stations has probably felt a little bit of this.
Yeah. And I'm just going to, something I probably should have said, I think we don't have the Slido on the board here, but if you do go, is it true that if you go and use BizLab 5, I'm hearing, that you can pop your questions in there as they come up, so you don't have to hold onto anything too tight. Amira, you're coming from a very different background as well. It would be great to give a real tiny little pitch of what Glow is and the problem you are trying to help solve through your conversations with the public media and the independent podcast space.
So I'm the co-founder of Glow.fm, and we are a purpose-built product specifically to help podcasts build their membership and subscription models. So we're turnkey. We'll accept payment if you want us to accept payment and make that incredibly easy to do. But we'll also make it easy to paywall bonus content or provide exclusive content to your listeners in a way that's really seamless for them. So it's call to action, 3 clicks, and they've already paid with a recurring or one-time payment and have access to bonus content. And we can piecemeal any one part of that. So if you only want to use it for payment, that's great. If you just want to use this to easily distribute bonus content, we can do that as well. I came at it as a podcaster myself, so I started off just across the river here with a local news podcast called Backyard Cambridge, and I developed an audience, and what I wanted to do was develop a membership model where people would pay for the podcast, almost like a newspaper. And as I looked around, I realized there was really no great way to do that in a way that put my brand first, in a way that made it really easy to distribute extra content to my listeners and maybe add on an extra newsletter. And so that's what we do. We're a turnkey solution specifically designed for this problem.
And you spend a lot of time obviously pitching and trying to sell Glow FM up to people, but in that process and with the clients that you work with, I would imagine, like anybody, you take on that role of a therapist a little bit. Yeah. And so, what are the common kind of roadblocks that you're hearing when you're starting to have those conversations about, well, what is the technology piece to help me, get the money, even before you get to that part?
Yeah, our goal is to make technology not be the problem. So we've really solved as well as we can to make it very easy to get started, very easy to charge your listeners, really easy to collect failed credit card payments and distribute that premium content. So yeah, we end up just playing the role of therapist a lot. And the number one question that people come to us and ask is what can I offer in exchange for my membership? What do people really want? And so we end up spending a lot of time really talking through a lot of the same lessons that Joan was talking to this morning, which is how do I find what we call content market fit? How do you know what your listeners really want and make it possible to give something back to them that is something they value? And as you all know, it's all about crafting a call to action that really demonstrates what that value is. And the value can be anything. I mean, some of our most successful podcasts are just really good at saying, your money's going to go towards paying our producer. This is who our producer is. She deserves to be paid. And that's that. And we just get really great donations from that. Or we have podcasts that offer really awesome bonus content twice a month and see anywhere, our average conversion rates are between 1% to 5% of total audiences converting to monthly conversion. And so we have podcasts that are $10,000 to $20,000 an episode, making $40,000 a year using our platform just for bonus content through that kind of conversion piece. And so once we tell them what the possibilities are and how to really zero in on what value they can offer their listeners, it becomes a lot easier to start to unlock that. And so one thing that we've done in that therapy piece is we've built out a launch playbook that we're gonna release the first version of next week to help people walk through that set of questions of what can I offer, how do I pinpoint my offering, how do I figure out the right call to action, and design my whole membership around that value offering.
That's great. And Kirsten, I think I think the title of your role doesn't reflect the podcast space, but I think it does reflect how public radio stations are thinking about that hedging where the audience is going, that digital place. And I think for a lot of stations of different sizes, that is where their podcast membership team have grown out of. It would be super interesting to hear about how you approach that KUOW and kind of what that looks like within the station for you.
Yeah, we are always testing and always trying new things. It's exciting and terrifying all at once. And with our podcast fundraising in particular, I started about 1.5 years ago, and my title is Digital Fundraising Officer, which is, nobody really knows exactly what that means. But so one of the things that I was approached by our podcast and marketing team and was like, can we just get a dedicated donation form so that we can put out an ask on our host channels and in the episode so that we're able to track some level of success. And so I was actually approached by our content team, which I was immensely grateful for. And I was like, yeah, let me throw that together for you. What do we want it to look like? And so we did that. It was one in-episode ask and a couple of social media asks, and that generated $6,000 for us. So we were like, we got something here. We should probably figure out a little bit more of that. So that just initial ability to be nimble and respond to a request that I got from another team that thankfully our team is really super collaborative spirit. We've talked a lot about like firewall issues and making sure I have great appreciation for firewall and ethics and journalism, but I'm also extremely appreciative that our content team goes above and beyond to help do these kinds of asks and approaches me with ideas, and then I can just help them figure out the best way to execute that, because that's what I'm there for, is to support them and figure out the best way to bring in revenue for their team. And so now we've just continued to kind of iterate and build off of that initial one tracking link. We've tested things with premiums, we've experimented with bonus feeds, and we actually, an initial conversation with Merit Glow and the university bureaucracy that was earlier mentioned kind of ran into some conflicts, and so we had to do really technical workarounds to figure out how to do the bonus feed delivery, which, I could go all the way into that if anybody
We will get back to the fun, and I think also the great area of bonus feeds, and that, let's kind of dig into that in a little bit, I think.
Yep.
Probably worth asking, like by a show of hands, is anybody in the room doing podcast fundraising right now? So a good number. So I think one of the things for those that aren't, I think there's probably a couple of like 101 stuff that we might want to hit. And something that came up definitely in my time during WNYC was, when do you start to ask for money on a podcast? Like, what is the opportune moment? If we look back, it was brought up earlier today, like for public radio, the conversion cycle for a member can be up to 7 years, 5 to 7 years. And definitely my experience from podcasts hasn't been that it's that long. But Rebecca, it'd be great to hear, like, I think the first time that I heard the asks on New Hampshire Public Radio podcast was for Bear Brook. And it was right there.
Episode 1, at the beginning of the episode.
So could you talk a little bit just about how you got to that decision, who was involved in that decision, and the sign-off for that, and maybe like some of the great stats that you have?
Sure. So Bear Brook is an unparalleled success at NHPR, something that, frankly, everybody on the content side knew would be the case. It's, at this point, almost 11 million downloads worldwide. It's a limited series. Originally, it was supposed to be like 6 or 8 episodes. It ended up being a little bit longer because PS, another big impact of the podcast, was it actually helped solve the case, and so we had to do some reporting around that. But one of the things that I knew from my work in true crime, I'm a true crime author, the podcast that I make is actually about true crime podcasts, is that it is very motivating for a formatic narrative show, whether it's true crime or any kind of really compelling narrative show. A thing that a listener who's really engaged with the content will want right away is the next episode. They'll want that binge experience. So the concept behind Bear Brook was, and again, I just want to underline something that you said earlier, or Kirsten said, is that the content team was integrated into the process from the beginning. Like, we went to them and said, would you be willing to do this? And then what would you be willing to do? And the concept was that you would donate $20 one time, tip jar model, which we didn't invent. We stole it from Serial, who basically deployed it in episode 4 of the most popular podcast ever made, Serial, and they basically said, do you like this? Do you want us to make more? Give us $20. And they had an enormous fundraising haul from that and conversion rate. And I knew that they didn't pull that out of nowhere because they have this very sophisticated fundraising operation at the This American Life shop. But so I was just like, let's do what they did. Why not? A similarly formatic, narrative, true crime podcast. And what we decided to try to offer was the next episode right now, if you gave $20. So we created a bonus feed, very low tech, easily bootleggable. But we decided we didn't care because if someone was bootlegging our bonus feed, like, that's good, right? Like, for creating something that addictive. So at the time, I mean, the tools like you're making were not available to us at the time. So so we decided, right? Initially, we put the ask at the end of episode 1, at the end of the credits, and then we were just looking at the data in Apple Podcasts and listened through, right? We realized people were dumping when the credits were over, maybe before the last note of the music. So after the podcast was out for a week, we moved it right to the beginning of the episode, repeated it at the end. And we saw some really high conversion. I mean, the first couple of episodes when the podcast was really taking off, more than 1% conversion. And I kind of developed this other metric of like dollars per listener because I'm thinking like less about conversion rates of people because the podcast life cycle, it lives out in the world forever. And you can't always offer that next episode right away because at some point there aren't additional episodes, but Bear Brook right now today, months after its release, is still being downloaded 600,000 times a month. So the ask should stay. The message has changed. But we've raised about $50,000 in $20 donations from that podcast. So it's been a really interesting and fun thing to see develop and experiment.
And I think that was one of the great things about it to think about. Obviously, you were using as that transactional piece at the start was get more episodes now for your gift. But the fact that that doesn't work after 6 weeks of the show coming out. And so for people still to be saying, like, this is an experiment I want to invest in, at the moment they have that closest relationship with the content.
With Jason. So Jason Moon in particular, the host of the podcast, is the guide through the show. And this is something that any creator knows well in this medium. And the other thing that I'll say, it really helped this process is, and I would encourage any station leader to think about this when you're thinking about these efforts, the people who are creating your podcast and your content teams listen to more podcasts than anybody else in your organization. They know what these things sound like in other podcasts. They know what they connect with as a listener. They know what listeners will tolerate. They are more familiar with the industry, very likely, than your membership team or your underwriting team because they are probably your heaviest consumers. And Jason and Taylor, the producer of the podcast, really design the messages to be tight, to be very personal, and to frankly, like, show a little bit of vulnerability. Like, you guys, we really so much appreciate you listening to this. It was a risk that our station took, and we want to send the signal that our station should take more of these risks. So if you like what you hear, give us $20. And it's not super hard, but it's more transparent. They're not driving home the mission of New Hampshire Public Radio. They don't talk about it being like an NHPR product overtly. It's about that particular show, the relationship a listener has with it, and if you want us to make something like it, please help.
Yeah, I think that the messaging piece is a really important piece, obviously. Like, different to broadcast, terrestrial radio, where we have the bullhorn, the opportunity to interrupt a listener's daily experience, daily relationship with your show by putting messaging into, every hour, every 30 minutes, constantly changing the message and evolving it through the day to capture as many gifts as possible. The relationship with your podcast listeners is on demand, it's on their terms, and God damn it, they have a skip button.
Yep.
And so creating an authentic ask, creating a reason to stick around and listen to get to that ask is that little, very key important thing. And Kirsten, I know you work, I want to say hands off, that's probably not the right term, but with your content creators to kind of give them the guidance, but to really invest in them as content creators for the ask as well.
Yeah, so I think everybody knows any good fundraising ask is a good story that people connect with emotionally and feel invested in the moment, and that's what drives them to give. And so when we started approaching doing asks in our podcasts, I basically sent them a bulleted list of here's a few talking points that you should definitely hit home with. Like, we do mention that it's a KOW product in our asks usually because we had to skirt around the restricted fundraising rules with our finance department a little bit. So supporting the podcast, which is made by KOW Public Radio, made possible by it. So I gave them a few template things like that. But I really I encourage them to make it their own and to relate it back to why they love creating it, because that's what people are going to relate to. And so my favorite ask, there's a lot of great asks, but I'm going to single out one in particular, is by our producer, Matt Martin, who's a producer for The Wild, which is also our first podcast that hit 1 million downloads, yay. And there's season 1, episode 1 of The Wild. The episode starts with Matt getting stung by bees as they hunt out this cougar den. And so in his ask that he wrote, I sent him the bullet points and here's what you definitely need to touch on. And so he produced a spot and sent it back and he's like, let me know what you think. And he talked about I'm the guy who got stung by bees in the first episode, and despite that, I love what I do. And goes on to tell this really compelling ask about why you should support that kind of content coming from KOW. And it's authentic. And that's the big thing, is people can tell when you're not being real and they're not being authentic, just like when you're on the radio. But I think even more so because it is so intimate, it's in your ears and it's following you around through different parts of your day. And so if you don't strike that right authentic tone in a really clear and concise way, like you're saying, of hey, this content takes money to create and we need you to support it if you want more of it, people respond to that really well because it's true, it's authentic, and if you can relate it back to the storytelling that they're hearing and enjoying in that moment, I think that's the perfect recipe.
We had and do you mind if I just, we had an Outside In our podcast, which is about the outdoors, but it's also very sort of, in a way, it's sort of subversive, very fun, very fresh. Sam is the host is the guiding person. He produced a fundraising spot for a fundraiser they did last year that I think raised about $17,000, where he cast our COO as a villain in the spot. He went and did a real interview with him, and our COO was doing all this tech talk about how do we scale this? How do we make this a sustainable business model? And Sam just interrupted in the voiceover and was like, you hear that? That's the man trying to keep our podcast down. Not exactly that, but we want, help us show our station leadership that this work matters and that you will support. It was so, and Zach, thank goodness, has a sense of humor and was cool with it, but it was a piece of content in the podcast. The other way to do it is to make it a piece of content in the podcast.
I mean, best case scenario, everybody's super on board and wants to do that. But in a world where, imagine, your content teams at the station don't have infinite time and are crunching on deadlines to get every episode of the podcast out. Wonder if anyone's familiar with that. How do you build the case to make time for this? Why should the creators be as invested in that story of membership? The mission, what I think is very much the mission and vision of the reasons behind the content creation, to step up and do the additional work of making something moving enough to get someone to pay attention and give. And I wonder, Mira, do you want to?
Yeah, so piece of content or talking about why you got stung by a bee and should get paid for it. Those are really incredible ways to make an ask, but it doesn't have to be a piece of content. These things can be pretty simple and straightforward, and we have a script for it, and the idea is the call to action should come early. It should come often. It should. And it can be long, and if you just sit down and write out a paragraph that says, here's why we do what we do. It costs money. Here's specifically what costs money, and here's how you can support it. People would be surprised at how many listeners engage with that. And so it doesn't have to be a contrived exercise. It can be something that takes 10 minutes, but it's just a good piece of content and writing that really strikes the listener in their ear. And those convert incredibly well. And so it doesn't have to be really difficult to put together this call to action. But the other thing as you're pitching the content team isn't just about the money that they can raise, but when you're getting people to engage with you and support the show, it's also an indicator of how much are they enjoying it? How well are you activating your audience, and how connected do they feel with the goal of what you're doing? And so, our hosts get really excited when they see a new payment come in, not just because it's new money, but because they're like, man, that person liked my show enough that they actually pulled money out of their pocket and said thank you for it. And you know what I can do? I can email them and say thank you also. And so it gives you a way not just of getting more money for the show, but getting a way to engage more deeply with your audience. And those people can go into your broader membership funnels, and you can hit them up all the time as you're talking about your broader station goals. And so it's a really good way to move not just to move into engagement.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point to bring up, because obviously we're talking about revenue a lot today. Revenue is not always hear me today, give me some money, like right now. But there is a membership funnel. And I think it's also important to point out, just to be honest, like the terms of making podcasts within the public media system are different to being independent. And it's very, very few occasions where a show will be $1 million show and support every single element of production through individual giving and small gifts. And so I wonder, like, what is that bigger conversation about membership as who these people are in terms of who's going to stay in that funnel and become a member and a believer and a lover of your station, who might not, and is that okay? And who are those people maybe who are coming in and they're going to be the lifetime promoters of any content you make? If you want to jump in, Kirsten.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start off with just anybody who gives to any one of our podcast dedicated forms goes into our content management system and into our database, just like any other donor. So they are considered a member right off the bat, whether it's $5. And we even tried a little bit of the $2 or $3 a month donation just to see how people took it. And I think there's a lot of different definitions of membership throughout the entire system, and every station defines it a little bit differently. And yes, there is like, we want more sustainers and we want a certain number goal. But what I saw in our data was actually we were getting a lot of lapsed rejoin members. So these are people who had drifted away from our content or drifted away from membership, but maybe we're still kind of casually listening. But this podcast re-engaged them. And going back to that piece about highly engaged audiences, one of our podcasts, Battle Tactics for Your Sexist Workplace, was our most successful fundraising podcast, but it wasn't necessarily a huge download audience. But what we saw was that people were highly engaged with the content. They had a great Facebook community, and they were really excited about the idea of like supporting something new and different. And so we saw really great success with that. So, and that builds community and brand loyalty around not just the podcast brand, but also the home of the podcast. So I think membership tends to be this kind of nebulous term that everybody's like, I don't really know, like this person's not a member and this person isn't. And I think you have to be okay with just getting like the $120 donation every now and then that person dips out. It was the same conversation I had with people around initiating Facebook fundraisers at our station. They're like, oh, well, we can't steward these people and we can't, effectively track their information and we can't add them to our donation funnel. But we launched Facebook fundraisers a little over a year ago, and we've seen pretty considerable revenue and interesting implications around like the birthday fundraisers of its money that we wouldn't have gotten any other way if we weren't doing the ask at that point in time. So I think just being open to and letting go of that fear of like not doing the things way you've always done them is really important, and just having that flexibility of sometimes you aren't going to get the most robust data or the most success metrics. That doesn't mean there isn't something to learn from it. I think the biggest takeaway for us has just been, regardless of the dollar amounts or the metrics, has been this collaboration between teams and the culture that it's created of people know to come to me to ask for help. And even though there is a firewall, they know that I'm an ally and I'm there to support them. And that's just like, I think that's been the biggest success of all of our efforts. So
I think just kind of today, firewall is a word we've used a lot today, I think. And I think where it puts my head, and we had a little bit of a chit chat about this before we came out, but creating incentives and urgency in some cases has led to having binge mode as an offer, or bonus content that might be first seemingly behind a paywall before it comes into the actual feed. Now, as a public media world, it is our job to open up content to listeners and to provide equal access, I think, both to voices who are telling those stories, but also to people who are hearing them. That is our mandate, our mission and vision. So, but to say that there are probably gray areas, people who give a lot of money and get station tours are getting a different kind of relationship to the open access to the host that people who are only giving an incredible $7 or $10 a month gift. But how are you thinking about navigating that, Rebecca?
So we have had a lot of conversations about this internally, and we actually put out a podcast, Patient Zero, this year, which was a really successful show in terms of audience numbers, and we decided to do a paywall feed for that show with a regular gift. And the conversation that we had internally was, we will put things behind the paywall that we wouldn't have been making if the paywall didn't exist. So we're not holding anything back that was going to be released in these episodes. What we were doing was, for instance, taking tape, maybe that an episode that was too long or where it veered into a different topic that was also interesting but didn't fit in the narrative arc. Taylor would then craft that as an episode for that feed, and then if anyone asked about it, we could say, like, we are not holding anything back from you that was intended to be public. We are just providing access to something that wasn't, that wasn't made for that purpose. We did actually end up putting one of the bonus episodes outside the firewall because ultimately we decided it was important. It was actually answered a question that a lot of listeners were asking, we saw on social media, and it did provide full transparency, a little bit of production relief for the team that really needed to take a week to finish another one, and so pulling that episode out also helped with that. But it's definitely a conversation, and it's definitely, again, a resource issue. We're talking about it now with Outside In, one of our other teams, because there's a lot of opportunity there, I think, for a more personal interaction with Sam and the audience as a paid feed, but they can't make content that isn't as good. I mean, this is the way we are in HPR. We can't make bonus content that isn't as good as our content. So we have to, I think that we've kind of drawn a line when we've talked about fundraising around this with our fundraising team in that collaborative conversation, that if we can't resource it, it's hard to make the case to do it. But I'll tell you, on the private side of podcasting, the audience is very, very tiny behind the firewall, but you don't need a big audience to make a lot of money. So there is a very compelling case to at least experiment.
I think we have 15 minutes left, so we might switch to the questions on the big giant magic screen. But I could start with one right in front of us. Somebody asked if we could provide examples of excellent independent podcasts who fundraise well. Who's got one?
I've got one that is not one that I listen to, but that our emerging platforms producer always talks about, and it's Harry Potter and the Sacred Text. So yes, it's about Harry Potter. But I mean, and I'll just say, like, a lot of us are probably podcast consumers, and so if you're listening to a podcast and you're struck by like how they're doing the ask, like, note that. What did you like about that? What got you? Because chances are you know your audience very well, and it's not as different from a radio ask as you might think. It's just a little more intimate, and you can be a little bit more carefree with it, which is exciting and fun. You can be a little more creative. And so I think listen to, like, expand, like, search it out on, see who the top creators are on Patreon, or see who's collaborating with Glow, and see, I think you all have some success examples on your site too. So, I mean, there's tons of resources out there, but I think catching yourself when you're struck by something in the moment and noting that, like, that's what's gonna move the needle for you, is recognizing when it catches you.
Yeah. When I can talk about sort of our first client that they've decided to make their numbers public, which is a show called Acquired. It's a show about technology, and so they do 2 regular episodes a month, and then they do 2 bonus episodes a month, which is content they would not have made otherwise. It's sort of raw and cut. The 2 hosts sort of get on the phone with each other and talk about the latest things they're seeing in tech. And what they've done is a few things really well. One is they've sort of established the call to action at the beginning of every show, and so it comes right after their pre-roll ad, and they talk about sort of what the bonus episode is that month and refer to it specifically and provide a call to action specifically about what that bonus content's going to be like. They also have gotten really creative about ways that they promote the show using other channels. So, for example, every once in a while they'll drop a piece of the bonus content into their sort of regular feed, which when they do, we see a lot of uptick in traction in their conversions. And similarly, as we have other shows that have started membership programs, they almost always see a lot of success when they create an episode specifically for making a call to action. So they might have an episode dropped in the feed that says, "It's Giving Tuesday, here's why you should donate to this podcast." And it might be a 2 or 3 minute episode, but it's there specifically to make the feed. And then they'll wrap up that content and share it out on social media with an audiogram. And so what a lot of our most successful podcasts are doing is they're taking their asks, they're changing it sort of from week to week based on whatever they're offering that week, and then they're finding different ways to reshare the ask on different social media channels. And that podcast I referred to, they have about 5% conversion, so they're making close to $50,000 a year through their bonus show.
Do you have a favorite?
I know some really clever people in podcasting. One of the most clever is a guy named Patrick Hines, who basically built his show to be a moneymaker from the beginning, which is not the way that public radio would ever build a show or I would ever build a show, except that he's also making a really good and popular show and integrate all the tricks. And they basically, he does a show, it's a comedy podcast, sort of looks at true crime documentaries. They actually tackle a lot of social issues, but it's very, very funny. It's called True Crime Obsessed. And they have basically created a parallel content feed behind the paywall where they review things that they do one-off things in their regular episodes, but then they review series behind the paywall. So they can, they do like a Netflix thing, this week's show, but then right now behind the paywall, we're doing the Jinx episode by episode. So they've actually very cleverly created a more addictive experience behind their paywall than their one-off episodes. Like I can just dip in and out of listening to True Crime Obsessed whenever I want, but if I'm addicted, I have to get behind the paywall.
Yeah. I love it. I'll just throw in I spent a lot of time when I was at WMC as the senior manager of membership podcasts, desperately calling people. Anytime I heard a membership message in any kind of show, I would try and reach out to the people who'd written it to the show. That's how I connected with you both, just obsessively tracking things down. But I think people who have been around for a lot longer have been able to build much bigger community of giving to really build that community of money. And there's a show called The Black Guy Who Tips. Rod and Karen are a couple who host it, and they built an entire behind-the-wall second stream. Rod had lost his job. He started making the podcast. It is now their revenue generation source at home. And it is such an incredible sense of building a business through membership and understanding that service role to your audience, what they want to hear, what you want to talk about. I love finding those stories. I would say, like you say, we can learn so much from how people are taking what we do at public radio and adapt it to the outside space.
Right. I mean, another great experience in that vein is letting the audience participate if behind the firewall, because you might not want phone tape in your podcast, but you might want to really engage with a person who isn't that engaged with you. The hyper service, I cannot stress enough with podcast donations how much hyper service matters, because Netflix is also asking you for money every month and they're not hyper servicing you. They're just putting out shows. Serial, I donated $20 to in 2014, and I'm still getting very regular, very personal communications from them. And to me, that has been an incredible lesson in how to do it.
So I realize we have 19 questions, and I just took up so much time.
Oh, boy.
So I apologize. But so we're gonna do this one quick. Everyone gets one question. I'd love to hear a worst attempt, a reality check at fundraising on a show. Who feels brave?
I mean, I've got one that I won't name the name of the show, but I think they'd be fine with it. But we had an ask that sounded way too much like the episode. It was too seamless. It was too much in the host's voice. It wasn't clear enough. It was kind of maybe people thought it was still part of the episode, so it was a little bit of a bait and switch when the ask came at the end. And so that one just did not do it well. I will say also that with our local podcasts, our sound cues, we just haven't seen as much traction. And I think part of that has to do with not having a regular enough cadence of asks in the episodes. Our traffic manager is working on revamping our entire inventory system to make sure that we can get all these messages that people want to go, because we do use the engagement ladder strategy of we're asking people to review, we're asking people to take surveys, and we're asking people to donate through our podcast. So, we're still working on that right mixture of we do try to ask early, but we are still trying to find that right mixture of just the right voice where it's authentic enough but doesn't blend too much into the episode, and the ask is at the right time.
I mean, I did see this question come up. It's not on the screen right now, but somebody asked about donor fatigue. How much is too much asking? Because at the point of tuning out and stuff, where's your threshold? You say that even after Bear Brook had finished, it's still a good role to have an ask up, keep it up there.
Well, it's 10 seconds, so that's fine. It fits within the fast forward button thing, and I am totally cool with people fast forwarding past it. That's fine. I think that doing campaigns at my opinion is that doing campaigns at set times of the year, like we do in public radio, is not the right fit for podcasting. I think it's very content dependent. I think you should do it when your content fits doing it. Our successful Outside In fundraiser was very much at a time where the show was doing some really interesting stuff, and we felt really comfortable. I know the team felt very comfortable going on a limb with their asks. One of the asks at that point was for $500 to go on a hike with Sam, and it sold out. And it really felt like a fit with the content. And we did a parallel fundraiser at the same time with another show that was much more popular, Civics 101, but there was really no reason to give at that time. I mean, Outside In, at like the time of year, it felt right. And Civics 101, it just didn't, the asks were great, and it just didn't feel like it fit the content at that time. So my opinion is, and this is not coming from the public radio membership side, I've never pretended to be an expert in that, is that unlike with the donation schedule of the on-air drives, you really need to work with your content teams and think about what they're producing, when they're producing it, and match your fundraising to what they believe their peaks of interest, peaks of listenership, peaks of them being willing to put themselves out there are.
And I feel like there's a part that, I think as a lot of us are stepping into or have stepped into from the public media space into podcasts, not everything is an ongoing weekly or bi-weekly show. If there is seasonality, it changes the rules of engagement and the opportunity to fundraise. To that point, like Amira, like just thinking about like who you're working with and what you've been kind of exposed to, how do you account for those differences in a seasonality of a show and something that's maybe just going to be 8 episodes to something ongoing? And even like if we could maybe speak to a little bit about like how that might speak to when someone should be asking, which I would imagine you would say straight away.
Yeah, so I think people should ask straight away. I mean, I think you, in general, you have nothing to lose, and I think almost everyone I work with underestimates their ability to be able to draw in revenue from their asks. And so the question of like, are you hitting donor fatigue? When should you ask? I rarely run into the case of a show that we work with that is asking too much. In most cases, they're asking too little, they're being too shy, they're not even making the ask. And so it's really important. People can't support what you do unless they know you're providing it. That said, because certain because the seasonality of certain shows or some are just limited run series in podcasting, I think just getting to know sort of the public media environment, my personal opinion is some shows are really well made for some kind of sustaining membership, and others are really great cases to ask for a one-time donation or maybe a donation throughout the course of when the episode is or when the series is going to run, and to stop there. A lot of your audience with podcasting is going to be broader than the audience that you might normally get through the public radio station. And so realizing that you might be able to tap into someone from a different state, maybe you're tapping in from Alaska or Oklahoma or Nebraska, maybe that's your one engagement with your station. And so the ask doesn't necessarily need to become a sustaining member. Maybe the ask is make that one-time push, and we'll make that money from you, but we'll also have you sort of in our email list forever. We'll be able to reach back out to you maybe if there's a new season of this podcast or cross-promote another show that we have. And so the question is, how do you take your one-off engagement with someone who might not make sense initially as a sustaining member and figure out how to just capture that instead of maybe 8 impressions you have from the outset?
I think that feeds into really nicely to the how do you measure success, downloads, impressions, donations, sponsors is also in here. I think, and I'd love you to talk about that a bit, Kirsten. I would also love to just kind of framing in an ideal world on the membership for the terrestrial side. We've built models, we've been fundraising for years. There's a way to look at what is success and what is a failure. How are you building that in this kind of like continual testing phase while audiences are still growing and podcast listening?
That's a great question. We're still figuring that out. That's part of the always testing, because I set dollar goals that I am trying to hit and everything, but I also am like, might not hit those. So there's also a lot of messiness of like, we've been going through a huge transition with our content management system. We changed donor databases. And then some of our podcasts are through PRX and some of them are through our own system. So we have metrics all over the place that don't exactly line up. So our emerging platforms producer, Claire McGreen, and I have been working together I pull weekly donation reports that show whether or not people took premiums, whether they were new, renewing, lapse, rejoin, or ad gift. And then she tries to work her magic and match that up a little bit with like audience and listenership data, but we haven't quite found, because of just the way the information is relayed to us at this point, it's not an exact match. But we are able to say like, hey, we had a huge spike in donations this week. did we start running an Ask again after it hadn't been running for a while? And we're able to go back and kind of be like, okay, what was different this week than last week? And then her and I are still working. She did a really great survey of one of our podcasts of the listeners, and we gave away posters that were signed as an incentive. And that got us a lot of really interesting age information that we were missing elsewhere, what was driving people to donate, and I'm happy to talk more about that process afterwards.
That feels like the perfect information gap to leave the audience with. I know we're over time. But thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Mira. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, everybody. Please harass everyone with your questions over wine.
Thank you. Thank you. I got to see a lot of the questions in Slido, so we'll make sure that you guys get those questions offline, and then we'll share them all. So I'm gonna, now I'm really standing between us and cocktails, food and drink. Can you advance the slides one more? Thanks. So this has been a fantastic day, but this is not the end. We, up until 7 o'clock, we are hanging out here with food and drink, and I want us to, continue the conversation. Go find those stations that you heard from earlier in the day and ask them about what it was like to become an entrepreneur, and ask them different questions you have, and seek out our other panelists. Before we go out there, I want to do one last Slido thing. We've all been, I'm really pleased how much people are engaging with Slido. So if you could go to Slido, what I want to ask you to do with BizLab 6 is put in one word or enter multiple words into a poll of what your takeaway that you're going to take back to your station is. Like, what are some of the keywords that are buzzing in your brain from today? And then I want to put them up in a word cloud up on the screen to see what's going on in the headspace of everyone in here, so that we can figure out what we should all be talking about over cocktails. So while you're all doing that, I want to tell you about a few other ways in which we can all stay in touch. So our BizLab website is publicradiobizlab.org. On there you can sign up for our mailing list. We also post blog posts when we have updates to share. We'll be sending out a newsletter to an email to all of the attendees later this week to give you some summaries of what we heard this week and some sharing of resources. We're going to be posting a lot of the lean startup and design thinking resources that Sarah talked about earlier in the day. We're going to be putting up on the website, probably not this week, but we'll be cycling those out and sharing out when we do that. We're active on Twitter when we have things to share. There's also, some of you might already be there. In the NPR and Friends Slack channel, there is a BizLab channel. In the workspace, there's a BizLab channel. And it would be wonderful if people could, if you're in that workspace, if you could post questions or share things you're doing in this space of testing with new revenue. We will be there and contributing to that conversation. We also kicked off a LinkedIn group on Friday for all of the attendees here. And you got an invite over the weekend to join that LinkedIn group. So if you could join that, it's an easy way to find all the people who are in the room here. And you can have a conversation within that group on LinkedIn, but also probably more practically, you can connect with the people that you've met through LinkedIn and get their emails. So those are a bunch of different ways to connect. Now I want to go to the poll results. Fascinating. Okay, so we got iterate, experiment, collaboration, hope, which is a really, really inspiring word. Always innovate, competitive funding. I guess people are adding more words, and that's why it keeps jumping. Okay, this is the final experiment we've done of the day of how does Slido word clouds work. Trial and error, lean, funnel, podcast, beginnings. So this is great. So see some words up there and know that that's what people want to talk about in the room. Okay, sorry to do this to Adam and Mike. Can you go to the final slide of the day? Keep switching back and forth. All of the 6 teams, I know, and myself and the BizLab team here at WBUR, we really want to, again, thank CPB and Knight for this funding that made all of this work possible. Yes, thank you. Really is wonderful. And again, thank you to Greater Public that's helped us convene all of you today. I also want to thank the City Space team, the WBUR employees that have spent not just today, but many days in the prior weeks planning for this event. And in addition to the City Space team, I want to thank Karen Laverty, who was the event planner behind the scenes, making today run so smoothly. So thank you to all of them. And that is it. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you out there and hope to have great conversations. Thanks.